A very good afternoon to everyone present here. Welcome to the second edition of e4m GameON Online Gaming Summit. My name is Bhavna Bhatia and I shall be your host for today. Well, the gaming industry is getting bigger by the day. Soon it is likely to touch the same levels as movies and music. It's becoming popular across regions, ages, and socioeconomic groups, with gamers spending more and more time engaged on play. Increasingly, it's becoming on social and community activity. This ongoing market expansion definitely has some huge implications for the many business operating within the gaming ecosystem, including the developers, distributors, content creators, game platforms, and of course, the brands which are spending increasing amounts of money and finding innovative ways to connect with the gamers. The e4m GameON, the online gaming summit, explores the industry's rapidly growing revenue streams, the drivers of growth, the changing demographics of the gaming universe, and ways brands can seize the opportunity to target consumers. Well, we've got a diverse line of remarkable speakers from the online gaming and esports industry to understand what the future holds for the online gaming in India. Get ready for some captivating topics and insightful speakers who will help us see the gaming world in a new light. So sit tight and let's dive into the world of online gaming. With this, if you're ready, it is time for us to move on and call upon our next speaker shortly. But before that, I would really like to thank all our partners. Ladies and gentlemen, with this, before we start the sessions of the day, we would like to thank our partners. The event is co-powered by InMobi, driving real connections. Our co-gold partners being ZapAds and our associate partner, LocoHome of the Indian Gaming. Well, with this, I'd request the team to play in the AVs, and of course, we'll then have Dr. Anurag Batra joining us. Could we have the AVs, please?
Technology has always shaped how we communicate with one another. The wheel, the printing press, the Pony Express, the telegraph, the telephone, the computer, and mobile devices. Technology changes, yet one truth remains. We want our communications and interactions to be meaningful and have relevance. Today, however, driving real connections are easier said than done. But we help brands do that, to drive real connections. With our platform technology and exclusive mobile data, InMobi helps you understand, identify, engage, and acquire your customers. InMobi, driving real connections.
Tranquility.
Yeah, Hero is in state power report and they are so good.
काफी मजा आया
है ना? हाँ ऐसे भी रेडी हो जाओ।
Technology has always shaped how we communicate with one another. The wheel, the printing press, the Pony Express, the telegraph, the telephone, the computer, and mobile devices. Technology changes, yet one truth remains. We want our communications and interactions to be meaningful and have relevance. Today, however, driving real connections are easier said than done. But we help brands do that, to drive real connections. With our platform technology and exclusive mobile data, InMobi helps you understand, identify, engage, and acquire your customers. InMobi, driving real connections.
Experience tranquility.
Yeah, couple. GameON is insane. Power report. They are so good.
काफी मजा आया।
हाँ ऐसे तुम भी रेडी हो जाओ।
Technology has always shaped how we communicate with one another. The wheel, the printing press, the Pony Express, the telegraph, the telephone, the computer, and mobile devices. Technology changes, yet one truth remains. We want our communications and interactions to be meaningful and have relevance. Today, however, driving real connections are easier said than done. But we help brands do that, to drive real connections. With our platform technology and exclusive mobile data, InMobi helps you understand, identify, engage, and acquire your customers. InMobi, driving real connections.
So, ladies and gentlemen, we'd like to humbly thank our partners for supporting us. Well, I would like to say, let the games begin in the gaming language. But we are really humbly, rather elated and excited to be joined by such eminent speakers who have taken their valuable time. So, with this, I'd also like to urge all of you to use the hashtag e4mGameOn and tweet about it. It's going to create the buzz which all of us would need, and we would appreciate E4M Game On to get trending on Twitter and other social media platforms, be it LinkedIn, Facebook, Instagram, everywhere today. So with this, it is time for us to now call upon a much-awaited welcome address from Dr. Anurag Batra, Chairman and Editor-in-Chief, BW Business World, and Exchange for Media Group, for that. So thank you so much, Dr. Anurag Batra, for giving us your valuable time. We'd now love to get you on the screen and get the E4M Game On, the online gaming summit started. Over to you, Dr. Batra. How are you doing today? Yes, Dr. Batra, over to you.
Good. Bhavna, how are you doing today?
I'm great. I'm great. We'd love to get a welcome address from you. The audience is looking forward. So are the delegates.
Thank you so much.
Please.
I would like to say that this is the second edition of the Game On. Yeah, I'm online. Yes, thank you so much. Am I live?
Yes, Dr. Batra, we can hear and see you. Yes, please go ahead.
Okay. Good afternoon, everyone. Thank you, Bhavna. This is the Exchange for Media's Game On Online Gaming Summit. This is the second year of the Game On. Yeah, so this is the second year of the E4M Game On. Exchange for Media started 21 plus years back as a community for advertising, marketing, media, communication professionals, people who are in the business of building brands, and through building brands, building businesses. Gaming has become mainstream over the last 5 years and is growing in the media and entertainment landscape like never before. Gaming is being used by marketeers, by educationists, by e-commerce experts to be able to create more engagement with the millennials, with people who shop, people who are able to consume content. Just want to say that the government has also taken cognizance of the gaming sector as the fastest growing segment of the media entertainment sector, and gaming is likely to become mainstream and take over any other subdomain of media entertainment as the largest pie. So I just want to say within gaming, esports is the youngest but the fastest growing segment in the gaming domain. India currently holds less than 3% of the market share in gaming, and it is changing. And it is likely that over the next 3 years, India will have 20% of the gaming market, and hence every segment of the gaming will grow. And what is beautiful is that Indian gaming companies are becoming global. You look at Nazara. Nazara has acquired businesses across the world. You look at InMobi. Also, gaming is getting intertwined with healthcare. It is getting intertwined with education. So gaming is really being used by business owners and businesses and people who like to create content, and content is different in healthcare, content is different in education, but gaming is really mainstream. So I just want to say that we at Exchange for Media will continue to be able to be at the forefront of gaming. We at Business World is also starting a BW Gaming World more than 18 months back, and we continue to grow that. So I would say that really this is something that I would welcome all of you to join. And gaming is a bandwagon, and marketers are using gamifying how they engage with consumers. So gaming is becoming mainstream, and that's why Exchange for Media's Game On the second edition. This is virtual. We've done most of our events physically now, and hopefully we'll soon do a gaming summit which brings all the stakeholders face to face. In a couple of minutes, I will be chatting with Mr. Vaibhav Dange, and he's the president of the FEAI, which is an association which is bringing in the framework and the regulatory interface which is so important for anything which is new to grow. So the esports domain is going to be huge, and Mr. Weber Dange represents that. And we have many members of the FEAI joining today. So I'll be doing a conversation with Mr. Weber Dange, and I'm looking forward to it. So back to you, Bhavna, before I come back again for the conversation with Mr. Dange.
Absolutely. So, Dr. Anurag Batra, well...
You'll have to unmute yourself, Bhavna.
Yes. Are you able to hear me now? Dr. Batra, can the team confirm?
I cannot hear you.
Okay, one second.
We can hear you, Bhavna.
You can hear me? Okay.
Yes.
All right. Thank you for that. So, ladies and gentlemen. Yes. Thank you so much, Dr. Batra. Well, with this...
Yes, I can hear you.
Okay, perfect. Thank you so much for that. Well, ladies and gentlemen, as Dr. Batra rightly said, this being the second edition, and we're really excited and elated that we've got such a stellar lineup of speakers who have joined us, who have taken out their valuable time, and who are going to give us such great insights today. I'd once again like to thank all our partners, and with this, since we've got the AVs already in place and we've had a look at the partner AVs, it is time for me to move on to our first session. I'd also request the team and everyone who's watching us to keep hashtagging for the event, which is hashtag e4m GameON. Well, with this, it is time for me to welcome, and it is a ecstatic moment for all of us that we are joined by Mr. Weber Dange, who's the founding director and member of the Federation of Electronic Sports Association India, which is FEAI, in a conversation with Dr. Anurag Batra, the editor-in-chief, BW Business World and Exchange for Media Group. So this is going to be an exciting conversation. I'm sure a lot of keenness to this conversation is going to be there. Dr. Batra, over to you to take it forward with Mr. Dange. Thank you so much for joining us.
Thank you, Bhavna.
Thank you. Dr. Batra?
Good afternoon, Dr. Batra.
Mr. Dange, thank you so much. You are really multifaceted, and congratulations to you on your latest book. Yes, I am very much here, Bhavna. Yeah, I'm very much here, and so is Mr. Dange. So let me dive into a conversation directly with Mr. Dange. Dange, first of all, let me start by asking you, as we heard that the gaming is the fastest growing segment, within that esports is being set up. So I would like today, while I am aware of that the FEAI is promoting India as a first esports definition, that it is a hybrid definition. So tell us, what is the charter of the FEAI and how you are becoming a catalyst to really build the right policy framework, engage all the stakeholders and grow the domain?
Thank you, Dr. Batra, for this wonderful opportunity to interact. And as we know, whatever Dr. Batra and your team does is always beyond excellence. So I'm sure that this conversation and the entire day-long program you have charted out is going to be a very interesting and helpful. As you said in your opening remarks, and I was looking at your, watching your remarks, you are right that overall gaming industry is increasing globally. And of course, India cannot be aloof of that development that's happening globally. Today, we are roughly around 3% in our participation into the gaming industry, the entire AVGC industry. Fortunately, the government has recognized that this is going to be a huge area, and right from the top, Honorable Prime Minister has been commenting on this time and again from last couple of years about how India can be benefited both in terms of participating from the players' perspective, developers' perspective, tournament organizers participating in tournaments, and so everybody has recognized this. Though we are just 3% in terms of participation today, but I'm sure in next couple of years or few years, this number is going to be phenomenally going up, shall be going phenomenally up. So I think it's a right time. We thought that it's a right time that we must do a very considered and a very sustained effort to ensure that India is at the forefront of this development. And not only we play our own part in ensuring that we are part of this development, we also as a nation gets benefited by these changes that is happening, the opportunities that this sector is happening. And with that perspective, Federation of Esports of Association of India was formed. As you rightly said, we are definitely trying to promote a kind of a hybrid model, which Government of India has also been talking about. We will like probably Ministry of Youth Affairs and also the Ministry of IT to define sports both and differentiate between esports, real money gaming or fantasy sports. So I'm not saying they're good or bad, but they have their own role to play. And esports, I will primarily look at esports as a game which Supreme Court has also said that any skill-based online gaming or played on any of the electronic format, whether it is phones, mobile phones, or on a gadgets, can be considered as esports. And I think that clarification or that evolving of that right definition is where FEI has been working relentlessly since last 2 years, because then only we can be really benefited, because not only players should participate, because India has a huge, we have a youngest population. Today, 85% of India's esports market is on mobile phone. We have more than, 90% of our, mobile game market is growing by almost 35-40% year on year. We have 150 billion population. We have more than 80-90 billion smartphones. So I think with all this put together, India is poised to get benefited. And if we miss this opportunity, then probably we will miss as a nation, as an economy. So I think that is the perspective which FEI has in a larger terms.
So, Mr. Dania, I believe there's some lag on Dr. Batra's end, so don't worry.
Okay, now let me ask you, Mr. Dange, what are the policy tweaks, policy measures that need to happen from the policy makers, from the government, to be able to give policy? Yeah, so, the policy makers are able to build the right framework. What is that right framework? What is your expectations as an association and someone who represents the industry from the government, from the policy makers?
Yes, of course. As I said, we look at it esports as a larger, as a very important component of the overall gaming and sports industry in India. And as I said, we look at it from a bit holistic perspective of all the stakeholders playing their own role. For example, esports arena, players will have a role to play. Team owners will have a role to play. Tournament organizers will have a role to play. Game developers will have a role to play. So everybody will have to play a role. So I think we look at esports from this perspective, and we have prepared a draft policy paper interacting with almost every stakeholder, taking everybody on the board, and we are about to submit those draft policy documents to the government. And we are happy that the finance minister has announced in this year's budget that AVGC policy shall be prepared, and they have prepared a small group which will look at this policy. And we have been suggesting to government to work closely in developing those policy. For example, we look at it, not only conventional esports should be played, but we also look at how can we bring in Indian games to this whole arena. Today, our participation in developing probably Indian games is very less. But can we look at that Indian developers come up with a huge number of Indian games and, look at developing that? Or for example, we are looking at developing a bottom-up approach where we are working with the, district level, state level, universities, colleges to organize those kind of tournaments. In fact, in last more than 1 year, we have organized more than 3-4 national tournaments with a participation of more than 1 lakh esports owners. So, those aspects also need to be, how do entire ecosystem of esports in India needs to be developed. So right from defining the esports, right from roles and responsibility, right from how do we get benefited in terms of opportunities, how do developers play their own role. So I think that's one aspect. Similarly, there is another aspect that we need to look at. For example, FEI has suggested to do the ranking of the players. And by doing the ranking, we are also looking at how do we protect data of the players, both in terms of their ranking, so data protection aspects also needs to be looked at. So similarly, for example, the new education policy also talks about developing these new educational and skill programs for this new age economy and new age opportunity. So in our policy document, we are also talking about what do we need to do from that front. For example, we have interacted with the Esports Association of USA and Esports Association of UK, and we are trying to understand how do they have developed their own skill courses, skill syllabuses, education syllabuses. So that also needs to be looked at. You will be surprised to know, Dr. Batra, the typical age group of esports players is between 15 to 18 years of age or 20 years of age. So we are also looking at how do we create an ecosystem where post those peak of their in a way sporting career, how do we ensure that these players are still contributing to the esports and their livelihood and everything is taken care of. So I think those aspects also need to be added. So from the federation, we always are looking at ensuring that we have a very complete holistic view of the entire esports arena and try to develop an ecosystem which is win-win for all the stakeholders. I think that's our larger expectation from the government. And hopefully with this draft which we are submitting and the group government has put in, we'll be able to effectively suggest government, partner with government on developing those ideas in a larger interest of the nation. And therefore we put in a lot of effort in ensuring evolving those dialogue with all the stakeholders. So for example, we have a number of sessions with industry, developers, tournament organizers, team owners. For example, we are also tying up with the government of India on using this Khelo India platform to take esports to the, at the school, college and university level. So I think all this put together, we look at developing an ecosystem which is for Indian, by Indians, but is capable of taking India to the global level.
Okay. Now, when you're talking India, taking India to the global level, if you had to put a number of what is the kind of growth you see in the gaming arena and in the esports arena, give our viewers a sense of the kind of scale up that is happening, the kind of scale up that is possible, the kind of numbers we can expect. Our Pitch Madison advertising outlook, our Exchange for Media Dentsu digital outlook, all have predicted huge growth for the gaming sector. And so have all other reports in this sector, your own report. So give us a sense of what is the numbers we are likely to do over the next few years.
Yes, of course. As I said, Dr. Batra, I'll try to share a few data, which is itself is very, very, speaking. For example, today India has a gaming viewership of around 450 million. And most of them, 48% of them are YouTube gamers who have said that they'll like to watch the, games than actually playing the games. So there is a huge amount of viewership in India. Similarly, for example, in 2019, we have around 25 game developers in India. Today, as on day when we speak, we have more than 500 developers in India. And this is bound to probably triple by 23. For example, game like cricket has catched the frenzy. I think Rajan Nevani is going to join you in next session. He'll explain you in detail. The real cricket has crossed all the boundaries in terms of viewership, players' participation. The national tournament has seen more than 40 million viewership, more than 1 lakh people participating. So I think this is bound to grow. If I may put, it's like catching a wildfire. So if we are probably able to kind of direct it with a right regulatory framework and a right framework, then this can be used as our advantage, at India's advantage. So I think from that perspective, I see probably sky is the limit. Or if I may say, cloud is the limit in esports.
Okay, my last question.
Yeah.
Okay, now my last question. What are your expectations from the private players? While this, gaming involves young adults, and we have a worry they spend too much time on the screen, some of the games are violent. So how do you make sure you strike the balance? So do the private players, who are a very important stakeholder in this ecosystem, I'm sure they're thinking about such aspects. What are your expectations from these private players?
No, you're right. I think that's the biggest challenge the entire online gaming industry today is going to face, even facing today, and they are bound to increase in few years. For example, we have seen recently few states have banned online gaming, and similar kind of efforts have been made. Of course, sports have now given some respite in that, but this is bound to happen. There is a lot of negativity in terms of amount of violence and amount of gaming. So I think private sector, particularly in Indian developers, will have to come up with a lot of solutions in terms of developing a lot of Indian games, which are skill-based games. So for example, conventional, traditional games can be brought on the esports platform. That is something which can be developed. Today, India is contributing hugely on the IT and IoT-based sectors. Why can't we, have a lot of developers in India who are coming up with a lot of Indian games, traditional, conventional Indian games? And we will also have to look at private sector will team owners, player management companies. We as an association will have to look at how do we ensure that we reduce the negative impact of, if at all they are, through a sustained effort of educating both in terms of the players, their guardians, parents, team owners, developers, to come up with. So one aspect is how do we come up with a lot of games which are non-violent, which are more skill-based. And similarly, we also create an ecosystem where we try to educate players and team owners to ensure that there is a right work balance, approach. For example, I went to a few boot camps, esports boot camp, and interacted with players and esports teams. And they have started developing those mechanisms within their framework. For example, how much amount of time they should spend every day, how much amount of tournaments they should play every week or every month, how much amount of tournaments a player should play. All those things need to be evolved in a due course of time and ensure that the ecosystem benefits everybody and does not creates any negative impacts on the society. Because as a developer, whether you are a developer or a team owner or a player or an association, we will have to play a very responsible and important constructive role in ensuring that our sector, esports as a sector and as an ecosystem, ensures that it is benefited to the society and a country as a whole.
Thank you. All the best, Mr. Vaibhav Dange, in your mission to grow this domain. It brings employment, it brings GDP, it is an important sport, hopefully in the future. Who knows, it may become an Olympic sport. So kudos to you. The early years of any sector are very important. So the right framework by the right stakeholders is very, very important. So I would like to congratulate you and all your stakeholders and the members of the association on doing that pioneering work, which will lay the foundation for a very robust and a vibrant sector that takes India to the globe. So back to you, Bhavna, for the rest of the conversation. Thank you, Mr. Dange, for joining us for these. Hopefully, at our next gaming summit, we'll be doing this face-to-face, physically in a conference location, and we look forward to engaging with you again. Thank you for your time. Thank you for your input. Thank you for the role you're playing. Back to you, Bhavna.
Thank you, Dr. Batra, for taking the initiative and giving this opportunity to interact. It's, as you rightly said, this is a innovation rights sector, so we all will probably put our mind together and ensure that it's largely benefited to the entire society and a nation as a whole. And every stakeholder plays its own role part. Thank you so much. Thank you, Bhavna.
Thank you. Thank you so much. Thank you, gentlemen. Well, ladies and gentlemen, with this, we'd really like to thank for the insightful conversation. And it is time for me to now move on and invite the game changers of the Indian gaming industry. We're looking at talking on the panel discussion on the decade of gaming and gaming investments. Well, we're elated to be joined by Abhishek Issa, the founding member, FEAI. We've got Rajiv Navani, the founder and CEO, Jet Synthesis. We've got Gagan Narang, founding member, FEAI, and president, Telugu Esports Association. We've got Vishal Gondal, the founder of Goki and Encore Games. We've got Saloni Sehgal, who's a general partner of Lumikai Limited. We've got Ruhel Amin, senior editor, BW Business World and Exchange for Media, executive editor, BW Applause, who's going to be the session chair. Well, with this, Ruhel, the stage and screen is all yours to take it forth with your wonderful panel. And I'm sure there's going to be a lot of great insights coming forward. Over to you.
Thank you, Bhavna. And what a great topic we have, and what a great just heard, and the numbers it threw. So we have around 45 minutes. So I want to start with my discussion. The topic is the decade of gaming and gaming investments. A lot has changed in the past 10 years. It's a huge window. We'll come to it. We'll try to understand what are the shifts happening in the gaming industry. I want to start with Saloni, the only lady on the panel. First, with you, give me what we saw in the humongous growth of gaming, and then everything opened up. I just want to quickly get a view about the sustenance of that growth. Are we seeing the same kind of numbers right now as well?
Yeah, thank you so much for having me here. I think that's a great question. I've been tracking now the games markets, both from a global perspective and from a domestic perspective for the last decade or so. And when Lumikai launched back in 2020, we were the first, and we still are the first sector-focused gaming fund in the country. And the reason why we launched was there were a couple of inflection points that we saw in the market. And those inflection points have since then panned out. When we were launching a fund, we heard things like India doesn't pay for games. India doesn't play games. India's a DAO farm. India will never be able to provide exits for gaming companies. India will never be able to justify a venture strategy for gaming. Gaming as an asset class doesn't exist in India. And these were all the narratives that we were hearing about the market when we launched. However, there were some very key inflection points that were occurring in the market that we saw very early on. Now, in 2020, the biggest, cocktail of successful attributes that make a gaming ecosystem started to come together. You had game usage, game adoption, game monetization, and infrastructure all converge in a way that has never happened before. Now, in 2020 and 2021, India has now been the world's largest and second largest markets for mobile game downloads. India constitutes 17% of the mobile gaming downloads, right? So there is ample demand. In terms of payment infrastructures now, digital transactions now account for nearly 40% of transaction volume. Now, that's a far stark change from the mid-20s and the middling 10s that we had a couple of years back. In terms of monetization, we were, Lumikai, we did a research report last year, and we discovered that India's gaming market is $2.2 billion, and we project that it's expected to grow by 30% over the next 3 years to $7 billion. With IAP, which is in-app purchases, going to be growing at a CAGR of 36%. Now, all of these data points to the fact that India is as a gaming market, its time has come. Right. We have seen game developers go from less than 25 to north of 850, who we've all spoken to within the span of last year. So a lot has changed in terms of game development and adoption. We're a market of 450 million gamers, 100 million battle royale players, and 100 million paying users. These are stats of a mini country.
I have specific questions coming to those numbers. I want to go to Abhishek. Abhishek, how do you sum up last 2 years in terms of the impact? Of course, we know it's huge, but where are we now? Are we seeing the same kind of impact on numbers?
Thanks, Royal. Very good afternoon to everybody. Great to be part of this panel. We see a bevy of stars. I think Saloni's kind of summarized the market fairly well and covered a fair amount of trends with respect to what we can expect. But the last 2 years, more importantly, one is the business side of things, the other is the attributing policy support. And we see that India is definitely undergoing a massive churn as far as the policy outlook is concerned. And we feel that this very stage that we find ourselves in is the beginning of a new chapter as far as India's gaming market is concerned, because if we are able to attribute some of these trends backed by supportive policy outlook by the government of India, automatically we are looking at scaling up to potential that have been thought of and spoken of, but we feel that the actual growth story of this country is by far not really calculated or considered right now. In the previous session, Mr. Vaibhav highlighted a couple of aspects with respect to the esports outlook, as far as India is concerned. Our main endeavor has been to make sure that we can support the policy makers with respect to a policy framework. Even 2 years back, if we were to look at a simple aspect of what really constitutes the framework of gaming, there are multiple subsets within that. Esports forms a very independent space vis-a-vis the others. Today, the government has taken a very concerted stand during the budget to constitute an ABGC task force. Clearly, G within that, which is gaming, will play a pivotal role in formulating the scale of growth that India can potentially see in this space. So that's an introductory note if I would sort of like to pause at.
Okay. Sorry, am I audible now? Rajan, your quick thoughts?
Yeah, I think. Yeah, I think Rahul, the last decade on gaming has definitely been a big one. Especially if you are. What was it? Did you ask a specific question, Rohit? Because
yes, okay. Maybe yes. You were trying to connect. My question was 23 months, the huge growth, and now you're at home. Do people still?
I can't hear you. Rohit, sorry, I can't hear you.
Okay.
Yeah.
So, Ruhail, I believe there's some audio disturbance which is coming. So maybe if you've connected with a headset or something, you could just try and sort it out.
Am I still audible?
Yeah, you are very much audible. Yeah. I think you can go ahead with this audio. Please.
Okay. All right. So, Mr. Rajan, quickly ask you, a lot of us has changed in the last 2 years. Where are we now in terms of numbers? Also, let me add another question to it. The regulatory framework, the government has also come in a huge way. Your quick thoughts on these matters?
Okay, so I think I was able to capture the essence of your question, but again there was disturbance. But yes, I think in terms of the growth that the gaming sector has seen, especially in the last 2 years, has been significant, as we've all discussed. Whether it is driven just by engagement or the development of the esports kind of arena, which has also been discussed extensively, and the entire interest from the world in India, is just the expansive growth due to the pandemic. Every month we seem to be adding anywhere between 5 to 10 million new gamers, and also deepening engagement with existing gamers. The types of games that people are playing have changed drastically. A lot more social, a lot more first friends are made on this game kind of conversations happening. Women coming more into gaming. So there are a large number of trends that have accelerated gaming, and I think will continue to do so, especially with 5G and many other new technological developments that are coming. So I think on that front, India is really well positioned to not only be able to benefit from this entire surge in gaming, but play a key role in the global future of gaming as it tends to develop. On the regulatory question, I think given that we have the highest number of downloads in games, there's huge interest and still big gap in terms of where we are as an industry compared to the rest of the world. There is this effort to kind of define gaming in India because it's still very nascent. And in that process, I think we have got many types of gaming activities that are beginning to take shape based on what the consumer in India is looking at as a definition of game. Of course, the role of government, is really one where I would see it, play out in a manner that will be a little back and forth because there is no clarity on some of the key areas, and we've seen some state governments, especially when it comes to real money gaming and fantasy, take certain stands. But I think those are going to be an evolution of any industry that is nascent, but aspiring to probably be at a level which is significantly higher from where we are today, even in terms of what that impact could have on the rest of the world. And I think in some of the areas like esports, we're really looking at how we shape the future of that. So this is going to continue in some shape and form. I think on the esports front also, we just ran a real cricket tournament with FEAI recently, which actually followed the process of getting the states to find out the best players, and then created a layered process of identifying national champions who then could really be people who could represent the country in a typical esports kind of a thing. Right? So if we are looking at the movement of a casual gamer to a professional gamer as the funnel through which we will see gaming accelerate, and then the ability for us to take those players, into the larger global market as established ranking players. I think all of that is all happening at the same time. There is a center role, there is a state role, there are multiple ministries, and I think that's what we have been able to identify. Right. In new promotion on AVGC, bringing skills. So a lot of areas where government can come in and help strengthen this industry. It's already work in progress, but it will evolve and strengthen. And at the Indian Digital Gaming Society, which I'm the president of, we see a lot more activity in policy making and discussions with government today than we've seen ever before.
Right. Great. Of course, I think what you mentioned and what the panelists before you said, of course, Vishal, how do you see, what are your quick thoughts on this?
Yeah, it's amazing to have this discussion. I remember we launched as India Games the first esports tournament in India almost 20 years back. It was at that point of called World Cyber Games. We had partnered with the South Korean organization, and we had organized this in India. And now, almost 20 years later, we are talking about esports. I think esports, it's clearly at a very important juncture. It is the IPL moment of esports today, is what I believe. And the reason I'm calling it an IPL moment is because either it can become really big and take off and it can become a mass movement of youth, or it could be completely embroiled in conflicts of interest of all these real money and all these other kind of gaming. So while I know Saloni talked about billions of dollars of revenue, the reality is none of the games are making those revenue. Bulk of that revenue is going to all these other kinds of games. And clearly government involvement, while we welcome it, but is government running BCCI or IPL or any of the sports association? No, I mean, this is run by professionals from these fields. But I think what has happened is India is a very unique case where there is a huge confusion on what is gambling and what is not, which is causing the government intervention. So I'm actually a little concerned that while we all want esports to grow and as an association, I think what the move is really good. But I think we need to be very clear that this is an industry association of people from the industry, and these are not going to be determined by conflicts of interests of different parties who want to run their agenda. So that is one very clear part. The second part is that gaming in India is growing, but if you look at the app store, the top 50 games, hardly 2, 3 or 5 games are in India out of the top 50. This is not happening in any other industry. Look at the OTT content, look at Netflix, look at Amazon Prime, look at Hotstar. The number one content pieces are Indian created, Indian themed. And while of course we all love to watch our foreign shows, but they are not the blockbuster shows. But unfortunately, that is not the case in gaming. People are still playing PUBG and Garena, Free Fire and Call of Duty. And these are amazing games. I also play them. But I think there needs to be a massive push on content creation. And as we know that millions of dollars was invested by all the large studios in making content. So far, millions of dollars have been spent either on TV advertising or customer acquisition, given that most companies could not even advertise or put their games on Google Store. I think it's high time that money goes into game production, and the players should be making money. Right now, the scenario is that esports players are just making random videos and they're getting paid by it and not by playing esports. I think there is a lot which can be done, and I think this framework is great, and I'm happy to see that the leaders are here. Rajan, I have great respect for, and I think under the leadership of Rajan and Abhishek and the entire thing here, I think we have a good thing going, which is why I have my support.
Yeah. Yes, Vishal, absolutely. I think the focus has to be on the content creation as well, as much as we are marketing and spending on advertising. That's what your point is. Gagan, do you agree with it? Is there an uneven focus on where the rich?
Well, absolutely. I think I couldn't agree more with what Rajan and Vishal pointed out. I think the idea here is to have a very inclusive approach where we have the industry's requirement safeguarded as well as the players, and the right balance needs to be struck. And what more importantly would be, the stakeholders in the industry needs to be taken care, and everything needs to revolve around the athletes and create an environment which is very friendly for everyone to prosper. And I mean, the whole idea of gaming, opens a lot of opportunities for people, especially, someone, I mean, if you just think of it, someone's playing a game, running in the game, who's probably, a para athlete can play something that you can, like, for example, BGMI or Free Fire or whatever. So it opens a lot of opportunities that way from the perspective of the athlete, and especially with the meta coming in and so many other content creators coming in these days, it's going overboard. And I think, like Vishal mentioned, it's the IPL moment. I would call it the hockey stick curve, wherein, the curve just goes up. So exciting times ahead.
Right, exciting times ahead. Rajan, Jet Synthesis has invested, a lot in esports ecosystem. So give me a sense of what is next. We talk about NFTs, VR, metaverse. What are you planning in that space?
It's interesting, right? When we talk of metaverse now, I think gaming actually in a way represents that, for many years, like what Vishal was saying, there have been so many of the aspects of the future of what we would talk of an immersive digital world, which gaming has actually been at the forefront for. So in a way, it's a recognition of, what the power of digital is going to be, in the future. So in one way, it encompasses that. The second, point to that, as you mentioned correctly, is that, when we started looking at esports, gaming, investing around, all of these plays, it was very clear that an individual is going to be spending a lot more time in the digital world than in the real world, right? And we've seen Gen Zs and the number of hours and the kind of engagement that is spent in the digital world. And for us, really, the entire space of gaming, entertainment is to be able to build a relationship with the digital consumer and then cater to larger parts of the digital life, right? And we have interest-based communities also that do that, right? So for us, the greater the immersiveness in the digital life, the more we believe the opportunity for growth, is available to us. The second big point is that, ultimately, this is all the metaverse is about creating an economy around virtual goods, right? For the first time, India has recognized, digital virtual goods as, as a category of an asset class, etc. So if one were to really extend and extrapolate that further, more time, more of people's lives being spent in the digital world, and an economy that is being generated, around that. I think for Jet Synthesis, we have just about 1% of our journey complete as of today, because the window of opportunity that this has thrown open is just so massive when one were to look at it in that context. And that's really how we have been playing out, and we're taking a lot of steps to be able to unlock that potential of that world as well.
So Ruel, I just want to add one thing on the metaverse, because there is another very big opportunity from an India perspective, which is the whole concept of guilds and how esports and play to earn is coming in. Recently, we have partnered with Animoca Brands, which is the global leader in the metaverse and the whole Web3 space. And one of the big pieces around esports becoming a career is about the whole idea of guilds. And if you look at countries like Philippines and Indonesia, people are literally making income, earning multiple hundreds of dollars a year, a month, a day, actually, sorry, not a month, sitting at home playing these games professionally. And what is happening is, in this new era of gaming, it is just like how I buy a car and then I have a racer who's racing the car, like in an F1 race, and the driver and I split or have some kind of a fee. So literally people are buying virtual characters. So you could buy Axie Infinity characters, and then these professional athletes are called scholars. And by the way, we are now working with multiple scholars, and then you lend your items to these scholars, and they play the game and they win the game, and you have a revenue share with them on the winnings. So I think the metaverse is a very broad concept, but from an esports perspective, I know Gagan was talking about how do athletes make money, because ultimately we all know, right? If we want athletes to take this up, if you only 5-10 athletes are making money and 99% are not making any money, then nobody will do this. So I think there is a tremendous need to also accelerate the guilds and governance around the guilds itself, which I think is a very big opportunity from an Indian esports perspective.
Right. Saloni, I want to understand from you that since you're focused fund for Indian game developers, what big disruption will attract the next $100 million in your view? Sorry.
Yes. Very happy to answer that. But before that, I want to go back to a few, data points that were raised. and some stuff that I think Vishal said. I think it's important for us to now start looking at numbers and start looking at more data points, right? Actually, surprisingly now in India, when we talk about the game sizing market, a very healthy majority of that revenue is coming from in-app purchases and advertisements. It's actually no longer just purely RMG, which is driving the market. Further, when we look at projections, nearly 50% of IAPs are nearly 50% of India revenues are actually going to be generated from IAPs, and that's user behavior. In fact, the average spending capacity for a gamer in India is now about $14, with mid-core players spending between $50 to $70 a month. So these trends are remarkably changing and changing very fast. And also to go back to the fact that currently there are no titles which are India focused or Indian in nature, and it's never been seen before. But that's not true. When you look at markets which go through inflection points, whether it's the China market or whether it's the Turkey market, and I used to track the China market for a very long period of time. In 2004, actually foreign games used to account for 80% of China's titles and 70% of domestic revenue. In fact, the Legend of Mir, very much like PUBG from South Korea, was the country's top revenue generator that year. And in 2007, literally 3 years later, domestic online games or digital games started accounting for nearly 70% of the China market, which at that point of time was 1%.
Saloni, you're forgetting that the Chinese government effectively banned foreign publishers from publishing games.
That they banned a long time ago. That they had
I'm
banned
so sorry
a long
to
time
interrupt. I'm so sorry. Now we are short on time. I would like a quick response from you, Saloni, before I go to Abhishek and Gagan, and try to fit in one more question.
Yeah, so, I think what disrupts is going to be original content. We've already been betting on content plays. Nearly 50% of Lumikai's portfolio is content plays, whether it's Indian companies building for India from the world or Indian companies building for India from India. I think that's a combination of both. We've got companies like Studio Sira, which are building strategy, CCG games, which are just fantastic, very high quality immersive experiences, which rival world-class games. We have a company called Bombay Play, and all of these companies are doing incredibly exciting stuff for the India market. And there's, going to be much more news about these companies over the next quarter or so that's going to come out. But that momentum of backing Indian content is already underway.
Right. Abhishek, I want to understand from you, how does India actualizes esports potential if you look at the policy outlook, and how important is a stable policy approach to the entire, where are we to the entire ecosystem for them to expand and get the investments we are talking about?
Sure. I think, Royal, we've made a bit of a head start. I think what Vishal, Rajan, Saloni, and Gagan, of course, are highlighting are all very pivotal aspects, right? We're all talking of 4 or 5 different very critical aspects of where the direction that we are on right now. But let's be also fair and conscious to ourselves, the Indian market is actually at a very young stage. There's a long way off before we sort of can, shape this out and contour it into having most of the games available on the App Store, coming out of the Indian developers. Fortunately, we have in this very panel, 2 such very strong representative of the Indian gaming industry. And I think compliments to Exchange for Media for having to set this panel up, because at one end, we need to empower multiple such game developers and ideas to sort of come to the fore. And let's be conscious. Till about a year back, the government of India, incidentally, was still, if I were to, for a lack of a better word, ruminating over the idea of how to look at gaming. Today, they've taken a very conscious stand. And if it comes from the Honorable Prime Minister of the country, where he's highlighting that we need to promote indigenous games, I think what Saloni is saying is that there's enough disruption taking place. We just need to have a concerted outlook and continue to kind of support the ecosystem. We're a long way off before India actually becomes a very independent narrative as far as the esports player ecosystem is concerned, right? Gagan mentioned that's, the reason why we have some, a stalwart Indian Olympian like Gagan Narang with us is to be able to guide Federation of Electronic Sports Associations India to take the right sort of steps and measures from day one, where the core focus is the athletes. What we've learned in our very short journey in the recent past is that the athlete base in this country is very minuscule. We need to expand ourselves. And one of the big impediments we felt was not the fact that there are no young emerging business ideas. There are multiple, right? And we have focus funds like Lumika now looking at these aspects. In fact, Rajan, Vishal are also investors into this ecosystem. Fact of the matter is, it needs a robust support system coming in from the policymakers, which we see taking shape right now. In the inaugural session, Mr. Vaibhav Dange mentioned, founding director of FEI, we've already curated a policy document, which we intend to take to the government. In some parts, it's been sort of presented already. What are the things, not just towards just the sheer idea of, encouraging young minds to make games, but also create ecosystem by way of esports clinics, etc., to have multiple access points to young kids, right? Because for any such organization to succeed, you eventually, it'll be at the behest of the young athletes. And if we are not able to cater to their interests and make a competitive ecosystem, we're not going anywhere. One last point I'd like to highlight is India is the largest smartphone economy, right? We need to be conscious that that is the pivot that, India will bring to the world of gaming and esports per se. So currently the world is, of course, mobile phone plays a very important role. But as far as India is concerned, we are looking at over the next sort of 5 odd years, a CAGR of 10.5% incremental growth, reaching a market size of 281 billion, right? Almost doubling from where we are today. Because we are conscious of it, we are able to see that, there's a strong element of education coming into this. There's a strong element of currency that will come into this, right? There's a reason Vishal highlighted, right? That OTTs currently are featuring the likes of Indian movies, etc., at a global phenomenon. Let's be fair, Bollywood has taken that journey. It's been a long time, right? And ably supported by the largest community within this country. That's the direction we all need to sort of cumulatively sit on and head towards.
Absolutely. Final point, Gagan, closing remarks from you. So what would be the hot bets in terms of trends for 2022-23 for the gaming industry?
Like I said, our focus, especially from the perspective of FEI, would be to have a robust and a friendly ecosystem, which takes care of the needs of the industry as well as the athletes. And we spoke about technology, and I'm so happy that this is one of the most, I would say, intelligent conversations that we've had so far, or rather I have had so far on gaming, and with Vishal and Rajan and Salome coming in, I think it adds a lot of value and perspective to this platform. And what better use of technology? I'm sitting here in the middle of the jungle, and still I am not away from technology. I'm 40 feet up on a tower talking to all of you. And that is what is going to grow. And I think going forward, especially with respect to FEI, we would want to build a very India-centric narrative as well, because most of you mentioned that we have a lot of foreign games coming into the picture. And if you hear about the AVGC comment that the Prime Minister also made, he spoke about having the Indian narrative into it. So that would also be one of our key points going forward. Of course, placing athletes first is very, very important. Their mental well-being, their physical well-being is also important. And that is when the whole industry, of course, you will have to educate the parents as well, because they are the ones who actually, gives the smartphone to a kid and say, okay, you can play now, and so on and so forth. So once they start getting paid for it, like Vishal said, I think the whole ecosystem is going to go right up. And like I said, exciting times coming forward, and good to catch up with all of you here.
Thank you so much.
Royal, one last point I'd like to conclude on, just to kind of continue on this theme, right? We recently hosted a 4-month-long tournament on one of India's favorite games, which is cricket, right? Incidentally, it comes out of the Jet Synthesis banner. What we are saying is, it was not just a way of FEI putting out its intent in developing indigenous games. We had entries of over 1 lakh kids, 12,500 odd kids eventually participated, right? And it turned out to be a fascinating contest.
Absolutely. So I'm so sorry. So sorry to cut it here, but thank you so much, everyone, for joining us. I got a queue and the next speakers lined up, but thank you, everyone, for joining us.
Thank you, everyone. Good talking to all of you.
Thank you, everyone. Thank you for joining. Thank you to all our eminent panelists for their esteemed view. So, ladies and gentlemen, as Ruhel rightly said, it is time for us to move on to our next session, where we hope you all are having a great time viewing this great summit, which is E4M GameON, and all you've got to do is hashtag E4M GameON. With this, it is time for me to invite Mr. Vineet Karnik, the head Sports, Esports and Entertainment Group M South Asia for a presentation and unveiling of e4m Group M ESP report on Indian online and gaming landscape. Well, with this, I'd like to humbly invite on the stage and screen Mr. Vineet Karnik. Thank you so much for your valuable time. We're looking forward to interacting with you and, of course, hearing from you. Over to you.
Hey, Bhavna. Hi. Thank you. And welcome you all. I think I was listening to the first session and it was absolutely fantastic to know these views. And I think the discussion between Mr. Batra and Mr. Vaibhav was also very interesting. I think that gives a fantastic pivot to the entire effort from e4m's standpoint. And I would like to congratulate you guys for the second edition of it, and would like to welcome our audience and the people who are interested in the gaming ecosystem for the second edition. So on that note, I would like to give a quick perspective. So obviously you all know that we are about to launch one of its kind first e4m Group M ESP's report on Indian online gaming ecosystem. So before we do that, we just thought that we will give a quick context in terms of what is this about. So I just wanted one question. Do you want me to upload the presentation, or is someone from the team doing it?
Allow me a moment, Mr. Karnik, on that. Could the team kindly confirm the backend team? If we do have Sir's presentation, let's just get that uploaded. Just allow me a moment, Mr. Karnik.
Yeah, sure.
Could you update?
Yes, we'll do it.
Yeah. Okay. So are you going to be uploading it?
Well, actually, I can do it from my end. That's not a challenge.
Okay, Mr. Karnik, if that can be done, that'll be preferred since you can maneuver it better from your side.
So is my screen visible?
Yes, just in the presentation mode. Yeah. Perfect. Yeah. Thank you.
So you can see the slide, right? It says e4m Group M report on Indian online gaming landscape. You can see that, right? Fantastic. Perfect. Fantastic. So super. So great. So a very quick heads up. So before we get into the next phase of this conference, there's some numbers on the screen. So let me put these numbers into context. Okay. So we all have been speaking about a lot of excitement around gaming, where the market would look at. So we've been looking at multiple different reports from various different parties, right, from India or abroad. So by and large, what we see is that people are pegging the entire Indian domestic online gaming market by 2023 to be approximately 15,000 crores. Now that's massive. So at the beginning of this, I would want to set certain ground rules. Now 15,000 crores as a number looks very, very large, and it is large. And I have no doubts that we will achieve it, or no, I'm sure we will maybe surpass this number. But what is important to understand is, where is this number coming from? There are three elements to this number. Okay, the first element is the entire real money gaming kind of an ecosystem. The second is about the fantasy sports ecosystem. And the third is about online gaming. So for the purpose of this conference, this discussion, we are going to be focusing only on the online gaming domestic market, because at the end of it, this conference, this ecosystem, we want the marketeers to benefit from the conversation that we are having, and evangelize the gaming and esports ecosystem going forward. So we just thought that it's very important in the beginning to call this out, that we are talking only about online gaming and esports, not about real money gaming and fantasy. Now, on the right-hand side top of your screen, you see a number of 400 million. Now, 400 million gamers are there in the country. Now, the question that comes to my mind is, how many people play any sport to the tune of 400 million? So I'm not too sure if, as Indians, we have got 400 million people playing any sport, whether it's cricket, football, hockey, kabaddi, I don't know. So that's a very, very large number. Now think about it, okay? I think someone in the previous session I heard talking about people loving to watch gamers playing on streaming platform. YouTube alone talks about 998, almost about 1,000 million subscribers who have subscribed to gaming genre, right? Now, that actually is a massive number. Now, if you look at another number on the screen, which is 1.6 million, that is about number of gaming content being uploaded on YouTube. Okay. Now, interestingly, if you put this into perspective, for 400 million gamers in India, 998 million gaming community subscribing to various different gaming content, there is 1.6 million pieces of videos being uploaded on YouTube till now. I mean, that's massive, right? These numbers are really, really huge for all of us to, take this very, very seriously and evangelize this space and possibly help the entire ecosystem to make some sense of these numbers, because what happens is numbers without putting into perspective may not have any meaning. So what I will speak about in my subsequent slides is about how are we going to be making sense of these numbers, and how can marketeers, how can brands, how can advertisers use this entire business. So just to put things in perspective again, gaming and esports can help brands connect with hard to reach audience. We all know that 50% of Indians are youth. I think in average age of about 25 to 28. Now, these are the tough nuts to crack in terms of how do you reach out to them? What are they doing? We are already in a very, very fragmented content ecosystem any which ways, with multiple television channels, with multiple screens, with multiple digital channels. Advertisers need to know how to play this game right. And this is where we need to possibly help the entire ecosystem to possibly see how can we evangelize this space, how can we help each other to utilize this huge new kid on the block to possibly leverage from a consumer lens, from an audience lens. So therefore, on your screen currently are key takeouts that we have from whatever we have researched, from whatever we have understood, and we will try to give most of it in our report by end of this. So the first key takeout that we have figured is gaming surged during the pandemic, and it's a no-brainer, no prizes to guess. Pandemic only catapulted the entire gaming ecosystem. We always knew that there's a significant amount of audience in this space, but we sort of maybe we sort of practiced it ourselves, and maybe the proof of concept came in from there. That actually links it to point 2. So gaming audience are becoming older, and more females are getting adopted to the entire gaming ecosystem, right? So maybe what gaming was to a younger audience pre-pandemic, the older generation also started dabbling into it, and that's when the believability came in. So today, if we think that only the youth of this country or youth across the world is looking at gaming as a platform, that's not true. We have significant amount of older audiences, maybe in the range of 35-year-old or 40-year-old, and of course many women who are coming and wanting to possibly participate in the gaming ecosystem. The third takeaway that we have is it is easier than ever to advertise on these platforms, whether it could be a influencer marketing, taking gamers as your influencers, or whether it is in gaming integrations that you want to have, some of the innovations that you may want to do with gamers and games. They are very, very easily possible because agencies like us and content creators like the gamers are absolutely well averse over the last 2.5 years to how to handle this thing, how to give value back to advertisers. So it's not a very difficult beast to crack. It's relatively become easier. The fourth takeaway in our mind is esports will eventually have a major opportunity to offer to advertisers and marketeers, because as we get back to the open world, we will see a lot of esport events being held and with a lot of fan following. More importantly, you have the Asian Games this year coming on, and we will have a very, very strong, competitive Indian contingent from a gaming perspective who will compete at the Asian Games, and hopefully will get us a lot of glory. And that possibly could be the pivot. And we've been talking about it. I think I spoke about it in the last edition of GameOn, where we said that 2022 perhaps could be the inflection point for this sector, because even if we do well and win a medal in Asian Games, suddenly it becomes a massive talking point. And fifth, and very important point that we would want to make is gaming is changing the rules of brand loyalty. So what it necessarily means is what's popular today may not be popular tomorrow. So therefore, the brand loyalty from a gamer's perspective is not there. So therefore, advertiser needs to look at this space very, very carefully. And it's not that I've participated in this game, I've done something with this game, and therefore I've done everything. I think brand loyalty keeps changing. So a new game keeps coming maybe every month, every second month. So therefore, we need the landscape needs to be changing, and therefore our strategy from an advertising perspective needs to evolve based on the changes in the marketplace and in the gaming ecosystem. So these, in our mind, was our key takeaways. Moving on, we're going to be talking about three key stakeholders in the entire ecosystem who will possibly help us make some sense of this from a business of gaming and esports perspective. So advertiser becoming a very, very important piece in the whole thing, followed by agencies and of course game publishers. So what necessarily this chart says is that from an advertiser's perspective, gaming can help brands to reach and engage audiences tricky to access via other media. So the audiences which are normally not on obvious mediums like television, print, and some of the digital ecosystem are these gaming audiences who are absolutely queued onto that. And we have seen the passion points in multiple different forums, multiple different ways. And most of us would agree that that audience is so passionate that they're only at that. So it basically helps reach out to an audience which is not engaged anywhere but only to this. So that's focus that brings to this business. Gamers are more amenable to ads and many suppose as long as brands do not interrupt their experiences. So unlike the television media and to some extent digital media where the ads are served to audiences as one size fit all, gamers don't pretty much enjoy interruption in their experiences. So therefore, we need to be very innovative. We need to be very, very careful about how are we engaging with them. So interactivity is a word which I would want to bring on to this point. We need to be more interactive with this community rather than interrupting their experiences. So very, very carefully curate our experiences with them from a messaging standpoint is the point we're trying to make on this. Marketeers must define their brand safety tolerance before investing in gaming. Again, so I mean, being a part of the GroupM ecosystem, we understand the brand space very, very well. Most global brands and most big brands in India would have a brand safety guidelines in terms of what they can do and what they can't do in terms of engaging with their audience. What typically we have seen is in India, most popular games are games with a lot of violence. So we need to be very, very careful about what are we trying to do with who, because our brand messaging needs to somewhere be in sync with the game's construct, right? Supposing I'm talking about a very, very lovable brand, very, very happy brand, and it being a part of a very, very violent kind of a game may not suit the audience and the brand personality there. So I think a couple of watch outs there before we indulge. So that's the work that advertiser needs to be doing for this. Agencies like us will have to do a serious amount of work on this, and actually we've got a lot of time during the lockdown and the entire 2 years period to do some serious stuff here, because it is easier to plan and buy advertising in around the game than ever before from a programmatic standpoint, because it's quite straightforward. I mean, there's a streaming of game happening. You put the advertising there. There are guidelines that have been defined by the digital ecosystem. So programmatic trading model is something which is a simpler model. However, there is a lot of work that needs to be done in the measurement space, because if this business has to scale up, some kind of a standard around measurement needs to come in, because if in a lack of standard, people will only experiment, but they will always think about investing big dollars, because everybody eventually likes to look at the return of investment to some extent. While we all understand it's a sunrise industry, it's an industry which we need to shape up, but without a mechanism of measurement, this is going to be challenging. So job to be done for us and the game publishers together. A very, very important point. Agencies can learn much from the mobile gaming apps, which have become experts in performance advertising. Now, while there is no standard mechanism for measurement, the point is, can we lean on some of the best practices in this, and see if we can create a tool which possibly can give some insights on measurability, accountability, which will eventually define the ROI for advertisers. From a game publisher standpoint, games publishers must make it as easy as possible for advertisers to monitor and analyze their campaigns. So somewhere we want the publisher community who is possibly watching this presentation to make a note of this, that they need to work with agencies like us, they need to work with advertisers to possibly make it more palatable, more dependable, more accountable for them, because only once we work together in tandem is when the trust will build, and therefore experiments can happen, and experiments will lead to success stories, case studies, and therefore we will then embark a journey of creating a very, very serious and a robust, and more importantly, a sustainable business model. This means collaborating across industry to create a standard approach to metric and measurement is very, very important. Popular game titles can provide a useful platform for content integration, helping reach and wider audience. What this means is, again, a message to the game publishers ecosystem is that there are very, very popular games who have a lot of stringent policies in terms of what they can do and what they can't do. Now, experimentation needs to happen at the top. It can't happen at the bottom of the pyramid. So therefore, we need help and support from the publisher ecosystem who have popular games to possibly come forward and create some interesting case studies. And we are giving a couple of them in the report, which you guys will have access to in some time, wherein interesting case studies need to be created, which will motivate a lot of brands and advertising community to eventually experiment and come on board and try to see if they can engage with their consumers, with their audience through that platform. And if it works, obviously more dollars will be poured into that business back. Moving on, we are looking at 6 ways for brands to participate in gaming ecosystem, because at the end of it, we all as an industry can do many things. Without the brand support, without advertiser support, this is not going to be possible. So we are just trying to give 6 ways or 6 approaches in which brands can possibly use gaming, esports as a platform for them to promote their brand stories. So first and foremost, look at ad networks from an in-game inventory standpoint.
Okay. Apologies on queuing in. We just, the time closure is happening towards your session. So we just request you to, in the next few minutes, please continue.
Absolutely. We have got 2 more slides and then we are good to go. Yeah.
Okay, perfect.
So detailed ROI tracking and audience targeting case studies, reliable delivery to impressions. It's a known model, absolutely there, tried and tested through the programmatic pipe. That is something which is quite obvious. Look at community streaming platforms. Reliable delivery of impressions and audience tracking is something which is available in those platforms, and therefore that's an experiment, and that's the baby step that one can take. Esport tournaments, as we walk into open world again, are going to be very, very popular. Online, offline, various different ways to engage through various different sponsorship, through various different sponsored prizes that you can give and get closer to the community. Team associations, I mean, we have seen in the live sports ecosystem, team associations and sponsorships is such a massive business today and a successful model. Nothing stops us to take those learnings in that and have our participation by sponsoring various esports teams. In-game integration, again, a very a low barrier to engage, so we can integrate brands and reach established audience to low barriers, high immersive way, because once you are there as a part of the game, your brands can be seen, your stories can be told in a very, very interactive way. So that's another way one could look at. And of course, the gamer ecosystem, which we call it as influencers, how you can what you can do with them in terms of content, how you can use them through various different social media platforms, through their own platforms like YouTube, Instagram, Facebook, is something which we can look at. So there's 6 ways advertisers can use the gaming ecosystem today, and I think the industry is looking at a lot of support and both ways to look at how we can work together on this one. So what are the 5 lessons that we have learned through the process? Okay, 5 lessons will be targeted online gaming audience. Be aggressive. We need to be very, very aggressive on platforms. Don't look at putting limited resources. If you are putting resources, go all hog. Combine 2 or more platforms consistently if you want any results. So we spoke about 6 ways to engage. At least at any given point in time, we would urge advertisers to use minimum 2 ways to look at. Don't use any one. You may not get your desired results. Second lesson we learned was know where your fans are to avoid overlap. Understanding your audience becomes very, very critical. So therefore, your investments become very, very targeted. Don't shut out game titles. Okay, don't look at preferences, because as I said, loyalty is very, very important point. It's hardly there. So don't look at preferences. I mean, today audience could be anywhere. Just be open to various different game titles and don't stuck to 1 or 2. Brand safety becomes very, very paramount. I spoke about it a couple of minutes back. Look at brand safety guidelines before you choose the game. Push learnings. Don't just tone down what those learnings are. We need to learn. Everybody is going to be evolving this space. A lot of learnings going to happen. I would want to believe there is no expert to this business. We will all learn over a period of time. So learn as much you can, get as many insights, and use that in your second time. So that's something which we would urge. Last but not the least, and I will just zoom through this slide, the potential challenges for brands when investing in gaming. We need to look at those very, very carefully, and I'll just quickly take you guys through. Gaming audiences are highly fragmented across titles, devices, and platforms. Prioritize your segment before we decide. Games have a shelf life. Brands cannot assume that a title will remain there forever. So keep your eyes and ears open. Monitor what's happening in this space very, very carefully. Gaming lacks cross-industry standards on issues like measurement. Brands should agree on their approach, their objectives with the publisher before committing to their investment, so that the publisher, the agencies, and the brands can work together to look at what are the measurable objectives, so that everybody is happy at the end of it. In-game violence is very common, and as I said, those are most popular games across the world, and India is not too behind. So look out for that. Look for your brand guidelines. In-game violence is extremely common. Marketers should ensure game content is appropriate for their brand. Live streaming platforms are hard to monitor in real time. Marketeers must rephrase their approach to brand safety monitoring, because otherwise you will do something, it will not be appreciated by your core audience, and that is something which none of us want, right? Look at gaming influencers from a perspective of brand safety again, because of the violence, because of the language, young guys, boys and girls who are doing it. Language is discomforting language is very, very common across platforms, we have noticed. So look for those things beforehand, give the proper brief, have an engaging conversation before you take your campaigns live. So these are potential challenges to look for. And on that note, since we have very, very limited time, I'm extremely happy and proud to announce the launch of the e4m Group M ESP's first India online gaming report to be published here. All of you can download it from the GameON website. It's live as we speak. I'm sure you will find it very, very interesting. We have done our best to research across the various different data points across the world and India, and try to give you various different perspective and numbers which potentially can make sense for us to look at this business in terms of how can we scale this up in a more sustained way for the next couple of years to go. And on that note, happy reading to all you guys. Extremely proud about this initiative. Thanks a lot, E4M team, who have worked relentlessly with us to put this together over the last couple of months. I hope you enjoy reading, and thanks a lot for this opportunity, and see you guys soon.
Thank you. Thank you so much, Mr. Kanik, for those valuable insights, and thank you for joining us. So, ladies and gentlemen, as he rightly said, that the report is going to be available for download. So the details are going to be shortly shared, of course, and there's going to be a communication on the same individually to everyone as well. Thank you, Mr. Kanik. Well, in interest of time, we have to move on to the next session. Well, for this, it is my honor to now invite for our keynote presentation. I'd now like to call upon Mr. Darang Chandra, the Director, Southeast Asia at Nico Partners, to give us an understanding of the global gamer. So thank you so much, Mr. Darang. Thank you for joining us, and thank you for waiting by. I know we are over scheduled by 10 minutes. We hope to catch up with you on your session. Thank you, and over to you, please.
Thank you, Bhavana.
Thank you.
Okay, I will share my screen real quick.
Yes,
I hope everyone can look at it right now.
Yes, we can. Please,
all right.
Over to you.
Okay, thank you so much. So first, thank you for E4M for having me today. As mentioned, my name is Darang Chandra, and I'm the Director for Southeast Asia Research at Nico Partners. We are a market research and consulting firm covering video games, esports, and streaming in Asia and the Middle East. Since 2002, we have been exclusively researching and analyzing the digital games market in Asia. And this year marks Nico's 20th anniversary. And our experience in conducting custom and syndicated research on gaming, both in terms of consumers and the markets, are our greatest strength. With all that being said, today I would like to share with all of you Nico's data on the global gamer with a focus on Asia. So a big number as the to begin this presentation. So yeah, in 2021, we estimated that the games revenue for PC and mobile in Asia reached $81 billion, with around $35 billion came from Asia 10, which is our term for India, Indonesia, Japan, Korea, Malaysia, the Philippines, Singapore, Thailand, Vietnam, and Chinese Taipei. And the rest, or around $46 billion, are from China. The number of gamers in Asia is also astounding, with the total number of PC and mobile gamers in Asia reaching 1.4 billion people. And around half are from Asia 10, and then around 700 million, or the rest, are from China. We expect that the number of gamers will also grow at a 5-year compound rate at 8.1% to reach around 949 million in Asia 10 alone. So that's around like 400 to 500 million in India alone, and then 400 million in the rest of Asia, and then around 700 to 800 million in China. So game industry in Asia, both in terms of revenue and in terms of the players, are amazing, and it's very big. And one of the main reasons is that because Asia dominates the world's game market. The Asia video game market comprises 55.1% of the total global games revenue. We estimated that there are around 140 billion US dollars worth of video game market, and 81.5 billion of it came from Asia, as mentioned before. And Asia has more public game companies than any other regions on Earth, with 5 out of the top 10 biggest game companies in 2021 by market value are from Asia, with companies such as Tencent, Sony, NetEase, Garena, and Nintendo. And if you look at the top 50 biggest game companies in the world, Asia is home to 26 out of the top 50 game companies by market value. And one of the main drivers of growth and components of market revenue is female gamers. According to Nikko's research, we found that female gamers make up around 35% of the total gamers in Asia. And the number is always growing. Last year alone, female gamers grew at around 7.6%, while the total growth of gamers, both male and female, are 5%. So female gamers are growing faster than the gamers in general. And then female gamers spending are also always increasing, with around 10 billion US dollars spent by mobile gamers in Asia 10 who are female, and then 13 billion US dollars by female gamers in China who play in mobile. So, and in general, Asia is a mobile first region. Mobile games have more revenue than PC games in Asia, and console is very niche. It is big in several countries such as Japan or Korea, but then in other countries, it's not as big. And then we can move on to Nikko's Asia 10 markets. As I've mentioned, the Asia 10 markets you can see on the top right corner of the screen. These are the markets that we cover. And in this 10 games market, Japan and Korea are slated to remain the largest markets in Asia 10, accounting for 80% of total PC and mobile game revenue. So out of all of this amazing revenue, 80% are from 2 countries alone, only from Japan and Korea. While the rest of the Asia 10 markets, they are very high in terms of players, but not really in terms of revenue, because all of them are still growing. India especially, and the Southeast Asian countries are the largest markets by gamers, accounting for 44% of players for India, and then 40% of Southeast Asia, respectively, in Asia, excluding China. Other fast-growing markets by revenue that I can mention are Indonesia, Thailand, and Vietnam, with the fastest growing markets by players include the Philippines and Vietnam as well. But the fastest growing in Asia is India, with 29% growth rate for the number of players, and then more than that for the number of revenue. And it should be noted that more than 90% of gamers in Asia 10 are playing on mobile. And in 2025, we estimated that almost 97% of them will all be playing on mobile, with India leading the way. This slide will show you some of the summary of our reports, such as the combined PC and mobile games revenue, which reached 35 billion in Asia 10. The total number that I already mentioned of mobile gamers and PC gamers that will be estimated to be around 714 million people in 2021. And then mobile gamers in India are more engaged than any other markets in Asia 10, playing 14 hours of mobile games each week on average, according to our survey. And mobile gamers in Asia are also more likely to pay for in-app purchases when their friends are playing and paying as well. So communities are very important when talking about gaming in Asia. Discounts and special offers are also interesting because they're all offering key driver of in-app purchases spent. And a quarter of mobile gamers in Asia 10 are also willing to watch ads if it can help them discover new fun games, or if they get rewards and bonuses from watching those ads. These are some examples of our research. In general, when we're talking about in-app purchases for gaming in Asia, skins and cosmetics lead the way with 12.3% of mobile gamers in Asia pay for skins and cosmetics. So all across the markets that we cover, skins and cosmetics are the most popular, followed by equipment, and then loot boxes or battle passes. Those are the main three in-app purchases that gamers prefer when playing mobile games. And in terms of ads, most players that we asked, they said that they will only watch the ads if it helps them discovering more fun games. Although in China, the number is different because most of them will close the ads as soon as possible because probably because there are just too many ads in the market. Some people also said that they would watch ads, as I've mentioned, that if they get rewards or bonuses by watching the ads. With players in India especially said that they really want to watch ads if it can help them discovering more fun games at around 30%, one of the highest in the region. And if we zoom into India's video games market itself, India is the fastest growing market in Asia 10 by both revenue and players. And it is set to break the record of $1 billion of revenue within our forecast period. So in the next 4 to 5 years, we expect that Indian game market will reach more than $1 billion US. However, India has the lowest ARPU, or the average revenue per user, in Asia 10. And the market requires a unique approach for monetization. As I've mentioned, ads and in-app purchases are different in India compared to the rest of Asia. And we also expect the growth to be driven by an increase in smartphone users, primarily as infrastructure investment increase in India. We also expect that the rollout of 5G technology across the region, including in India, will increase the focus on gaming and esports across the country. We also see that in terms of players, India is the second highest in the world, with the first being China, obviously. And then the rest of Asia only cover like around 25 or to 24% of the total gamers in Asia. So if you look into like the graph on the bottom left, you can see that 50% of gamers in Asia are from China, around 24% are from India, and the rest are from the rest of Asia. So India is a giant in terms of gamers in Asia. And we can't talk about the world game market without talking about China, because it is the giant that we know is always growing. China's mobile games market in 2021 reached $32 billion US, with around 700 million mobile gamers. And its PC games revenue is also high at $13.6 billion US, with 300 million gamers. It should be noted that there are a lot of cross-play and then a lot of intersections between the gamers. So a lot of mobile gamers are also PC gamers and vice versa. Although not all mobile gamers are PC gamers. And console is also interesting because China banned console for decades. They just opened it in the past few years. So when we talk about console in China, we will always be talking about both the legal console hardwares and then the gray market, or consoles that are sold from Hong Kong or Macau. And then the number is also astounding at around $2 billion US, with around 15 million gamers playing console games. However, this is very small compared to mobile or PC. And one of the main drivers of gaming in Asia is esports, as you all know. Esports that are popular in Asia have taken the global lead, with the dominance of Asian esports is becoming apparent on global scale. Last year, the most watched tournaments globally for titles of esports are mostly from Asian popular titles, mostly mobile titles such as Free Fire, PUBG or Battlegrounds Mobile India, and then Mobile Legends as well. And then like we have titles such as like Dota 2 and League of Legends, all of which are also popular in Asia. And Mobile Legends, Free Fire, and PUBG Mobile now draw a larger audience than traditionally popular Western PC titles like Counter-Strike or Dota 2. As you can see in this chart, most of the most watched esports tournaments last year were Asian-based tournaments or Asian-based titles such as Free Fire, PUBG Mobile, or Mobile Legends. And Asia is also home to the largest audience of esports players and fans in the world, with around 658.5 million esports gamers. Esports viewership boomed during COVID-19 lockdowns, and esports titles saw a surge of new players. So COVID-19 lockdowns brought high growth to the esports market. And while tournament ecosystems struggled in the move to online play in the past 2 years, in some markets, the value of esports content was at all-time high by year-end last year because of the steady increase of esports audience and streaming. Now we are seeing an increase in new events as tournaments return, and we think that the next few years we will see the market reconsolidate, and then tournaments will be more and more fascinating to watch as tournaments return offline. These are like some numbers about esports in Asia. We estimate that the global esports revenue reached $1 billion last year, and then more than half of it, or $543 million of it, is based from esports revenue in Asia, and it is around 5% increase from 2019. Esports plays an important role at internet cafes as well. So in Asia, especially in East and Southeast Asia, internet cafes are very important for esports because players watch esports tournaments or playing at local amateur tournaments as the main reason for visiting iCafes, especially in like China, Korea, and Indonesia. It's not as big in India, but it is something that is growing in East and Southeast Asia. And also 9.2% of mobile gamers in Asia compete in amateur or professional esports tournaments, according to our survey, with iCafes again being the most popular locations for amateur esports tournaments to take place. We have seen the number of esports viewership increase by 21% since 2019 due to the pandemic. In 2019, we estimated there are around 510 million esports viewers, but then in 2020, it increased into 618 million, and then now we expect that it is increasing even more in 2021 to around 615 million esports viewers and esports gamers as well. When we say esports game players, it doesn't mean that those who play in tournaments, it means that those who play esports games. So maybe people will play Free Fire or Battlegrounds Mobile India or Valorant or Dota 2 or League of Legends, but they are not taking place in the tournaments. They just play esports games. And also we see an increase of around 7.3% since 2019, mostly because of the lockdowns. And then the revenue generated by the esports industry that we cover in Nico Partners includes sponsorships, licensing, franchising, ticketing, merchandising, and some other revenues, but does not include the game revenue because that is something different that we cover for the game industry revenue, not the esports revenue. Asia also sets the pace for international competitions. Asia is the hub for world's top esports events, driven by the size of Asian esports audience, the maturity of esports infrastructure, and by national, regional, and local incentives for esports tournament organizers. We have seen dedicated esports venues and event infrastructure being built in Asia that support large-scale esports competitions and simplify production logistics. Governments across the region, including in India, also compete for esports tourism. Cities and countries compete to host international esports events by offering incentives and subsidies. This ecosystem is also drawing more international tournaments to Asia each year, with several interesting tournaments to note, including the International Dota 2 Championship, the Mobile Legends World Tournament, and then the League of Legends World Championship, all of which are happening in Asia. In Southeast Asia, we also have the Southeast Asia Games, or also known as SEA Games. In 2019, it became the first and the largest internationally sanctioned sporting event to include esports as a medal event. SEA Games is officially held under the Olympic Committee of Asia, and is also returning this year as well in Vietnam. Some titles that are played in SEA Games include Mobile Legends, Dota 2, Tekken 7, StarCraft, Arena of Valor, and Hearthstone. The International Dota 2 tournament was held in Shanghai, and it corresponded with Shanghai's efforts to establish itself as an international hub for esports and competitions through a lot of infrastructures and incentive support by the Chinese government. Another tournament that is interesting is the League of Legends World Championship, in which Asian teams have been successful in the last 4 years, and it became one of the strong driver of esports growth across Asia. In Seoul in 2018 in South Korea, the League of Legends World Finals set a global audience record with almost 100 million people turning in over the course of the event, as well as 30,000 people in the stadium. Esports is also a complex system. The ecosystem flowchart, as you can see here, include many moving points. More streaming platforms are included as well, not just the games itself and the game publishers. We have seen esports tournaments organizers cooperating with sponsors, cooperating with franchises, with league profit sharing with the esports teams, also with ticketing and media like licensing and merchandising. So a lot of stuff flows in esports. And increasing competition between platforms are also interesting to note, because in Asia, although we have YouTube and Twitch and Facebook gaming as in other parts of the world, but Asia also has a dynamic market for live streaming platforms. So in India, you have Loco, which is also behind me. And then we have Africa TV in Korea, for example. We have Nico Nico, which is not related to Nico Partners, but it is a live streaming service in Japan. And then increasing competition between platforms for key markets are interesting to note in Asia. We have seen deeper platform segmentation as each of these platforms seek to establish its niche. And it also generates competition for esports media licenses and broadcast exclusivity, becoming one of the major revenue streams for esports. As you can see, China has their own platforms such as Douyu, Huya, and Bilibili. Southeast Asia has Garena Live, Booyah, Nemo TV, and Cube TV, and Bigo Live. Korea has Africa TV, Naver TV, Kakao TV, and VLive. Japan has OpenRec, Nico Nico, and Mildom. And India, we have Loco and Rio, to name a few in the esports streaming industry. And then what about future trends? I talked about esports and gaming in general, but Asia-made games are also spreading out of Asia and into the Western markets. In the US alone, Asian games cut out 52% of the market. So this is something that if you're a developer or a publisher, the US is a big market for Asian-made games, although for now, most of them are from China, Japan, and Korea, but then other parts of Asia are also taking part in this race, with strategy games, RPG games, and shooter games being the main popular genres for Asian games in the United States. According to this data from Sensor Tower, we have seen that it's the Asian-made games in the US worth around $1 billion US. And then Asian game revenue keep on increasing from just 500 million in 2020 first quarter to around 1 billion in the last quarter. So almost double the size in just 2 years because of the pandemic. Some interesting titles that should be noted, including e4m, The King's Return. It is a Chinese game, but it even made its promotion advertisement in Super Bowl 2017. And they have studios across Asia as well. So this is something that should be noted, that Asian-made games are also popular in the US. That means developers in Asia, they have the chance to go toe-in-toe with the Western publishers. Another interesting development that we have seen in Asia is also the cloud gaming, with around 1.5 billion gamers in general in Asia. It is a high number of people that can be tapped into cloud gaming, especially as most of them play on mobile. And with 5G rollout ongoing, we forecast that most of these 5G users can also be tapped into cloud gaming users. Asia is, of course, a mobile-first market, and this is where most gamers will experience cloud gaming for the first time. With cloud gaming, mobile-only gamers will be able to play high-end console and PC games for the first time. Existing console and PC games will also be able to extend their existing player reach into mobile. However, much of the interest around cloud gaming in Asia is being driven by telecoms. And there are some issues with the infrastructures that we have in Asia. Some countries such as China, Japan, and Korea, they have their own cloud gaming services that build on top of their existing platform strategies, and it will work even better in those three countries, while some other countries, they still have less developed infrastructure for cloud gaming. So it will be a different experience across Asia. So for example, in this slide, you can see the viability of cloud gaming in Asia. We found that Korea, Japan, and China obviously are the more developed countries with cloud gaming technology in terms of overall viability because of their infrastructure and network, content capability, and then value and cost. Countries with darker shades here, they have lesser viability in these different categories. And for example, India, it is very good for value and cost, but for infrastructure and content generation, it's still quite low. However, it doesn't mean that there are no hope for cloud gaming. It is something that's still ongoing, and we think that as long as 5G plans and cloud gaming services will be priced at relatively affordable ways when compared to other markets, cloud gaming can also grow in these countries. And next, what will we have? Metaverse, blockchain, all of these jargons, we don't know because this is something that's still ongoing, but we can say some of our thoughts. Metaverse itself became a hot word in 2021 due to numerous tech and gaming companies embracing the concept. We in Nico Partners believe that live service video games have been building towards the metaverse concept for decades. I mean, I've been playing MMORPGs in 2001 with metaverse style experience and immersions, better than a lot of today's metaverse even. But then with the advent of metaverse in the world, we see that game development, media platforms, and other companies will have an advantage when entering this space. We expect a game focused on metaverse will reap the initial benefits of this trend, while tech-first companies will struggle to overvalue to their users compared to game-based companies. However, we don't expect to see a true metaverse experience soon, maybe like in a decade, based on the currently accepted definitions. About blockchain and cryptocurrencies, we are still investigating it. Blockchain-based games, they made headlines last year due to their success, such as Axie Infinity across Southeast Asia. And venture capitals, they have invested billions in blockchain-based games and NFT games. However, the past year, we have seen the rise of play-to-earn model as well. And we expect to see new innovative game projects to increase the adoption of blockchain games. But this is still a very tight rope to walk. There will be still a lot of regulatory hurdles and evolution of the terms that we don't expect this to be becoming mainstream anytime soon. Challenges may also occur, especially because of the instability of the technology and the instability of the regulations. And out of the 14 markets that we cover, Japan, South Korea, and China will be the leaders for these new trends. However, we also note that Southeast Asian and South Asian companies and publishers, they will have the upper hand in terms of users because of the high number of gamers living in these countries. All right, and that is everything from me. Thank you so much for attending this session. My name is Darang, and you can see that you can contact me at darang@nicopartners.com. You can visit our website at nicopartners.com. We have some free stuff as well, such as the Nico News Free Weekly Market Intelligence. We have blog posts and articles, as well as data, both free and paid reports. Okay, and thank you for tuning, and I'll give it back to E4M. Thank you.
Thank you. Thank you so much, Mr. Chandra. Thank you for joining us and giving us your valuable time. Indeed, a very insightful presentation that was, and we have a lot to look back for from that. So, well, ladies and gentlemen, with this, it is time for us. Thank you. With this, it is time for us to move on to the next session. But before that, let's just cue in certain AVs, and then we move on to calling upon for the next session. So we have the team now queue in for the AVs.
Technology has always shaped how we communicate with one another. The wheel, the printing press, the Pony Express, the telegraph, the telephone, the computer, and mobile devices. Technology changes, yet one truth remains. We want our communications and interactions to be meaningful and have relevance. Today, however, driving real connections are easier said than done. But we help brands do that, to drive real connections. With our platform technology and exclusive mobile data, InMobi helps you understand, identify, engage, and acquire your customers. InMobi, driving real connections.
Experience tranquility.
Yeah, couple. GameON is in state power report and they are so good.
काफी मजा आया
है ना? हाँ ऐसे तुम भी रेडी हो जाओ.
There were two links. One was from Manish, one was from me. So I joined in using that link.
All right. Well, ladies and gentlemen, with this, it is time for us to move on to our next session. Thank you all for joining us and being a part of the second edition of the GameON, which is the online summit of e4m. Thank you all for giving us your valuable time, and it is time for us to move on to our next session. Now, this is going to be, what doesn't, or rather, who doesn't like an interesting fireside chat? Well, for this, we're going to be inviting on the stage and screen Mr. Roland Landers, the CEO of All India Gaming Federation, for a fireside chat with Mr. Manish Agarwal, CEO of Nazara Technologies. Well, we're going to have a great chat, and it's going to be amazing to hear the two gentlemen talk about how to make gaming grow in India. Well, if you would like any further questions to go to them, well, this session is scheduled till 4:20 Indian Standard Time. So we'd love for it to start at the earliest. But if you do have any questions, please go ahead and tweet with hashtag e4m GameON, a very simple hashtag. And we'd request you to continue with, being online and interacting with the speakers. So Manish, before, I believe Roland has gone on the other interface and he's maybe joined on the other side, but he's just going to be joining us shortly in the back end. We'd just like to know your opening thoughts before, of course, Roland joins in. Since your expertise is so immense, we'd love to know your opening thoughts on the topic today, Manish. We just request you to unmute, please. Manish, are you there? Mr. Agarwal, if you can hear us. All right, we do have Roland who's joined in. Roland, I believe we're going to be having our speakers joining in. We just request the team if they can play in certain AVs, and then we can continue with the fireside chat. Apologies on the delay. The session is scheduled till 4:20 IST. We'll try and get them on the screen as soon as possible. Till then, keep hashtagging. Could we have an AV, please? Requesting the team, if you could have the AVs till we connect shortly with the speakers, and let's get the fireside chat started. And it's going to be a great time hearing the expertise of both Roland and Manish.
Technology has always shaped how we communicate with one another. The wheel, the printing press, the Pony Express, the telegraph, the telephone, the computer, and mobile devices. Technology changes, yet one truth remains. We want our communications and interactions to be meaningful and have relevance. Today, however, driving real connections are easier said than done. But we help brands do that, to drive real connections. With our platform technology and exclusive mobile data, InMobi helps you understand, identify, engage, and acquire your customers. InMobi, driving real connections.
All right, so ladies and gentlemen, as you can see on the screen, yes, we do have Manish and Roland joining us. Well, we just got your introduction in place, and we just request if, in the interest of time, we've hardly got to actually 11 minutes as per schedule. I know that's going to be a little tight on the time, but yeah, we'd love to hear from you. And how to make gaming grow in India is a very interesting topic. So Roland, this is conversations between you and Mr. Agarwal. We'd love to take that forth now. Over to you.
Yeah, thanks. Hi, Manish and I have had so many chats, room chats, group chats on this industry, but I've never had a fireside chat with him. So that's probably a first. Hi, Manish. Good to do this side chat with you again.
Thanks, Roland, and thanks e4m for doing this for both the friends, bringing it together. We have done this, as Roland said, in boardrooms multiple times. So now we will do it in public. So long time no see, Roland.
Yeah, Manish, we recently spoke on that as the matter. But on coming to the subject, I think given that the time we have on hand, I also have a hard stop at 4:30. So thanks, Manish, for being here. Thanks, e4m, for putting this together. So quickly, Manish, we all know the numbers. I'm sure the panelists ahead of us may have spoken about the great growth, etc., that the industry is churning out. But I wanted to get your view on the challenges. We know there are plenty, but maybe if you could highlight some of the challenges that the industry is currently facing.
Yeah. So Roland, just to kind of put in context for everybody who's listening and will listen in recording is, we have 500 million gamers and growing, and that kind of drive of gaming is really huge. And in terms of time spent, in terms of as an entertainment format, this is really kind of dominant and taken over other formats. The opportunities, as we always say in Nazara, this is a golden decade of gaming for all gaming companies and the gaming market, which is just starting. I would break down the gaming market into three parts. One is you have free-to-play mobile gaming. You have skill-based real money gaming. And then you have, within free-to-play mobile gaming, you have games which are casual. And then you have multiplayer games. So that's part 1A, 1B, and then skill-based. And then there is esports. I think combination of all these three things really make it a very exciting market because of the sheer population size. Each of these segments can do off any multiple countries in Europe and anywhere else. And we are just starting on that. So massive amount of opportunity which is in front of us. Now, each of these sector has some of the other niggles, which if kind of really sorted out, can really kind of put it as a rocket ships. Skill-based real money gaming, which you and I really chat a lot and we work a lot with the industry, If we can have one clear policy about what defines skill gaming, which games are skill gaming, and centrally, nationally, that's one policy, so that nobody can really say that, hey, listen, this, what is a game of skill? Can we really ban that game of skill at state level? If we can get one clear thing that skill gaming is part of center, not state, and then it is a clear definition, skill gamings can be played in this, and this is the games which form part of skill gaming. That will explode this market because investors will come in, people like us will do more capital allocation. The consumer acquisitions will be far more aggressive in nature, so we'll do that. The second thing is the GST clarity, uh, uh, which really kind of really impairs your unit economics, your EBITDAs and PNLs. And this business is a lot of cash guzzling business initially, and then you hope that profits will happen after a gestation period. And if your GST clarity is not there, you kind of don't know what you're operating. So that's the skill gaming play. On the free-to-play multiplayer gaming and esports, I think the key challenge has been infrastructure of internet speeds and capability and stability of internet speeds. Thankfully, after the Geo launch and investment in home fiber by a lot of companies, that has really helped. But we are still on a scale of 1 to 10, maybe 4 compared to our East Asian countries. And as internet quality in terms of speed and stability increases, I think that multiplayer gaming will take off, and along with that, esports will take off. The second part on the esports is we need to really create large scale arenas, really watch people playing. They can really have a feeling of watching a match like in Eden Gardens or Wankhede. And that kind of arenas, if they are done in, let's say, 20 cities, 40 cities, 60 cities, smart cities, that will really kind of spur a lot of local heroes, zero to hero stories. And the third piece is on the overall gaming is the skilling part. The gaming needs good designers. Gaming needs a very strong thinking on progression design, concept design, economy design, strong QA, data analytics. Now, some of these facets are not being taught in our universities, and that can only happen on the job. And how do we really invite a lot more global companies to set up office in India where our own people can learn on the job? And that will spur many more entrepreneurs, and that will really kind of feed more amount of content. I think those are the 4 or 5 things I will kind of really define, which as industry, all of us have been really working to really get them sorted. Uh, in spite of that, we are growing. And in spite of that, we'll continue to grow. I think that's the fantastic part of this industry.
Yeah, thanks, Manish. Yeah, I absolutely agree with what you said. And recently, some of our geography-based challenges have been elevated, so to say, because of the positive judgments that have come from 3 in the last 8 to 9 months, starting with Madras and then Karnataka and Kerala in between. So that really has given a big boost to some of the legals that you mentioned. The other things, absolutely agree. GST is an issue, and clarity on the same is required by the industry, so that the tax authorities do look at giving a boost to the already growing sunrise sector that is contributing immensely to the economy. And we really, as industry, look forward to that. And obviously, both of us are working towards the same. The other challenges, absolutely agree, and niggles and challenges, absolutely agree with what you mentioned about skilling, as well as the arena piece, which I'm sure now with the situation normalizing, the arenas could be a big draw going forward. Thanks for that, Manish. I also, we've seen this entire ecosystem is, actually on on steroids. Absolutely, starting with product guys, innovating in gaming offerings, backed by investors, and then the platforms themselves, putting all those together, almost like a platform offering now for gamers to really come on and experience the gaming experience. I think that the entire ecosystem in accelerated mode. What are some of the emerging trends? Because see, all of this is tech driven. Gaming companies themselves are technology service providers, enablers, and there's a lot of development happening. And also, you rightly mentioned, I think with the opening up of the 2G, 5G spectrum bids in middle of 22, as announced in the budget, also would give a big boost to the access side, and latency and all those issues. But investors, as I was reading somewhere, almost $1.5 billion US dollars worth of M&A investments coming into the sector right till now. So what do you think, with the technology developments happening parallelly with investors, backing innovative gaming offerings, what are some of the trends you see, Manish, later this year and, in the coming maybe next year?
I think before I come to the investors and trends, Roland, one of the things which again is important for us to really kind of work as industry and the forum of E4M is about how gaming is good. I think we are fundamental thing, if you were to kind of look at, we come from a very deep-seated cultural insight that go out and play is better. And if you are on the screen, it will make you a lethargic child and you will not be able to kind of really build your stamina. You will not be able to build your muscle strength, motor skills, all that stuff. Now, that is something which I think over pandemic, our Prime Minister also has spoken about. And if you are on the screen, it will make you a lethargic. Yeah. So that whole thing about it really helps you in mental stability, mental sanity. Esports is creating athletes. Athletes are going to Commonwealth and Asian sports. How does we create a national esports championships, regional esports, collegiate? How can these athletes, which require mental strength, physical strength, dexterity, all of that become very, very important for us to really kind of look at? And forums like E4M can really play a very strong role coming with the industry to really propagate gaming is good, because what we will do is that this generation of ours will take 5, 7, 10 years to really kind of educate that these are deep-seated habits which we are really fighting, these perceptions we are fighting, while 30 years later, the current generation, which is native to gaming, they will be the guys who are decision makers, and then the evangelizing would be much lesser compared to the job which you and I will have to do today. And I think that's one thing which I will really kind of reach out to E4M. Coming to your question here, I think I am personally very excited about the GameFi, the Web 3.0, right? For the first time, 400 million people in India who are really playing casual gaming or mid-core, hardcore games and are buying virtual digital assets in the game will have an opportunity to not just use them for entertainment as a progression in the game or as a winning the game as a competitive game format, but they will also be kind of saying that, hey, listen, if I hold the assets, if I grind on the assets, if I'm able to build value for those assets, there is a secondary market where that effort which I've done is being appreciated and I can make money out of it. The entire play and earn model in a countries like India will really kind of usher in a huge amount of growth flip. What we saw 4 or 5 years back in play to earn and skill-based real money gaming, I think is going to get repeated with obviously a lot of infrastructure in the very early days of onboarding issues and many other issues which needs to get sorted on Web 3.0. But all of them will get sorted. There is enough and more talent. The best of the talent is working. The huge amount of money is coming into that space. And that play and earn combined with wash to earn is what is really going to stimulate and accelerate the adoption of that 400 million people, which are currently not part of the consumer transaction cash flow. They will also come part of that cash flow.
Yeah, absolutely.
Yeah.
Sorry, Manish, are you there?
Sorry?
So are you there, Manish? Because a lot of people joining, and I think there's been...
No, I'm here. I'm here.
Yeah, sorry. Good you brought that up, Manish, the play to earn, side Web 3.0. Yeah, absolutely. And as the AGF, the lead federation, we are also looking at that space minutely and see, how these technology-led gaming initiatives would, change, as you rightly said, just how the life cycle of the pay-to-play RMG unfolded, we could see a similar, and combined with that, I think it's a huge explosion that is likely to happen.
Another thing which I feel is code has a potential of disrupting the Indian gaming ecosystem is a cloud gaming, where every device, whether it's a 5,000 rupees device, can become a fantastic gaming device. And if our 5G is a high quality internet we can really provide, then entire processing is happening in the cloud, and that will give massive flip to multiplayer gaming happening. And that will open up the huge amount of adoption. Today, a multiplayer would be around 75, 80 million, 100 million people. That will open up to 300 million people. And there is no better experience than playing a multiplayer game, because every experience is a new experience. Every experience is a fresh experience. And that's where I would believe combination, the infrastructure is always the backbone. And on top of it, whether you do cloud gaming and then Web 3.0 kind of play and earn model, these two things will further make this the opportunity which is exciting me, will really make it a real one. And as I always say, there is no other market than India which can offer global game publishers 30, 35%, 40% CAGR for next 5 years. And this is the market which they will have to come, because other markets are mature and they cannot really satisfy the whether a private equity investor which is invested in them or a public market investor.
Yeah, absolutely right, Manish. Thanks for that. And we are also seeing, while this is a great marketplace with the numbers contributing, immensely from the adoption by a newer set of gamers as well, adding to this existing 400 million, tech enabled, of course, driving that number further up to probably 500 million by 2025. So exciting space, and as you also articulated, well backed by technology and the investor communities. We are seeing also India out. I mean, while a lot of the game development, and this better than others, how teams are collaborating with international. Some of them have set up studios also here to develop some highly immersive games. That is already happening in the game development side, and we are also seeing that some of the gaming companies also looking at going international, India out, so to say. What is your view on that? While a lot of the investor and also international companies who are in the skill side and some of these Web 3.0 will be looking at India as a as a potential market. We are also seeing India.
So if you look at any market, Roland, the gaming entrepreneurs come in with the backing of gaming entrepreneurs.
Yeah.
So successful gaming companies which have seen exits or which have seen value creation, they become the anchor for their employees or the rest of the ecosystem to really become gaming entrepreneurs. And this is what we have seen historically in any market. And the latest example being Turkey, a small country with Peak Games in 2017-18, really getting an exit. And then it has spawned off so many successful gaming companies today. And I believe that in India, with Nazara's IPO, with Play Simple, Moonfrog, and some of the large skill-based real money gaming companies giving ESOPs buyback, that is going to spur massive amount of entrepreneurial activity in gaming with high quality talent really coming out. Second part is when investors start seeing exits, they get excited to invest in this segment. Earlier, there were no exits, and hence they were skeptical that we'll get stuck. Now that they are seeing exits, whether the multiple rounds and exits happening, or it is about exits happening through an IPO or strategic sale, I think the entire investment is going to really increase in this segment. And that's what we have already seen about it. And investment is no longer getting concentrated in top 3-4 players. It is getting more broad-based. And that's where I'm very excited about the entrepreneurs coming out in India, whether they are making in India for India or they're making in India for globe. I think that is a function of their own estimation and understanding of where the market and what kind of game they are making. But the high quality game development over next 2-3 years, I'm very, very confident that what has happened in Turkey in next 5 years will happen in India, with massive amount of game studios being lapped up by local gaming companies and the global gaming companies.
Yeah, thanks, Manish. And yeah, I mean, just as we do every year, the numbers for the Fiki Frames report, which EY compiles, name number of game development companies, gaming platforms itself, the startups, all are extremely high. I mean, 300 plus, 400 plus. So things are really looking up. And as you rightly said, with all of these, if India can go the way Turkey goes, as you envisage, I think, exciting times for our industry. And I really look forward to, working along with you for the benefit of the gaming.
I think one of the area where we are lacking is participation and excitement, or the aggression or stroke conviction, whatever you call it, of brands in spending on gaming. We have seen consumer spending increasing. We have seen the consumer IAP increasing consumer behavior in a non-skill money gaming. But we have frankly not seen the participation of the advertisers with the gaming companies and seeing what can be really done and what can be created to build communities around a context of gaming. I think that is where there is still quite a lag. And given that we are on this forum again, where a lot of E4M touch points really happen with the advertising industry, I think that's something which I would urge again the guys who are listening and E4M to figure out what could be done, because it's an amazing sticky community which happens, and esports is a great example of that. But how do we really kind of build a long communities of yours with the context of gaming has not been seen in action here yet.
Good, you brought that up, Manish. I'm sure the forum guys can, look at it. Yeah, just like for brands who are targeting, this difficult to reach young audiences, as Manish said. I think, free-to-play gaming and other gaming platforms and avenues that can be used to market brands. Thank you, Manish. Thanks a lot for the time, and I enjoyed as always speaking with you. Thanks, E4M, and yeah, if there are any questions, you can post them through, and we'll be happy to answer. Thanks, thank you once again.
Bye.
Bye.
Thank you so much. Ladies and gentlemen, now with this, it is time for us to move on to our next conversation. As you can see on the screen, we're joined by some eminent panelists right now. Thank you for your valuable time. And with this, I'd now move on to our next panel discussion. Ladies and gentlemen, we're looking at moving on ahead with our next discussion, but before that, we'd request you to please hashtag E4M GameOn and tag relevant speakers to get a response. I would like to now thank our co-powered by partner InMovie, Driving Real Connections, and welcome our panelists on the screen. Well, we've got Mr. Lakshit Tripathi, Industry Head, Consumer Packaged Goods at InMovie, as one of our panelists. Alongside Ms. Shreya Sachdev, Head of Marketing at Puma, Mr. Santosh Iyer, Vice President, Sales and Marketing, Mercedes-Benz, Mr. Anurag Khurana, CEO and Founder at New Gen Gaming, and Mr. Shubhamoy Das, Senior Business Director at Group M, ESP Properties, as the session chair. With this, I'd now like to pass on the live baton to our session chair to take it forth and have a great discussion. And as you can see, a lot of excitement, and I won't overdo, because of time, I'd like to pass it on to you directly.
Thank you. Thank you for this. Good evening, everyone. I think Manish really set the context up well for us, because the topic of discussion today is about making gaming work for the brands. So thank you, everyone, for joining in at E4M GameOn. I am Shubhamoy Das. I'm from Group M ESP, and I'm excited to discuss and interact with our stellar panelists on making gaming work for brands. So just to set context, one might ask, why does gaming need to work for brands and advertisers? Like what Manish pointed out. The reason, primarily in our mind, it has the audience of its own. In India, like Vinny pointed out, we are talking about 400 plus million audiences who are gamers actively. which basically puts it at par with as good as for anything as good as IPL. I mean, these are active gaming participants that we have here. With that massive a base, but fragmented and distributed across gaming, esports, and streaming largely, the purpose of this session is to take a look at how brands are tapping into the passion and seeking to engage with them in the gaming environment they inhabit. To start off, I would want to call upon Alakshit, who works with InMovie, and InMovie, as we all would know, InMovie works with the largest casual gaming publishers in the world, delivering engaging ad experiences, and it's probably the first step for most advertisers stepping into the world of gaming. Let's hear from Alakshit on InMovie's role in helping brands take baby steps into the world of gaming.
Sure. Thanks, Shubhamay. So, let before I get to tell you about how the brands are leveraging and how is InMobi helping. Let's look at the staggering numbers that there are. Right, OMD I think 2020 published a report which said that 3.5 billion users are available through social channel, and 2.6 are also available as are gamers, right? So you have 74% of the total universe of social available as gaming. At the same time, you are roughly looking, if you're comparing the ad spends, it would amount to only 5%. So 93 billion kind of money gets pumped on social in terms of media spends. At the same time, you would be seeing somewhere around $4.5 billion getting pushed on the gaming, right? So the skew is large, right? But the skew is bridging, and that's where InMobi also comes and plays a role, right? To bridge that gap slightly. So we talk to the brands and talk about these numbers, right? That these are the kind of eyeballs that are there, right? 43% of females are gamers, right? So that becomes a pool where which excites the brand. Like for example, to a Puma or to a Mercedes, that number might be exciting, right? Now you have to find relevance among that. So InMobi plugs in those audience segments, etc., and then basically helps you reach out to the right segment. The way different brands are leveraging, for example, HUL won a few awards even in the last year, right? Where they were looking at gamification as an ad unit, right? You move the Vim bottle around to collect some leaves, which is a very simplistic game that every user is accustomed to. And the kind of engagement rates that we generate on such campaigns also is a testimony that a user is very much accustomed to such games, right? So it's not Mario that only a bunch of us remember playing, right? Everyone has played Candy Crush. Everyone knows what Temple Run looks like, etc. Yeah.
So thank you, Lakshit. That really sets up the context for us. And as I said, you are probably the ones who brings in the larger chunk of advertising audience with their baby step into gaming. From there on, we would like to move on to Santosh, Mercedes, who's from Mercedes. Mercedes has been an early adopter and pioneer in esports globally. I mean, the brand wears multiple hats as a global mobility partner to ESL, investor in esports teams, and global partner to Riot Games events. So over to you, Santosh. We would love to hear how do you see the ecosystem evolving, and how do you see non-endemic brands such as yours entering into the gaming ecosystem? Santosh, you'll have to unmute.
Yes. Yeah. So for us, thanks. Basically, when we were thinking about entering into esports worldwide, for us, it was all about engagement. It was not about advertising to start with. And we clearly know that even you can say not street legal users at a very early age, when they start gaming, they should be exposed to our cars and brands. So be it the Gran Turismo, where we have product placements, where there is an emotional aspect of selecting that car, and I want this brand to be in the store, I want to drive this, and from there we have come a long way in a sense where we also saw that when you particularly talk about esports, here the passion is huge, the community is huge, the sharing element is also high, and we then had strategic partnership with ESL right now with Riot Games. What we find is the tangibility is lesser. We don't measure this by clicks, by leads, form fills, and I think that's not the way to measure the presence of the brand. it's more to engage. And we have seen over these years more and more of our own consumers. It's not only the younger target group, but we even find, the S-class average age of a customer is 38 years, and he's as much into also gaming, and to many other as form of recreation, and also sharing, with his friends, and also there is community aspect to it. So here we don't want to be missed out. We, as a brand, we want to be present where our customers are. So it's more strategic, more experiential, and we go beyond just advertising. In fact, for us, the ad expense on gaming is much lower compared to what we do on the experiential side, both on esports as well as on product placement. So that's our view. Coming to India, many years we were also watching this space. We had a lot of global tie-ups, partnerships. We were a bit in the backseat. We participated in one of the ESL, gaming event in Hyderabad a couple of years back, and also we have small interventions. But I can say in this platform that 2022 will be the big year where Mercedes-Benz India will also enter esports, the gaming platforms. We will also support the community. So there is a very clear strategic plan to get engaged more in this audience, because as we saw, as in rest of the world, even the Indian audience is matured enough. They are also even our target group, and that's where we did a big market research. Is it relevant to a different target group? But I think even high net worth individuals we find clearly very much interested into this aspect. The next step, if you ask me, what may happen is gaming in cars. So with autonomous cars coming in, you have the time to be in the car. Can I give that experience also in the head unit? Of course, all this has to be legalized, but it's already, these discussions are on in many markets. So I think this is therefore a platform to be for Mercedes-Benz for a long time to come.
Great, Santosh. I mean, you contextualize it brilliantly. The two keywords which I picked from your pointers is community and engagement. And since we are talking about community, who better than Anurag here, who founded this company and is leading Penta Esports. So I don't wish to steal the thunder. Anurag, over to you, please.
Thanks, Shubhmoy. By the way, Santosh, whatever you said was music to my ear, because that's what I've been telling all the brands across, that please use esports as a awareness funnel, because that is the biggest utilization you can draw from esports, and not calculate ROI in terms of clicks, form fills, or etc. etc. So that what all you said was actually a music to my ears. With that being said, we are building up a grassroots for esports. That is because when we got into esports 4 years back and started the company a year back, I think that was a space which was missing in esports. It's a kind of a blue ocean strategy. Everybody is working so much on the top of the funnel, which is the pro scenes, pro players, platform for pro gamers. Whereas we are very clear, we want to be the Ranji Cup for the Indian cricket team. So that's our positioning for esports. And since we are working at the bottom of the pyramid, the engagement with the community is much, much higher, of course. With that being said, we have taken a big burden on our shoulders because we have to reach out to that many players, but that's what we are focused at.
Brilliant. I mean, that was really insightful. And when I got to know about the work that you're doing at esports grassroots, it was heartwarming.
Thank you, man.
To say the least. But since we are talking about building community and working with esports organizations and teams at large, I think this would be a perfect platform to bring in Shreya here, who leads the brand Puma in India. So for the larger audience, Puma has been demonstrating massive belief in the esports ecosystem with their partnerships across Cloud9, EVOS Esports, Genji, and FPX partnerships. So Shreya, over to you. I mean, how do you see this ecosystem evolving?
Sure. Thanks, Shubhamoy. So I think the first thing probably to note about the esports space and the way it's evolving, right? I think in the hierarchy of the way we look at sports and performance sports, I think that definition itself has expanded over the past few years, right? So no longer are we saying that only say football or a badminton or a tennis or a cricket counts as performance sports, right? I think sports brands all across are also looking at esports as performance sports, right? And what that really does is it opens out this space from a sports brand perspective much more, because as a sports brand you would want to invest in a sports that's getting large scale traction, right? So I think given that esports now very much fits into the definition of performance sports, we would as a sports brand look at it the way we look at any other sport, right? And invest in it the way we would look at any other sport. So you would build products to enhance performance. You would invest in the ecosystem in terms of athletes and teams. You would look at followers, fans, communities to engage with and interact with them there, right? So I think given the massive shift in terms of how we view esports, I think it's a natural progression to say that any sports brand is looking to invest in esports in a large scale way, exactly the way you would in any other performance sport, right? So you mentioned a couple of teams. I think we're sponsoring about 5 teams now globally. We've created a bunch of products from time to time, right, including a very specialized gaming chair that sort of helps improve performance, a gaming sock. We've sort of leveraged communities such as creating a Neymar avatar in Fortnite, or creating products for our hoop stops, which is our basketball range, and NBA 2K, right? So I think it's just pretty much the whole the whole gamut of how any sports brand would look at investing in any performance sport, right? You would invest across the board, both in terms of high performance as well as in terms of reaching out to the amateur ecosystem and engaging with them as well, right? So that's really the way we look at it.
Oh, that was really great. I mean, you brought in the element of esports and how it equates back to real life sport, which is still a lot of the. I mean, for lack of a better word, a lot of the senior community is yet seeing a distinction in. So great that a brand such as Puma and Mercedes is seeing a promise in that and is seeing a transitionary phase with that respect. I mean, the 4 key words which I think I picked up from the introductory notes of each of you is, one was engagement, which all of you spoke about. One was esports from a performance perspective. I think Alakshit brought in a great part on engagement with innovation, which is what a platform such as InMovie brings into a publisher's this thing. And Anurag touched upon community and building community part. Anurag, actually, this question is more to you. From the community perspective, how do you see streaming and the quantum of people watching the streaming part of gaming adding value here?
I think that's very critical, because these guys are watching that content for the entertainment purposes. So my perspective is very different when it comes to streaming. For brands, it's not just only about putting their logo on the stream. It's also about doing experiential branding is more critical from brand's perspective than just putting their logo on. So let me give you one example, which is my favorite. There's a tournament hosted by Riot called LCS, which is their NA League of Legends Cup. So there's a big monster which needs to be killed. It's called Baron, but that Baron also gives you a power up to the team which slays that Baron for 1.5 minutes or 2 minutes. So that is called a Red Bull moment. So that is the experiential branding where Red Bull has done, where because of that segment, that it shows that if you take Red Bull, you get a boost. So that kind of branding I would love to see on streams. Of course, that is an esports event, but that kind of branding I would love to see on the streaming when kids are streaming also, because that's where it will give the message of the brand and not just put the logo of the brand.
Fair enough. I mean, you're talking about the occasional, the identifying of occasions, exactly, and leveraging on it.
Exactly.
Great. Santosh, would you want to fill in here on how does Mercedes see something like this?
No, I can only extend the example from Riot Games, the League of Legends. The final award ceremony, that's when the emotions are the highest, and that's when the brand is present. Yes. Mercedes-Benz being the best brand in the world on the automotive side, we invented cars, continue to invent, and that's the right timing for the brand to be relevant and present, and we are there during that ceremony. So this is so the relevance, contextual placements, and does it connect with the brand? I think Shreya also explained some couple of examples of Puma was building a chair actually for sports. I think I found it quite interesting. I was not aware of it. And I think these are great examples. What can you do and extend the brand and just not, what we should not do is spoil the gaming experience. I think very clearly, then it can have huge negative effect on the brand. So one has to be really careful in this space. These are enthusiasts, they have their heart and soul into it. It's like any other sport. It's just that it's an e-sport, but you cannot discount it from the passion, from the community. And there, if there is an intrusion, nobody likes it, or if it is non-contextual. So we have to take that precaution. I think the League of Legends is a perfect example. It's well done. There are brands there, multiple brands, but it's well crafted. And I think that there is no sense of intrusiveness when you go through such a platform.
Great, Santosh. You actually brought in two very key parts. I mean, one is the non-intrusive branding part, and the second part is on how do we see contextualization of the brand's presence in an esports ecosystem. I'll just move on to Shreya here. Shreya, a question for you, building on what Santosh said. I mean, eventually, when you're talking of performance sport, you're talking about performers, who are the athletes part of it. And as Puma, I mean, over and above the esports association part, you do a lot of work with talent. You do a lot of work with athletes. So how do you see that as a space evolving in esports, specifically considering esports is going to be debuting as a medal event in Asian Games this year?
Yeah, no, I think, you're absolutely right. I think a large chunk of investing in the sporting ecosystem is actually investing in athletes, right? And so, yes, there is something in the pipeline, and keep your eyes peeled with all of our other athletes that we will be supporting in the Asian and the Commonwealth Games. You will see, gamers here as well. You will see, your esports athletes as well. So I think it's really about, like I said, the entire funnel, right? You would want to invest in the performance side, but like I said, you also want to reach out to amateur gamers. So you would do it all across the board, right? You would invest in, like I said, product. You would invest in athletes and teams. You would also invest in communities where you can talk to amateur gamers, right? And you would, to Santosh's point, today, given the myriad of options that consumers have to engage online, right? This is no longer the space where you can force your brand logo on them and they have no option but to consume it, right? You sort of force your brand plug down somebody's throat and they'll just go somewhere else, right? So it has to be very, very smartly done. And the way we really look at it is, what are you doing to add to the experience, right? That's really the way we look at it, right? So even with, for example, when we launched our Neymar Junior collection, we didn't just go out there and tell gamers, hey, I can just advertise. To Lakshit's point, right? You can literally tailor make your audience and just talk to the people that you think are relevant. But if you really want to go the next level, creating a Neymar avatar and letting his fans actually play as Neymar, right? That's when you're actually adding to the experience, as opposed to interrupting it and really trying to, get a bit of visibility. And frankly, look, ever since the advent of digital marketing, I don't think logo placement has worked for anybody anywhere, right? We all know this very well, right? So anybody that does not take the route of engaging with the consumers in a way that they find value adding realizes that the marketing spends that they're making are just not as efficient from an ROI point of view.
Great that you brought that up, Shreya. Actually, that gives me a great segue into moving to the question to Alakshit. Alakshit, I'm just queuing in from what Santosh and Shreya said. It's about being non-intrusive. It's about being more than just brand visibility. And I think from the tech part of it, I mean, there is a certain part of identifying occasions, but there has to be ample amount of tech involved in delivering those experiences also. So would love to hear from you on how's InMobi envisaging this space and how are you building the tech capabilities so as to address to these brand needs?
Right. So the non-intrusive part and the tech part comes together, right? So there are a certain amount of intrusion that people are already used to also, right? When you are consuming something on the TV, OTT is going to be more or less a replica of that. Game also from the very start, you know that it's going to be appearing some ad in the game break, otherwise I have to pay for it. It's a free versus paid kind of a model, right? So people understand it's the game break also provides an opportunity for someone to be for a brand to be like a brand in a brand safe environment, right? There is nothing that is there on the screen except for the ad, right? It's not overlaying on something. So there is no language barrier anymore. There is no context anymore. It's just pure play ad over there. That is one. Second is, how does the technology play a role, right? The technology can make it very relevant for you. So I know that you are a female in 25 plus kind of an age. You are a mother. So I know Horlicks might be a suitable brand for you, right? So I'm reaching out to you with Horlicks, right? And then maybe I'm giving you a gamification on top of it, which is about packing a lunchbox for your kid, right? Or just having a Candy Crush experience for that matter, right? So that you win a reward or a coupon or something of that sorts in the end. And then you can take this to the real world also, right? You can ask that, okay, go and redeem this coupon in next 20 minutes, right? Or otherwise buy, so something of that sort. So the tech actually goes beyond what we look at typically. It is about engagement. It is about being very relevant, right? And you are serving it at the right moment of time when the user is expecting it as well, right? You are not curtailing his game flow and then putting an ad right there.
Nice. I mean, it's resounding to know that there is a requirement from the consumers and from a gamer community, which there is a tech platform who's wanting to service that, and then there is a brand who's wanting to be in that ecosystem. So I mean, it seems like a perfect recipe for success here. But bringing on Anurag here. So Anurag, since you interact with the community so much, I mean, on a day-to-day basis, would love to hear from you on what is their expectation from the brand's point of view. As in everyone understands that the community is large.
Yeah.
It's also important to have the right. I mean, I might have 10,000 solutions, but if it doesn't work for you, it doesn't work for anyone. So would love to hear on that, and rest can fill in there.
Okay. So community is independent of the brand, because they just want to enjoy their gameplay. It's the viewers who want to see that. Because one more point, which I know are both the friends from the brands only and always already understand that part, but just for other brands, I want to just mention it, that I know the viewership is 15 to 30 odd, but even that 15-year-old guy is the CTO of that house. So it is even the Mercedes, they are positioning their brand in esports, but I know it's not the guy's first car which is going to be Mercedes. It's going to be his third, fourth, or his father might be buying a car because Mercedes is engraved into his head, courtesy League of Legends or Riot. He's gonna at least push his parents, have a look at Mercedes. He's not the decision taker, but he's the good voice at the house. So on that side, what the community doesn't matter, brand doesn't matter to the community. They just want to enjoy their gameplay. But the viewers, where the brand matters and where the brands also, because if there are 10 people playing the game, there are 100,000 people watching the game. That's where the brands need to position themselves. So one thing which we discussed earlier also, that it doesn't have to be in the face marketing, because that is the worst thing any viewer would take on him, that if it's in the face marketing. So it has to be subtle, experiential marketing, positioning with the right messaging, etc. That is what is more critical. Secondly, if you want to interact with community, I think what I expect from brand is to do more, at least enable more tournaments for those guys to participate for the community. So I think from community side, that would be my input to them.
Brilliant. I mean, it's great to know that the community is there is scope for the brands to do more on the community. Having said that, it's also important to hear the other side of the story. So, Shreya, I mean, I'll open this up to you first. See, we are at the cusp of esports and gaming to just explode now. I mean, it's fairly clear on that front, and it would be worthwhile to set the ground rules from the advertising side for the community to also know that what is the expectation. So, over to you. Any closing remarks on that?
Sure. No, I think, look, there is no confusion or, any doubt in our minds that the gaming community is a community that we want to engage with, right? I think we've also done a bunch of research, and I think about 70% of our audience today are amateur gamers in some form, right? Whether it's mobile gaming or console or whatever, right? I think, so for us, engaging with this community. And look, at least from what we've sort of realized is, um, as a brand, it's super critical to be able to talk to an audience in the way they want to be spoken to, right? That's the only way that you as a brand will generate any sort of ROI, right? And here I'm not talking about sales, right? It could be just brand recall, for example, right? You want a gamer to consider you, like to Anurag's example, right? Maybe a 16-year-old doesn't really have control of his own wallet and to be able to go out and say, this is what I want to buy, right? But I'm solving for the long-term conversion of a consumer, right? I'm making a consumer for lifetime. So I would want to engage with that consumer in the way that they want to be engaged with on their terms, because frankly, that's the only way that you will generate any sort of recall, right? So it's very clear that if I'm talking to a gamer versus I'm talking to, say, a motorsport enthusiast versus I'm talking to somebody who watches tennis or who watches cricket, I would speak to them in their language and I will engage with them in a way that they want to be engaged with, right? So I mean, there's absolutely no doubt that that is the way forward, and there's nothing else that would really work in terms of as a brand making any inroads with the gaming community.
Fair. Santosh, anything on that?
Yeah, I think this entire industry is also growing leaps and bounds on one side. At the other side, there is also some ethical responsibility. So from our side, we also have a clear code of conduct on how we can engage on the platforms. But there's also a lot of criticism on obesity caused by gaming, for example, mental health and screen times and many other issues. So we have to be careful when we are engaging on this platform. Sometimes we can also have parents and others feeling, hey, are you promoting something which may not be there? My colleagues in Stuttgart, I think it was 12 to last year, they came up with an interesting concept with the Mohammed Foundation. They said, the SK Gaming, which is, they ran a contest where as long as you run on the treadmill, we will keep donating €2 to the Mohammed Foundation to promote health and awareness of walking. And also in between that, yes, you are just not stuck to the couch or to the console, and you do it, and the more you do it, more we donate certain proceeds. So I think the brands have to be responsible also here, and it's one side is get your objectives out, but if you are really a responsible brand, one has to look at the entire 360-degree context on how you have to be present. And I think as Mercedes-Benz globally, we have done a great job over these years. We have learned from it. We have learned from criticism. We have learned from also a lot of love and affection from the gaming community. And I think that's what we now want to bring to India, and also see how can we participate in India and engage with our audiences here.
Great, Santosh. I mean, you brought out a very important point on being responsible while being engaged with. You brought in a very important point on being engaged at scale responsibly. So, Alakshit, do you want to fill in anything here as closing remarks?
No, I as closing remarks, I would put it this way, right? So a lot of brands have started seeing value in this area where it's gaming, where it is engagement, where it is talking about the right message to people, to your end user, right? And you should be looking at it not just from the perspective of decision maker always, and I think that also you should also be looking at influencers leg. And tech is there. Don't constrain yourself thinking that, okay, if I want to do this, right, I want to target hijab wearing women in Mayur Vihar who also have cats. Don't restrict yourself thinking that I don't know how is that going to be possible, right? You come with a problem, we'll probably figure out the right surrogate for you, right? And we'll figure out the right environment to serve that ad.
Right.
Great.
Mr. Das, your final words before we conclude, because we're really running out of time. Please.
Absolutely. I think it was quite a fruitful session here. And the key takeout for me that I got to learn today is about gaming providing engagement at scale. We have multiple options, be it community, be it esports, be it in-game advertising, and a plethora of other options. So thank you, the fellow panelists. I mean, it was a really fruitful conversation, and it was amazing to interact with you here. Looking forward to working more on and seeing you guys more often than not on the gaming side as advertisers too. Over to you, Bhavna.
Absolutely. Thank you so much, Mr.
Thank you.
Khan, and thank you to all our eminent panelists for sharing your expertise and being with us today. Thank you.
Thank
Thank
you.
you. Thank you. Take care.
Take care. So, ladies and gentlemen, who knew that the games we played will be so valuable someday? Thank you once again to the speakers for sharing a new perspective of the gaming world for the brands, and this will definitely help the brands in developing better campaigns. One of the categories of gaming is esports, which is poised to grow exponentially in India and globally. Now, join me in welcoming Mr. Kevin Soltani, the CEO of GEMA Group USA, who's going to be now sharing an international perspective of an explosive billion-dollar industry of esports. Thank you, Kevin, for your valuable time. With this, the stage and screen is all yours. We now have Kevin on the screen.
Hello, everyone. My name is Kevin Soltani. I'm the founder and CEO of GEMA Group, and I'm honored to be here today at the GameON Online Gaming Summit. It's going to be a good talk today. We're going to be talking about esports, gaming, and all things metaverse. So let's get right into it. First, a little quick intro about myself and what we do in gaming, esports, and the metaverse. GEMA Group is an alternative investment company, mainly focusing on investment and building products within the blockchain industries and gaming and esports industries. Over the last 9 years, we've been working in blockchain and cryptocurrencies, but over the last 4 years, we've crossed platforms into gaming and esports, and even doing some cool things with the blockchain and gaming as well. We've invested in some amazing esports companies, and I was the CEO of the second listed London Stock Exchange company for a gaming and esports company in Semper Fortis Esports that listed last year on the London Stock Exchange. Currently, we're at our satellite offices here in Los Angeles and in Dubai, where we work mainly on blockchain and gaming projects. And today we're going to get right into it, starting off with the esports industry. Everybody knows how big it is, the buzzword of 2020 during the pandemic, when everybody was locked at home and the streamers took their time to become big and famous. It is exactly that kept us going, the opportunities to go digital. And gamers had nowhere else to turn but online, as they normally do. So esports players, and let's define esports very quickly. Esports is competitive gaming. Once you cross the line from a casual, traditional home gamer into a professional setting and start to compete on a worldwide stage is when you can be categorized as an esports player. And so as you can see, the rise of esports players, global athletes, and revenues has just been climbing. The top chart here shows global players, and the bottom chart shows esports revenue. So you're looking at the casual and competitive all together and major hypergrowth. As we go into 2023, we can only imagine that the metaverse is going to, take this hypergrowth into an even faster cycle. So we're hoping that this new digital age of gaming experiences will usher in a fully new, level of adoption from player base that were just those traditional gamers. Now we're looking at untraditional gaming that might become competitive, such as blockchain and crypto gaming, as you can see here in Axie Infinity and Theatin Arena, and all of the play to earn games. But for today, we aren't going to focus on the play to earn games. I'm sure you've heard a lot about those in other sessions. We're just going to focus on gaming and esports experiences within the metaverse. So really quickly, let's look at the history of gaming and esports, right? So gaming, if competitive gaming is esports, we all started with the Pong. In 1972, when Atari introduced Pong, was just the most casual form of gaming in bars, pubs, homes, and then the console version started to come out. As we speed up throughout the life cycle of gaming, which is just now taking another uptick upwards, we're seeing introductions of PC, mobile, handheld, and up there to the top right, I think maybe my picture's covering it up, but we have cloud and other tech. And this is where the metaverse is going to take and usher in that next stage of hypergrowth. What I think is interesting here to note is that technology has been the outlier in the beginning stage. And as we start to head toward the 2022 region, technological advancements in mobile, handheld, and PCs has taken up larger market shares from arcade and traditional console systems. So in that upper right quadrant that we're seeing added is cloud and other tech. You got to believe that the metaverse and the new adoption rates of people jumping into different metaverses are going to take another leap forward for gaming and gaming revenues. But really quickly, if you look at all the different pieces of gaming and how esports becomes what it is, it really takes these 4 quadrants to come together, and that middle piece would be the metaverse. So at the top, we have virtual worlds and spatial software, mainstream going like Roblox and Fortnite. Some of those names you see there are some of the largest titles in gaming and esports. Then you have the e-commerce, right? Without payment systems and gateways in the metaverse, we cannot survive. Now, those upper games like Roblox, Fortnite, they all have their own in-game economies and currencies. But in the future, in metaverses, we're going to need the help of e-commerce platforms such as the Stripes, the Shopifys, to come in and be the intermediaries. You can only imagine when Shopify enters gaming and in-game assets, what the kind of shopping experience will look like, which we'll get into in a little bit. Then you have the decentralized assets, such as the cryptos, and the decentralized platforms, such as Zoom. And then you have all things premium social media, as we say, the social media that you can build a career off of, and Teachable, OnlyFans, Twitch, Discord, and even Snapchat. These are the premium social networks that I guess TikTok can be now newly added to, because they can create a real network around the players, such as Twitch has done for gamers. So right there in the middle, all coming together, is what the metaverse looks like. So you can see what beautiful of an arena it is for gamers and esports companies to find a home in. Let's really quickly go back to the metaverse. We're walking down the road in the metaverse, in 2035. Okay, the year is 2035. You're walking down Manhattan, you got a pair of glasses on, you see your friend running across the street towards you. But what you see is, it's got a fiery hat on. His hat's on fire. And you look and you say, something's not right. But you take your AR glasses off and you see, no, it's just your friend wearing sweatpants and a shirt. But you put your AR glasses back on and you see the Fortnite Balenciaga skin that your friend recently just bought. And the hat's on fire because Balenciaga and Fortnite wanted to add a funny little skin characteristic in there. And they made it, totally immersive for that user to be on fire. Now, this is an experience that gamers have created. Like I said, Fortnite and Balenciaga for years have been doing business together. And in the future, you'll see more of these items. And as the AR tech gets available, the gamification of our real world will look something like the story I just said. So digital gaming experiences, it's what esports is all about. Those arenas with packed crowds and raving fans, just like in traditional football, basketball, baseball, or any other sport. Esports made a name for itself off the digital gaming experiences. But if you look at all things digital gaming experiences, from the physical to the digital to the fully immersive, you're looking at something that looks like a streaming platforms, esports tournaments that need to be viewed on a digital platform, not just physically, metaverse gaming, and that taps into some of the play to earn side as well, but metaverse gaming, where there's in metaverse games only native to those metaverses, as we've seen be done in Decentraland and Sandbox. We can't wait to see what maybe Meta and Facebook is going to do, and other AAA game companies that are going to come out and create their own metaverses. And it's going to come down to those digital gaming experiences. It's going to be gaming centric, but business focused, because if you look at something like Fortnite, we've had V-Bucks and Fortnite skins for multiple years now. They don't call it cryptocurrencies, they don't call it tokens, and they don't call them in-game digital assets. They just call them in-game assets. But now, these new blockchain games, crypto games, and the metaverse is allowing companies to bring out NFTs and use cryptocurrencies as a way for their payments and their products. And to round it out, you have VR and AR events as digital gaming experiences too. In the future, we already have VR and headsets, but AR is going to be a very big part of the future. And I predict it'll be even bigger than VR and more useful. I believe my picture is covering it, but you got upper right, I wrote UX is greater than UI, because I truly believe the user experience will be more important than the user interface. Of course, short term, we eat with our eyes. So we want the interface to be glamorous, immaculate, and fun, and ever changing. However, it's going to be the experience that's going to win. We can't have people's attention spans going bored too quickly. So I believe that the user experience and what we've seen in the short term user experience is what brands are getting involved with. From the gamification of social shopping, as you see, Nike is joining Roblox, brands like Ralph Lauren are going into the metaverse, Balenciaga is with Fortnite, although it's not a decentralized gaming platform, it is a very metaverse stylistic approach to the gaming of what Balenciaga has done. And we'll see in a little bit what Gucci's done as well. And Hyundai's just joined in on Roblox, creating what looks like their digital gaming experience and brand partnerships. And in the lower right, you see Meta's AR experience, which this was just for the fashion office experience, but I believe this is a truly gamification of our closets in the future. So let's take a quickly look at fashion and gaming, as I said, but this is more like fashion and esports because Balenciaga has been in Fortnite, they have skins. Louis Vuitton did a physical line of the League of Legends inspired line in 2019. That's a physical line that you can buy bags, t-shirts, and shoes from. And Gucci, this may be just purely into the metaverse, but they've gamified their sneaker, what they call sneaker garage, and you can custom make a Gucci sneaker and your avatar can wear them in the metaverse. And to me, this is amazing because true digital ownership is going to happen in gaming too. What would have happened in a World of Warcraft 10, 15 years ago if we could have kept all those swords and guns and in-game assets that took us all that time to accumulate? Well, those assets didn't have any value in the game. And 10, 15 years later, they've almost gone up to the, into the air. But these assets in the future, whether they're the skins or the sneakers or the, the swords, if they are NFT'd and remain in the system digitally, and they live in the blockchain, these assets in 10, 20 years might even appreciate and might have more value. Just like these sneakers someone has created, wearing it on their avatar, someone might want to rebuy those. As we've seen in the physical world, this is what true digital ownership looks like, and it's an amazing time to be alive. I believe the avatar is greater than the human in the next 20 years. I believe we will be spending more on our avatar in 2035 than we will on our actual human body. Other than the clothes you want to wear, you won't be buying that Gucci purse anymore because you'd rather your avatar view it. And more people are seeing your avatar than your physical body anyway. So some of these are some concepts given by companies at a high level. And to quickly round it out, Meta Esports, I've self-named this. It's a crossover between traditional esports and new digital offerings. We've seen the 100 Thieves do probably the most successful NFT drop of any NFT drop in the world, but it was an esports company. And they did a free drop of their NFT chain, what you see here, of their championship chain. On the back of this are the signatures of the 5 players on the League of Legends team. They won the LCS championship and they NFT'd this. Over 200,000 people have downloaded this NFT. And then you see gaming tokens. What you see in Chili's has done, OG Esports now has their own fan token. You can go buy a fan token off of the Binance launch pool and invest in your team, invest in its well-being, invest in its. Now, these aren't voting power investments, but they are fan token investments. The better the team does, the better the token does. Now, I can't think of a more beautiful conversion of the metaverse and gaming than to go into the metaverse, shop at the OG fan shop in the metaverse with OG fan tokens. It's an amazing time to be alive, like I said. And to round it out, you're seeing companies like Nifty Gateway, which are massive brands, and MoonPay, and many, many others, Crypto.com, sponsoring esports teams and working with them at a very high level. I appreciate your time. Thank you so much. I wanted to keep this basic 101 at the same time, give you a full encompassment of the esports and gaming industry as it pertains to the metaverse. I'll leave you with this quote by Satya Nadella saying that gaming is the most dynamic and exciting category in entertainment across all platforms today and will play a key role in the development of metaverse platforms. Please do connect with me. Please do stay in touch. It's an honor being with you here today. Thank you to the GameON Summit. Looking forward to keeping in touch with all of you. Have a great day.
Thank you so much, Kevin, for that insightful presentation. Well, success of an industry truly relies on winning more and more customers and retaining them. Gaming is absolutely no different in that space. In the next panel, we're going to be discussing how the brands can stay relevant to an industry which changes overnight at times and how can they win the hearts of the gamers. Please join me in now welcoming our next up, the panelists. First up, we've got Tejas Apte, the Global Media Director, Unilever. We've got Anushri Ghosh, Head of Digital Marketing, ITC. We've got Ashwin Suresh, Founder, Loco. We've got Abhinandan Balasubramanian, founder and CEO, Good Game Nation, and we've got Sonali Malavia, who's the managing director of Essence India, who's going to be the session chair. Well, Sonali, a great panel right there on the screen with us, and I'm really excited to know the perspective, because winning the heart of the gamers is what, an exciting topic, I'm sure, for everyone who's viewing, and we're really eagerly awaiting for a discussion, Sonali, which you will moderate with your key guests. Please, over to you.
Thank you, Bhavna.
Pleasure.
Great to be here today. So welcome to the session on winning the hearts of gamers. While you've probably heard it all by now, here are some nuggets for you to chew on and contextualize as we go through the discussion. Did you know there are 500 million plus gamers in India right now? Not too far behind OTTs, which are already a buzzword in the marketing world, especially given the popularity of cricket. India will add another 160 million plus users in the next 3 years. By 2027, nearly 95% of all mobile subscriptions will be 4G plus. Think about gaming bandwidth here. Think of latency as a thing of the past, and cloud gaming will be 5G's biggest use case. Smartphones will be nearly 94% of all mobile subs. I don't know how many of you know, but I'll bring that context back right now. Airtel tied up with Nodwin, Jio with MediaTek and Sega. And from about 50 companies in the gaming universe, we have, this was about 3 years ago, we today have 500 plus. And with growth for everything digital coming from tier 1 and tier 2, gaming too will be propelled exactly there, especially given the vernacular and India themed content. So in a nutshell, gaming is here to stay and only grow. Given that context, how do we bridge the world of brands and gamers? That's the topic in discussion for today. With that, I invite my esteemed panelists, Abhinandan, Anushri, Ashwin, and Tejas, for a quick round of introductions. So over to you, Anushri. Let's start with you, and we'll go around the room.
Hi, everyone. I'm Anushri. I take care of digital marketing, content, and growth in e-commerce at ITC FMCG.
Over to you, Abhinandan.
Hey guys, Abhinandan here. I am the founder of Good Game Nation. We are a high school and collegiate esports provider.
Ashwin.
Hi everyone, I'm Ashwin Suresh. I'm the founder of Loco. We are a game streaming and esports platform, which means that you can get on the platform to watch popular streamers stream themselves playing games or watch popular esports tournaments. Or if you're a content creator, you can get on the platform and create streaming content for audiences and build a community.
Thank you. Tejas?
Hi, everyone. So I'm currently the Global Media Director for Unilever based in Singapore. I will be relocating soon to India as Head of Media and Digital for HUL.
Thank you. This is a very, very esteemed panel here. I'm actually getting really stressed out with the combined volume of knowledge that exists in the room today. But we'll start quickly with, we do know that we have 30 minutes, so let's try and make the most of it. Ashwin and Abhinandan, I'll address the first question to you, and I want to understand a little bit more. I gave a very good quick starting point on the evolution of the digital landscape and a little bit of texture on gaming. So over to you about talk to us a little bit about evolution, segments within gaming, what gamers care about, and how gamers are becoming celebs in their own right. Ashwin, do you want to go for it first?
Sure, happy to. Look, I think today we're at a point where, due to a couple of key macro factors, gaming is moving from a niche hobby to a mainstream activity. And the macro factors I talked about, of course, there is, as you mentioned earlier, Sonali, there is low latency and high bandwidth available now to many users. Several people are connected to the internet with very cheap internet plans. Mobile hardware has become incredibly powerful. And also less expensive over time. And then the pandemic really just kind of, in some sense, was the final habit changer, right? Where the entire circle of life happens on live streams now. Births are happening there, birthdays are being celebrated there. My own brother got married, and my parents had to watch it through a live stream during the lockdown, and all the way to deaths as well, right? And so I think that we are as a community, as a population now much more comfortable with the idea of streaming ourselves live, of streaming various activities, and I think the single biggest use case for that before the pandemic was anyway gaming, right? And then couple that with a bunch of very, very big launches from these MMO, RPG, FPS games that have shown up, right? Whether it's PUBG or BGMI or Free Fire, just taken the market by storm. You really have, all the ingredients for just an explosion in this sector. And I just want to take a minute to also point out that when I say gaming, when I talk about gaming, I'm referring to kind of, the focus being on what used to be called traditionally video games, right? I'm not referring to real money gaming, fantasy gaming, and those sorts of categories that in fact have existed and grown since maybe a year or two before the pandemic. I think we saw a big growth in the real money gaming sector from 2018 onwards. But I'm focused here on gaming and esports as it traditionally relates to kind of video games, consoles, PCs, and now mobile gaming. So that's kind of my overview of that. Happy to answer any specific questions, or maybe Abhinandan, you can share your thoughts.
Sure. Abhinandan, do you want to give some more texture, and do touch upon the whole tier 1, tier 2, context as well? Really important. Sure. Thank you.
Thanks, Sonali. And, I think Ashwin's segue on sort of defining what we mean when we say gaming was important, because it gets sort of muddled up with a bunch of other activities which in their own right are gaming, but video gaming is obviously what we are sort of talking about. Within this sort of segment, there's obviously hyper casual, casual, and competitive gaming. So right from Fruit Slasher to Angry Birds to Call of Duty, everything is a game, right? And you have, and it requires its own level of skills and abilities to sort of participate and compete and actually sort of become a good player in each of these in each of these games. What we're doing at Good Game Nation is quite simply sort of trying to expand the pie in terms of the number of people who have access to gaming and have the access of opportunities and wealth creation from gaming. We broadly classify gamers into 4 sections. So there's the casual gamer, there's the amateur, competitive, and the pros. I think the pro segment is a very well catered to segment. There are many activities there. There are big prize pools that are sort of invested into the pro segment. Globally, many of the pro tournaments, like let's say the League of Legends Cup or the international, which is in Dota, they pay more than your traditional sports. Whilst that is growing, we also have to sort of make this opportunity and democratize that opportunity to a lot bigger segment, because you're talking about a majority of 14 to 24-year-olds actually growing up, calling themselves gamers today. For them is important, and that is where we are playing a small role in trying to change the industry and bring about a very positive change in that, which includes sort of educating the gamer in the do's and don'ts, kind of bringing some structure and organization to the chaos, and also very importantly educating the parent and other stakeholders, which is a very important aspect of it. I hope that gives further clarity from what Ashwin spoke about under the video game category.
Thank you, Abhinandan. Yes, indeed it does. Ashwin, I also, when we were talking, I think one of the subjects that you touched upon, and it was really interesting, and I do want to bring it to, for everybody to hear the example that you gave of gamers becoming celebs in their own right, because we know that influencer marketing is coming of age, and here is one massive cohort that actually is becoming huge when it comes to, just drawing and connecting with that audience. You want to talk a little about that?
Yeah, absolutely. I think, as gaming has grown over the last 2 or 3 years, there have obviously been several breakout game streamers and professional esports athletes that have, kind of gathered a community around them, right? If you look at from the early, I think one of the earliest superstars of gaming was Naman Mathur, who goes by the name Mortal in the gaming universe, and Animesh Agarwal, who goes by the name Thug. These guys built communities and audiences for themselves at a very, very early nascent stage of the ecosystem. And today, they're able to then get those communities to participate in, in watching esports tournaments, in watching, just casual streams, in engaging with them on social media. They've built very large followings on game streaming platforms like Loco, but also on social media platforms like Instagram, right? And so I think that they are very much becoming key opinion leaders in their own right, much like digital video creators or the more traditional content creators we've seen over the last several years. And I think that if you look at kind of even how celebrities work out on a large scale, and you've got kind of in India specifically Bollywood and cricket, or when I say Bollywood, I should say maybe films and cricket really are two big pillars, right? And I've always felt, and maybe this is a personal point of view, but I've always felt that cricketers command that little extra edge because the perception of the skill required to play professional sports at that level is slightly higher than the perception of skills required to be an actor or to be a movie star, right? So I think that gamers benefit from that same shine, which is that it's a skill-based following. They're being admired for their abilities and not maybe necessarily their looks or their personalities or whatever, but just about how much practice and how much effort they put into their craft. So I think that as you see this ecosystem expand, you're going to find the most popular, celebrities and key opinion leaders are going to start being gamers very soon. It's not, it's only a matter of time before you have hoardings and sponsorships and brand endorsements. They're already happening at a smaller scale, and it's only a matter of time before some big brand comes in and says, "My brand ambassador for for my product is going to be someone who's from the gaming community." I think we're less than 3 years away from that moment.
Yeah, probably even earlier, but thanks. That was a very important and interesting perspective. I think that one thing that you said that's going to stay with me for long after this conversation is over is the circle of life on live stream. It is pretty profound. I mean, given that how life has changed on its head in the last 2 years, I think that is a very important thing to keep in perspective as we go. I want to shift gears a little bit and talk to Anushree and Tejas a little about, considering that the mass media ecosystem has largely been the go-to for FMCG advertisers, what will it take? And I know that there has been, in bits and pieces, there has been gaming and there have been many other, a lot deeper engagement kind of activities that have been done by FMCG advertisers, but it hasn't yet become second nature. So what will it take for you to consider the gaming ecosystem as a viable advertising platform and for your deeper marketing needs? So Anushree, let's start with you.
Sure. So I think, Sonali, I think the question is pertinent, important, and as you rightly said, gaming is still today a little bit of an afterthought. We know that there is this cohort of highly engaged audiences, and I know for a fact that this is not one monolith, right? There are different kinds of gamers available, different kind of interest areas that one can really reach out and hence really make it relevant to the brands and the objectives that we really work with. We know that it will cater to our reach and frequency needs, but there are many unknowns here, and this always reminds me of the fact that how digital used to be a few years ago, not really a few years ago, 10 years ago, 12 years ago, when the house was still a little bit unknown, which means that reach is not a problem anymore. Do we know the right context, or do we know the right content, or do we know what would really not cause an interruption to an otherwise engaged gamer, which will really create a little bit of a blind spot, and then the gamer is really waiting to skip that ad and just move on, which essentially draws the question on effectiveness. So I think, and then of course, as CPG brands, you really want your mind measures to move, your business to move, and so on and so forth. So I think the unknowns and the hows of it, and I think a lot of points that Ashwin really touched upon do really present a very, very compelling opportunity. We, as CPG brands, a lot of them are actually looking at gaming as a genre, as a very, very potent area to kind of grow or build brands with, but the unknowns are a few more. then what would really build confidence, and then it then becomes a part of one of those line items that we use in our media plans, and it will become second nature, like you said, to any of our media thinking. So I think yes. So the moot point being the unknowns are a few more. It needs marketers or media folks need a little more education in terms of what works, what doesn't, the playbook. How do we measure? Is it really adding back to what we advertise for, right? Ultimately, you advertise for reaching out to new consumers, or you have brands have certain objectives that they really want to fulfill. So I think that's pretty much the point that we would want to deep dive on.
Thank you. Tejas, do you want to add to that?
Yeah, sure. So I think the party on gaming is already here. We referred to the number of 500 million. I'm just going to briefly talk of two cases that I've seen within the Unilever world globally, not India-based. I think the topic of today is winning hearts of gamers, right? So first I'm going to talk about how do we activate purpose within gaming. So Hellmann's, which is our famous mayonnaise brand, believes that no food should go to waste and everybody should have tasty food, right? So that's broadly what the brand purpose is. What they did was a very simple activation on Animal Crossing, which is a very popular game. I'm sure most of you played or have played it at a point in time. So we created an island on Animal Crossing called the Hellmann's Island. And what we did was something very simple. So we said for every spoiled turnip that you donate on the island, which is in the virtual world in Animal Crossing, we will make a financial donation to fund equivalent of 2 meals distributed in UK. So this is, I think, a great way of using virtual world to doing actual good and leveraging gaming as a platform. So this is about how we build brand purpose. Now at Unilever, we also believe it's good enough to drive sales, by the way. So I'm going to touch on another example from China, and this is on Clear, which is a shampoo brand. So we tied up with Honor of Kings, which is one of the largest mobile games in the world. And they have a very popular esport version of it called the KPL, which is the Kings Premier League. And this is the opportunity that we thought of leveraging. Now, what we did differently was instead of just doing regular game integration and getting influencers to talk about us, we actually changed our product, or rather our packaging. So we launched a limited edition clear bottle, and we replaced the bottle cap with a replica, a miniature of the actual trophy that someone wins if they win the KPL. So it's called the Dragon Trophy, and we basically launched bottles which featured the metal dragon head. And you know what? In 2 days, the whole stock was sold out. And I'm not talking a few hundred; I'm talking hundreds and thousands of bottles. So I think at Unilever, we definitely believe that one, gaming is big. Two, it can definitely drive both brand love or purpose, and definitely drive sale. I think what we need to get towards is having the right campaign ideas and having the right creatives which are fit for the platform. Interestingly, I was talking to a friend yesterday, and we were just going through the first ever TV ad which was made, and it was for a wristwatch brand, and basically it's the watch on the screen for 10 seconds and the hand just sticking around. Because the creative director had a lot of experience in making print assets. So it was just a static visual, but of course, animated because the hand moved. I think we are in a similar place right now where we try and put a TVCs into gaming or other apps. I think we need to move away from that. So if we really understand consumers and if we have great creatives which are fit for platform, I think there's a huge opportunity waiting for us to explore.
Absolutely, couldn't agree with you more. Tejas, you also spoke about brand safety when we were talking yesterday. Do you want to touch on that?
Sure. So I think maybe just a quick point on this. I know that gaming is massive, but it's also important that we build a brand safe environment for advertisers to be present, to participate in gaming. Internet took a fair amount of time to get into a space where we now think we are confident of advertising on it. I think the sooner we do that on gaming, the better it is for the ecosystem. A simple example, I'm assuming a lot of you have kids, and it's fairly common for your child to pick up your phone and play a game on it. Now, all the cookie data, whatever tracking data is there for that phone, will suggest an adult who is using that phone. So the kind of advertising or the kind of messaging which might come your way will be different. And as advertisers, there are places where we genuinely do not want to reach out to kids because of different issues. So I think brand safety and also some aspect of verifiability of who's genuinely consuming the ad. I think those two, if we can unlock, then the gaming party should really start.
Thank you, Tejas. I think there's so much of this that resonates, and I think there's just multiple conversations around this. I think I do want to get back to Ashwin and Abhinandan here to say that you both are deeply entrenched in the ecosystem. There are still two burning questions we should try and answer, and that's more in the space of again creating bridges between brand and gamers, and actually for gamers to see value and for brands to be able to get meaningful value out of these engagements as well. So my question to you is, how do you think brands can create meaningful value for gamers? And a second tag on to that is, what can brands do to get noticed, and what are some of the use cases that stand out for you that we can learn from? And I think I keep repeating this, which is immersion rather than interruption, because so far the default format is interruptive, and that cannot be very pleasant for gamers. So, Abhinandan, do you want to give it a go?
Yeah, no, 100%. We, Tejas and you early on, you kept saying this term mainstream. The reality of it, though, is, gaming is mainstream amongst gamers. It's in an echo chamber. There's a classic example, right? The guys who play golf or the guys who watch golf, and gaming is in that echo chamber, right? And that's one of the predominant reasons why there's so much stigma attached to it as well, because others don't get as much access to the sort of education and what it stands for, and just the ethos of traditional sports is pretty much what is there in this as well, right? And yet people don't see that. So I think for brands, the most important thing is to sort of evaluate this as much and as equal to, and this is, I'm saying this with a leap of faith, given that both Tejas and Anushya are here, to, let's say, traditional sports, right? Because these are athletes. They put in the hours, they train, they practice. There's blood, sweat, tears involved in this. And going back to what Ashwin said early on about how these guys have such huge following, it's come out of fandom, right? I mean, just as how your Rafa Nadal, your Ronaldo, your Virat Kohli's have fans, these guys have fans. They are admired for their ability, for their skill, their craft, and brands need to identify that this is not an experiment or a passing trend or a fad. This is something that's here to stay. Esports and gaming at large are massive industries. Esports is further validated because it's now in the Asian Games. It's a medal sport. It's in the Commonwealth Games. It was sort of piloted in the Olympics as virtual games. So I think it's important for brands to understand the competitiveness and the seriousness of this, and sort of and evaluate it from that lens, as opposed to just sort of digital activation, right? Which is the sort of rabbit hole that most brands go into, and sort of. And because of the unstructured nature of the ecosystem, you have hundreds of organizers and mini tournaments happening. They're finding it hard to target the right way to sort of put their spends and sort of evaluate it. And for that to happen, I think obviously structuring the ecosystem is a big play. And what we strongly believe at Good Game Nation is from the grassroots, when you structure it, you'll be able to sort of get a very focused, targeted demographic that you can sort of activate, market to, and sort of engage with. And streaming players like Loco obviously sort of give you the distribution channel as well for that. So that's my 2 cents. Because it's important that brands sort of back the idea of competitive gaming. Without that happening, we won't sort of break through. I mean, classic example is blockchain and Web3, completely different industries, but why has that become a household? I think NFT was the most Googled word of last year or something like that, right? And the reason why it became household topic is because people could earn money from it, right? And people are earning money from gaming as well. It's a very small section, but people are. And the minute more brands outside of like the few and far and few endemics that keep investing in it come into it and actually invest in the space and empower the community, it will become a household topic. It will become more adopted and accepted in the mainstream, and truly mainstream.
Thank you, Abhinandan. Ashwin, do you want to touch upon, well, maybe just add a little bit there if you have anything to say, and also about what can brands do to get noticed, and if you can think of any use cases that stand out for you.
Sorry, my dog has a point of view, so he's trying to make his presence felt. So I apologize for that. No, look, I think I agree in principle with almost everything Abhinandan just said. But there was one point that I felt differently about, which is, that that the gaming community sits in an echo chamber. While it's true in the case of a lot of communities that kind of the watchers and the participation is heavily overlapped, I think the pattern I observe here is similar to what I saw in 2015 and 2016 when we were trying to work with advertisers and educate them about digital content and digital influencers and stuff like that, right? Before it became mainstream, before web series were considered kind of mainstream. I think the fundamental challenge is that brand managers, who are ultimately the custodians of these spends, are often not part of the community, right? They're not gamers themselves. The gaming community skews a little bit younger in general, and to get to a level where you're a decision maker about brand spends generally requires a little bit of experience and a bit, where you're a bit older. And so often they are not as clued into the ecosystem because they're not participants of that ecosystem. And I think brands will, in order to get smart and make sure they're investing in the right areas, will need to build that muscle, right? Whether that's built, internally through just hiring experts or in partnerships with other platforms or other, gaming community members. I think the need still exists, and I think that, like Abhinandan mentioned, right now endemic brands already realize the value, right? Because they see direct conversions from associating with that community. But I do think that for non-endemic brands as well, they must look at this just like they look at any other attention aggregation business, right? If you look at a Hotstar or a YouTube or any of these platforms where attention is aggregated, where a large number of users are spending, so I think that, gaming platforms are much the same, whether it's Loco or any other platform. We have a large number of people that are sitting here paying attention towards, some piece of content. And I think that you said an interesting thing about immersive versus interactive. I think that's almost like level 2. That's almost phase 2. I think phase 1 is just kind of getting in front of these consumers, right? And just getting in front of them, even if it's interruptive. And remember, live sport is an interruptive advertising medium. People are still used to and comfortable with interruptions in live sport. I think that, and this must be looked at with the same lens. So I think, early days, and there's very little wrong that brands can do other than, inaction. The only course of action that they shouldn't have is inaction. I think otherwise everything is good.
That sounds really good to me. So I think if I was to say that, inaction is the only thing that you shouldn't be doing. And like with every other medium, as we've built our muscle, as we've grown and, got to understand another platform, and we've gotten better at it. So I think gaming is no different. The ecosystem's no different. We've recently started to learn how to use OTTs, not that far back, right? We've just started to work with influencers, again, not that far back. I think from everything that I heard all of you say and the numbers, this is going to be a much steeper and faster uptick. So the faster we start to test and learn, the faster we start to run pilots, POCs, I think the only way forward is up. And it doesn't take a lot, right? So that's what I heard Ashwin say and Abhinandan say, that let's get into it. So inaction won't help us learn. So on that note, everybody, you've been great. I think we're almost at time, but we have a quick round of closing comments. And
Sonali, I'm so apologetic, but we're really out of time on this. I really would have to intervene because we have our next panel waiting. We're already 15 minutes overdue, but we wanted to respect your knowledge as well, which is why the 30 minutes is up. So I'm apologetic on that.
That's fine. That's fine. Thanks, everybody. Thank you for your time. And it was really great chatting with you.
Thank you. Thank you so much.
Thanks,
Thank
everyone.
you, everybody. Bye-bye.
Thank you. God bless everyone.
Thank you.
Thank you. So, ladies and gentlemen, I remember how in Diwali we used to play cards at home and win lots of money. Well, think about that entire scenario back home. Though this is not a new tradition, but with digital technologies taking over everything, even our card games are now being played online with real money. RMG or real money gaming is one of the most valuable game categories in India, online gaming, and rightly so. With this, I'd now like to welcome our panelists to discuss what future really holds for the real money gaming. Before we begin, of course, I'd like to thank our co-gold partner, Zapads, for sponsoring this panel, and let's let the tweets keep on coming, the hashtag being hashtag e4m GameOn. With this, I'd now like to welcome our panelists on the stage and screen. We've got Minhas Hazarika, the Director, Digital Marketing Gamescraft. We've got Nalin Dupia, the Head of Digital Marketing, Octroy In. We've got Amit Kumar, Head User Growth and Retention Hike. We've got Alok Pandey, VP Sales and Marketing, Zapads, who's going to be the session chair. With this, I'd like to humbly welcome all our eminent panelists. Alok, a great discussion, I'm sure, which lies ahead, and we are really excited to know the great comments coming in from our panelists. So, Alok, without any further time delay from our side, over to you.
Thank you so much, Bhavna. Thank you so much. Welcome all the panelists. I would like to welcome Minhas, Nalin, and Amit. Right. So, yes, today's topic is future of real money gaming. And in the past 2-3 years, we have seen a tremendous phenomenal growth in this real money gaming sector, right? I mean, we can say during the pandemic and post-pandemic. So I would like to understand the perspective from a brand marketeer point of view, that what all strategies are being used and can be used in the future to engage and retain customers, because retaining a customer is really tough in this competitive environment. So I'd like to go first with Nalin, if you can, want to bring your perspective out of it.
So basically, to retain the customers, like everybody, we have like basic strategies in place. Like we do the push notifications, SMS, emailers, calling systems, IVR systems, and remarketings, right? So, but the major retentions we get is basically like if your friends or something or your referrals are playing the game, right? So that's the major focus, where we always focus on the referral segments, right? Where you refer your friend, and if he will be onboarded, obviously the chances of you retaining on the game will be much more higher, right? So usually we focus on those kind of things. Apart from that, in real money gaming, usually the basic thing which again matter is a timely like precautions, the way users are depositing their money, whether it's safe or not, the way they are withdrawing the money, whether it's fast, it's safe. So these kind of basic things which matters a lot while we retain the customers, because the customers usually in RMG looks out for these basic things, right? So apart from that, if you'll see nowadays, a lot of guys are actually going, or most of the companies are actually going from the branding perspective, where they are like dealing up with the big actors, right? Usually that moves basically moves towards the user acquisition, but that plays a major role in retaining a customer as well. As your brand builds up, the customers have more trust in your brand, and they usually retain more on your platforms, right? But above all, what I would actually say is what matters the very much is like your experience, the onboarding experience, the gameplay experience, the uninterrupted gameplay which you are offering. Because if that's not, will not work, right? So basically you have to have a proper gameplays, and which keep on evolving. It's not that we have created once the gameplay, it will be remain for every year. So every year, every month, you need to strategize, you need to rethink over that, what's new coming into the market, what the customer needs are, and based on those needs, just update your products and then focus on the retention.
Rightly said, Nalin. So I would like to ask Minhas that Nalin already mentioned that, the experience of gamers, right? And the trust factor. I mean, if they are, adding up the money, where the money is going, how the experience, I mean, the user experience he's talking about. Would you like to add something upon it? I mean, what all strategies we can use to, retain the customers?
Yeah. So we have to actually, I would love to go a few steps backwards and try to answer this question, because retention and churn has been a say critical question for everyone who is doing say user acquisition in this space, right? So I would say my that there I strongly believe in there are a couple of pointers, a couple of factors that we need to look into it. So one is first and very critical, as in how social fabric is knitted closely into the game. All right, because we have seen multiplayer games has more say around the around 5 to 6x larger or so more time spent than single player games. So that's the social fabric, how it closely is knitted into the game. That's the one part of it. And the second part of the pricing one. Then if you want to say retain users, maybe say the user may win or lose, right? So keeping a such a kind of a pricing, say a micro pricing in terms of the ₹3, you come into a game, play a game of Ludo, or maybe say pool or something like that, starting at ₹3 or ₹5, right? That the user keeps on continuing with the same game. Actually, the pricing is obviously one of the important factor. And another strong point is that how do we, so in order to retain a user for a longer period of time, how do we can create a sense of belongingness into the game? As in, if I talk about sense of belongingness, then it would mean say what the regional flavors that I'm putting into the game, right? Suppose for example in India, so if you have to, one of the popular casual game is Ludo. The thing is Ludo, basically. Ludo is something like, it's like people have gone crazy, and the way they have, if you look at China, right? Out of the 20 games that have developed, say out of 14 out of 20 games, they are locally developed, which has the regional flavors to it, so that people can connect to it. Mahjong, for example, taking Mahjong or something else, basically. It's like mostly, I would say, more regional flavored. So in India, this is something obviously we have to, given a survey in the back in some weeks back that in some report I read about.
Right.
So people are interested to try out games which has an Indian flavor to it, mythological, this characters or Indian themes. So another point which goes what my colleague Nalin has said, right? So creating a very say safe ground for the players to come on board, deposit and play. You call it as fair play, or call it as say anything which would provide a safer environment in terms of gameplay and experience for the user. Definitely the user would stick to that particular brand or to that particular game for a longer period of time, for sure.
Right. Thanks, Minhas. I mean, Amit, Minhas mentioned, the regional essence in the gaming, right? So I'll pick up the cue from there where Minhas dropped. So Amit, I mean, do you really believe that, regional essence along with this, the user experience will, help us to retain the customers in this competitive environment for the?
Yeah. Okay. Yeah. Absolutely, I will agree with the point. All the points are mentioned by Minhas and Nalin. So I'll cover that too. I mean, so I will explain the main three things that we need to kind of keep in mind while let's say creating strategy for user retention. First of all, I mean, it start like Nalin mentioned. It start from the day first. I mean, from the onboarding, right? So it depends on what sort of seamless onboarding that you are providing to users, right? So first thing, let's say one is like you may, ensure, okay, so the great onboarding is there. Like post that you need to ensure, okay, so you need to keep monitoring the user behavior within the game, post onboarding process, how their behavior is, what sort of a game that they are playing, what sort of a, let's say, blocker that they are facing within the game. If there are any, you need to kind of work with closely with your product team to kind of enhance that thing. Another thing is, let's say, if you need to keep monitoring users, let's say, move within the game. Let's say, giving an example, so we have a call break, right? You need to keep monitoring, so what sort of a move that people are taking in the game. And let's say if you are seeing that a particular user is taking a wrong move again and again, provide the input to the user to ensure, okay, so they are not taking these kind of move in future, because if they will keep taking that sort of a move, it will impact, so the higher chance that user will get churned out, right? So one is it, continuously monitoring users funnel within the, users funnel within the product, and keep sharing input. Next is, so see people, when the people download game, they come for, let's say, some entertainment. So you need to ensure, I mean, what sort of entertainment that user are getting from it. Let's say if there is a Ludo, if there's a normal game that is happening again and again, I mean, people get bored at one point of time, right? You need to ensure what sort of I mean, let's say entertaining thing that they are getting. Let's say being at, let's say, some sort of a feature. Are you adding some sort of a feature within the game? These, let's say, is there any sort of a customized, let's say, leaderboard happening so that user engage within the game and they will keep playing? Similarly, let's say, is there any custom sort of a tournament is there for user to kind of come and play again and again? So these sort of a thing that you need to keep introducing within your game to keep the user engaged with your game, right? And the last thing is a personalization part that mentioned by Minaz. Like, you need to kind of think about the user on personalization, being at, let's say, within the communication that you are sending out to user, or let's say what sort of a communication that user is seeing within the product. So personalization is most important thing. I mean, let's say start from, let's say, what sort of experience that user is seeing on a game, to, let's say, what sort of communication that they are getting even out of the product also. So yeah.
Yes. So I mean, yes, I mean, there's multiple strategies we can use. I mean, from the brand marketer perspective, like the, regional essence, along with the, user funnel with the essence of entertainment. I mean, what you guys have already mentioned. Now, so jumping on the innovation and technological advancement, because these are the factors that are playing a significant role in creating this gaming ecosystem. And with the gaming sector being one of the fastest growing sectors, and we have seen that it has outpaced many spaces in this particular ecosystem. So how will metaverse affect this real money gaming? And do you guys really think that this the parallel digital life will enhance the gameplay? So I would like to go first with Minhaz, your point of view around this metaverse effect on.
Yes, Alok, I was expecting this question to come in, because metaverse being there all over
the buzzword in the market.
Internet, yeah, being the buzzword, I would say. So yeah, definitely, I would say, right? Because the metaverse, you have to say, is just like a Pandora box, right? It's a so still in a nascent stage, right? This entire space is quite promising, and say, for example, right, any of the game to success, right? So any of the game to succeed in the market, right? Social element or social layering has to be there, right? Now, kind of you think of a metaverse, right? If you're talking about from a gaming brand and a metaverse, think of as a putting a 5-year-old kid into a chocolate factory, right? So it's like immense, right? The opportunities in terms of say opportunities, and the flexibilities, and the kind of say ecosystem a particular game needs to succeed, right? Is everything is there, right? With a play to earn kind of things coming to the picture, with a smart contract, with a micro transactions. Now, the real money game, I'm pretty sure we'll see definitely a very a huge change in years to come, actually. And it's not about limiting yourself to one game in the metaverse world, right? It's about how you are taking a part, as in, so once you're playing a game, right? And you are taking a part of it with you, right? With non-fungible tokens and stuff, right? So you are taking a part out of the game, and which you can use in another pit stop within metaverse. So this is like we are exploring a total different realm, I would say, due to a total different realm for say real money gaming for years to come, for sure.
Okay, so I mean, Nalin, I mean, how the metaverse will affect the real money gaming? We were discussing about the Minhaz. So Minhaz is very much excited about it, because how you think this metaverse is going to change?
So basically, to understand metaverse, what is metaverse? Metaverse is basically like the a parallel world altogether, right? So if you see about gaming, a kind of social elements are already present into the gaming, right? Like, if you'll change shooting games, or even in some games like poker, even in our game like Octo Poker, we have avatars, we have already have the skins available, right? So in metaverse, what is there, that these elements are already there. What we are looking out for to convert these things into the NFTs, the non-fungible tokens, right? The only thing is with the non-fungible tokens is like they need to be unique, right? They cannot be copied or they cannot be transferred to anyone else like Bitcoins and all those things, right? So this is something where everyone is right now looking out for how to convert or this, how to create these NFTs. And when you are working in the metaverse, it's always essential that once you own the NFT, because you need to own the NFTs, unlike cryptocurrency or something, you any user or any player has to own the NFT. So once the NFTs is being owned, how much and how they can carry those NFT into the other games or other worlds? Is there limitations to the single game? It can be used only to the only one game where they have purchased that NFT with the cryptos, right? Again, the metaverse always opens a room for other payment methods like cryptos and everything else, right? Right now, we have even heard that few guys have actually, the Twitter co-founder has actually converted his tweet into NFTs, and guys have actually purchased that. Right. So these are some things you can physically convert anything to the NFTs when it comes to metaverse, right? And can sell it out in terms of crypto, maybe in terms of gameplay, maybe in terms of time you are spending on the platform. There are multiple ways. So now everyone is moving towards play to games, kind of play to earn kind of games, and obviously the real money is no different. So in real money again, if we look out for the futures, if we create avatars, if we create certain NFTs, then it opens a way for a crypto investors, it opens a way for the gamers to earn money out of the games even a lot more. And yeah, it's a whole new world. It opens a whole new world. So
wow, fantastic. Yeah. Yes. So Amit, I mean, as Nalin and Minhas has already mentioned, right? They are seeing a lot of gameplays and enhancement in the RMG with metaverse. Not talking about the nitty gritty and technologically, since we all are the brand marketeers, and from the marketing perspective, how you think it's going to help us in getting more, entertainment centric RMG?
Okay, so see, like Nalin and Minaj mentioned the importance of metaverse, and especially in gaming. So we know, I mean, this is the new world, right? So the new world of internet, right? So and then the beauty of metaverse is it enables us to kind of use the collectibles, things like NFTs and other thing, right? So and at Hike, I think in this month only we launched our first NFT to attract the users. So this is called Rush Avatar, that we launched as an NFT, and let's say as a user asset for a user identity for our let's say Rush users, where we have a different sort of layers in this Rush Avatar that people can let's say leverage it during the gameplay. And how this is, to answer your question, how this is helping us to, we have already seen the good move in terms of attracting the new users to kind of come and try the games. So yeah, that is helping us a lot. In terms of retaining the user and then attracting the new set of a user to come on board and try out.
Fine. So yes, I do agree. I mean, Nalin, Minhas, and Amit regarding this metaverse, and it's going to enhance the gameplay. Obviously, let's hope for it, right? And how soon we are going to see this metaverse effect on our RMG ecosystem, especially in India. So now coming to this, competitive RMG ecosystem, which we have seen in the past 2-3 years. This is the biggest challenge, I guess, from a brand perspective or brand marketeer, to cater the consumer needs, which keeps on changing, because sensations keeps on coming, within a fortnight. You can expect, the new technological advancement or new games coming up every month. So how a game owners are going to cater the consumer needs in this fast moving competitive market, right? I would like to start with Amit. I would love to know your perspective that how the game owners is catering to the needs, the fast moving needs.
Okay, so again, I'll give an example of our organization. So we always keep user at a center while developing any sort of a feature, let's say future need. So we always focus, what sort of a need that user has. And we always keep in mind, let's say what sort of a future need can be for a user. So while developing any kind of a new feature, we keep the user need in place, and we do regular research around the users. Okay, what sort of a new thing that they are exploring, and then kind of try to kind of build some feature around that. and always doing a regular sort of a research around how they are liking it, what sort of the new thing that they want to kind of see in the product. And always, I mean, whenever we reach out to our product team, we come up with the list of things that people, I mean, our existing user is already consuming, and what sort of they ask that they want to see in the product. And yeah, so we discuss with the product team and ensure that those sort of their requirement get catered within the product. So yeah.
Yes. So Minhas, don't you think, I mean, this is the very challenging, in the recent scenario, to cater your consumer needs, because they keep on jumping, because they do have multiple options in the market, right? And to retain a customers is really, really tough from a brand marketing point of view. So what do you think? I mean, how do you cater the needs of the consumer, which keeps on changing because they do have multiple options in the market?
So this problem is going to stay, actually, right? Given the growth trajectory that we are in, say from $1.8 billion to say around $6 billion, whatever, by 24, 25. So this problem is going to stay for sure. Now, the thing is, consider the churn or the player fatigue is very high in casual and hyper casual kind of a game segment. All right, and this is because the games within the casual and hyper casual category are very repetitive, right? It depends upon the user, right? Why the user is coming onto a particular, say, hyper casual or casual game to try out his skill, basically. So generally it says, okay, if it's there to say this thing, socialize, or if he's there to seek thrill, basically, right? Now, if the user or the player keeps on repeating or doing the similar task or similar steps within the game itself, there's a high chances that the user would churn for sure, right? So now, so this is very the thing is, so that's the reason. So in India, if you talk about RMG as a space, right? So card games has been there for some time now, and fantasy sport has done, I would say, more than decent work in the last couple of years, right? Now going forward is the time for casual and hyper casual kind of a segment, which says it would grow by another, say, 30% by 2024 and 2025. Now, keeping an understanding with the user as to what kind of game they're interested in, say, within the game, it's totally dependent upon how you are making their gameplays, or not, I would say gameplays, but the kind of time they're spending on that particular game, as in longer, right? Mm-hmm. If you're able to succeed to do that, right, the user, not only it will stick to you, not the user will stick to that particular game, not to the brand, but also it will give you enough long window to monetize that user, to the user as well as the game, basically. Right. So yeah, so that is something would happen. And like what I have said in my previous answer, the thing is, we need to build games which has regional flavors to it, people can easily connect to it, actually.
Okay. So Nalin, I mean, what Amit and Minhas has already mentioned, right, that to retain a customer, it is a challenge for from a brand perspective, right? So user experience is one which we need to improve to retain the customers. But how do you think, because they do have multiple options in the market, right? And customers keep coming with new technological advancement with new features. So what are your thoughts on it? How to retain customers?
So we have heard one line from along, right? Change is the only constant. So everything need to be updated with time. So do the games, right? So that's actually the fact, right? So now how we can do that actually? So if we are seeing that the game is changing, the market is changing. So here your game community and your customer support actually plays a major role to let you understand what actually your customer needs are, what they are looking out for. Why, if there are a certain customers which are with you from a longer time, now they are not playing your game, then you need to first know that why they are not playing. What are the other games offering? What actually they are looking out for? These are the basic understandings. Once you have from the consumer's perspective, right, you can then improve your game. That what are the things which need to be added into the game, right? So again, it comes to the same question against how to retain the customers, because change, things will come up, right? New games will be there, new sensations will come around every day. Right? It's just that what is the best thing you can take out of from these new things, which is not already there in your game, implement that so that your customers can actually get the same thing within your games as well. Right? So these are the basic things which you need to do while you need to retain your customers or like cater your customer needs.
Okay. So while talking about the technology, since we are running out of time, so we need to, be quick on this, because I personally was very much interested to understand the, importance of AI in RMG, right? So artificial intelligence. So what do you guys think? I mean, how it has improved since 2019, and what the future is going to be of RMG with AI, right? So I would love to understand the perspective of Nalin first, that how is AI in RMG improved since 2019, and what can we expect in 2022 and beyond, right, in the real money gaming sector?
Right.
The artificial
So AI been already used into the RMG specifically for the privacy and security purposes, right? We have like secure account and hackings and frauds. We always use AI to protect users' privacy, which is like a very much important part, right? Apart from that, again, the cheatings and the frauds are something which they're always there in the past. But now what we have seen in the past, or in the what we can optimizing on is customized user experiences, right? So whatever user inputs are, what they are playing, how they are playing, which particular game they like, which kind of purchases usually they made, right? These everything goes into AIs, and based on those, you offer certain things, you offer them, you show them certain things, pop-ups. So these are all UI bits. Apart from that, to retain the customers, there is a proper matchmaking, right? The AI helps you in always in the proper matchmaking, how the matchmaking is happening into your games, right? So there's again comes into the AI's component. So AI helps you out in all those things, right? And in future, obviously, I am assuming that chatbots and the support services will again go into the AI system, where they can actually understand previous needs of the customers and can enhance the chatbots accordingly with the AI.
Right. So, I mean, Minhaz and Amit, since we are running out of time, so I just want to, wrap up the session with a quick note that yes, RMG, we are seeing a lot of growth in the coming future, right? And, being the biggest revenue generator and, advertising spender, we can see a lot of growth in this sector. And thanks for coming. I mean, thanks for giving your time on a Friday evening, right? Thank you so much, Amit, Nalin, and Minhaj. That's all. I'll ask Bhavna.
Thank you so much, Alok. I was really intrigued with the entire discussion, and we were just having a conversation in the back end that we're so privileged and honored to have all our eminent speakers, because every topic is giving us a great insight into something which could become huge, and which is of course already huge in the industry. Kudos to all the men leading it from the front, and we wish you all the very best, and we hope to see you in further conversations ahead. Thank you so much.
Thank you so much.
Thank you.
Thank you, gentlemen. Thank you for your valuable time. So, ladies and gentlemen, what a great discussion this has turned out to be, and I'm sure you've received a lot of information that was new through this panel. Well, I'm on social media, and I do have a lot of followers on my social media accounts, but when I look at some of our next panelists who have millions of followers, my followers seem like a small, intimate group of friends following me. Well, that's the magnitude of followers which we are talking about. Well, we move on to the next panel of gaming influencer marketing, where we have some of the top gaming influencers from India who will discuss how brands can benefit from the millions of followers through influencer marketing tactics. Please join me in welcoming our panelists and session chair. Well, we have with us Ankit Pant, a e4m Red Bull athlete and a gamer. We've got Ujjwal Chaurasia, Techno Gamers Z. We've got, of course, Ankit, who's a Red Bull athlete and a gamer himself. We've got Ankit Chauhan, who's a gaming content creator. We've got Shagufta Iqbal, who's a gaming content creator by the company name being XYAA. Please, Shagufta, if you can clarify, we'd love that. We've got Sameera, who's a content creator and a YouTuber. And we've got, of course, Sanjay Tripathi, who's a co-founder and CEO, Agilio Labs, who's going to be the session chair. Well, wow. with all the influencers on the screen. It's going to be a great conversation, and we're loving the energy already. All right, I can see a few of you only on the screen. But yes, as you can see, everyone's turning on their cameras and we're liking it, and we would want to stick on the schedule. So of course, we'd request our session chair, Sanjay. I know there are two of your panelists right now on your screen, and apologies, we didn't have everyone join in, but I'm sure the team is following up on that. But let's start the games, and you've got the influencers, mega influencers on the screen. Please take the conversation ahead, and we'll update you once the others join in. Thank you.
Okay, hope others are joining very shortly. So, nevertheless, we'll start with Ankit. I think Ankit, we had a very great discussion yesterday, and why don't you start saying that how you become a gamer or influencer in this, where it started?
Hi, first of all, thank you for this opportunity. I started when I was in school. I saw this black tinted glasses in front of me. There was a shop, and there was a lot of loud noises coming out. So I went inside, and that's where I got to know about gaming cafes. That was my first move, and after that I started inquiring about what is this all about. So I got to know that you pay and you play for some time, and you can play multiple games. Then I did a little more research. I got to know that you can represent your country in gaming. So that intrigued me, and I thought I want to do this because I want to lift my country's flag on an international stage. So that was my move into professional gaming through gaming cafes.
Oh, so nice. Any challenges you faced, when getting into this journey?
Hell lot of challenges. First of all, parents' acceptance was not there. They thought that me going in that dark room was a dungeon, and I was going there to gamble. They thought that machines and computers, they did not understand all of that. So they thought I take money, I take that 10 rupees, I go in that cafe, and I try to get it 20 or 30 rupees out of it. But then slowly I made them understand that this is not gambling. I play, and there are tournaments that happen, and maybe in future I can take this as a career. So there were a lot of misconceptions about gaming. Once I told this to my parents, then the second thing came that you will get spectacles, you will get back pain. Once my mom saw that I was standing outside with my teammates, and they were shouting, someone was smoking, drinking, and abusing. And then those misconceptions started happening that you will also become like them, you should not go in that place, that's a dark place, you will ruin your life. So all of that started happening. But then slowly I told them, you give me your doubts. If those guys are doing it, that doesn't mean I want to do it. I want to represent my country at the highest level. So I took a notebook actually, and I noted all that doubts. So you can no smoking, no drinking, this is back pain, spectacles, and all these, not having a proper diet. So then slowly until today, I don't drink, I don't smoke. I tell my fans also that these are all bad things, you shouldn't do it. That aggression is not there. My mom thought that gaming, I play FPS games, there is shooting, and you plant a bomb, you defuse a bomb, you throw flashes. So my mom thought that you will get into all these aggressive things, you shouldn't do that. And touchwood, till today nothing bad has happened, and now I have that trust, saying that okay, matlab mera bacha is not like that, and now he's playing at the highest level. He has people who love him. He's playing for the country also. So now things are good, but back then it was very difficult to make them understand all these things.
Samira, you heard Ankit's story, how you become a gaming influencer, and did you face some similar challenges from your parents, or preconceived notions kind of thing?
Not really, but I was a very studious kind of a student. I was into studies and a lot. And whenever I was back at home, my mom used to tell me, "Kuch khelo, play something." Why you always keep books and all. And she encouraged me actually. So I was always into this video games when in school. Then it started okay, my mom used to tell, okay, pehle padai, bad mein khelo. And so when I got into a job, then I realized, okay, now I can, start something with gaming, or it's always 9 to 5 or a boring job. So whenever I used to, get back home after the work, I used to, play games. So I just had a thought yeah, we can stream this too. So it just started, and yeah, they've all supported me.
So Ankita, we just heard a story of Ankit and Samira. So what is your story? How you become a gaming influencer, and what kind of challenges you faced?
So Sanjay, maybe we can direct it to Ujjwal and Shagufta as well. Ankita is
Okay.
just going to be joining us
Oh,
shortly. Yeah,
okay.
so we
Sorry.
just have Ujjwal and Shagufta right now. Thank you.
ओके ओके उज्जवल आपका स्टोरी क्या है, मतलब आपको कैसे आप गेमिंग इन्फ्लुएंसर बने एंड आपको क्या क्या चैलेंजेस झेलना पड़ा?
And Ujjwal, this is for you joining a little later, so don't mind the interruption.
ओके बचपन से पैशन था गेम्स वगैरह खेलने का, कभी मोबाइल में कभी टीवी में, जहां भी मिल जाए खेलते ही रहते थे। बट फिर ऐसे देखा यूट्यूब पे, मैंने कुछ क्रिएटर्स को देखा और उनको देख के मैं भी काफी कुछ सीखता था गेम्स में और फिर अपने दोस्तों को भी सिखाता था। तो फिर मेरा भी एक टाइम मन हुआ कि मैं अपने दोस्तों को यूट्यूब वीडियो के थ्रू ही सिखाता हूँ, ऐसे फन के लिए। मैंने ऐसे 3-4 वीडियो अपलोड करा। वो वीडियो तो मैंने अपने दोस्तों को दिखाया था, बट फिर कुछ टाइम बाद देखा इन सब वीडियोस पे 150-200 व्यूज वगैरह आ गए। और फिर वो मेरे भाई ने देखे वो वीडियोस और उसको उस चीज के बारे में पता था कि यूट्यूब में करियर बन सकता है, और उसने मेरे पैशन को पहचाना एंड फिर सपोर्ट करा। धीरे धीरे चलते गए और चैलेंजेस, वही पढ़ाई, एग्जाम सब आ गए, क्योंकि मैंने 10th स्टैंडर्ड के बाद ही स्टार्ट कर दिया। तो एक बैलेंस करना बहुत इंपॉर्टेंट होता है। अगर मैं ये इतना बड़ा रिस्क ले रहा हूँ कि गेम भी खेलना है और मेरे को साथ के साथ मतलब पढ़ाई भी करनी है, तो दोनों को बैलेंस करते करते यही सबसे बड़ा चैलेंज था। उस टाइम पे बंद कर दिया, फिर थोड़े बहुत अप एंड डाउन, एंड वीडियोस डालता रहा रेगुलरली एंड फिर चल गया। एक वीडियो वायरल की एंड फिर ऑडियंस आगे चैनल पे एंड ग्रो हो गया।
Good, very interesting. Sagupta, like you heard Ankit's story and Ujjwal's story. So how you become an influencer, and did you face similar challenges while becoming an influencer?
मेरा स्टोरी भी लाइक उज्जवल जैसा क्वाइट सिमिलर है। I hope you all can hear me.
Yeah.
Yes, we can.
So my story is also very similar to Ujjwal. Like मैं बचपन से I was always into gaming, and I used to play like lots of. My dad had a computer and उसमें बैठ के I used to play games दिन रात. And then my friends got me introduced to like online multiplayer games. फिर वो सब चालू हुआ, and फिर online games में कैसे फिर like I used to watch videos and stuff, you know, to learn more about the game. And उससे मेरे को पता चला कि there is a thing called streaming, जिधर लोग like खुद का गेम स्ट्रीम करते हैं, फिर उनको व्यूअर्स आते हैं, उनका एक कम्युनिटी फॉर्म होता है। एंड मैं हमेशा से कैसे थोड़ी शाई टाइप पर्सनैलिटी था मेरा, सो आई डिड नॉट हैव अ लॉट ऑफ फ्रेंड्स। सो आई वाज लाइक कि हाँ, ये मेरे को एक अच्छा चीज़ दिख रहा है जिससे आई कैन, यू नो, make friends online through gaming, through doing what I love. So I also started streaming as a hobby. At the start I had like 1-2 people who used to watch me, and then slowly it grew. And उसके बाद में challenges के regards में मैंने भी start किया था जब मेरा I think engineering में थी, तो वही था मुश्किल, like you know, balancing studies and gaming. That was my number one challenge. And फिर मेरे को job भी लगा, so job भी रहता था मेरा like all day, and then फिर घर रात को आके I used to stream. So it was difficult, you know, balancing that. So yeah.
Good. I think everyone has the same challenges while growing up in terms of studies, balancing, and parents like no objection from parents, or like how to really manage that kind of thing. Ankit, like when you thought like you are gaining followers, is it the game which helped, or you're creating content, or your engagement with the followers actually helped you? You felt that okay, now that I'm getting a follower base and I should do this more and more.
I think for me it came from the game that I played. I started with Counter-Strike 1.6. Back then social media was not that big. Then when Counter-Strike Global Offensive came, social media started improving, and with Valorant. So for me it was more about playing at the highest level, representing your country, and being there in the top 3 in India. So people wanted to know more about me, wanted to know what I did, how I earned money, what are these tournaments. So my fans came from most of the fans came from there only.
Okay. उज्जवल, आपने रेड बुल एथलीट बने, आप थोड़ी बता सकते हैं रेड बुल एथलीट कैसे बने, और आपका फैन कैसे, आप कौन सा गेम के वजह से फैन बढ़ा, और आपका कंटेंट के लिए फैन बढ़ा, आपका क्या स्टोरी है?
1 मिलियन तक जो मेरे सब्सक्राइबर्स ग्रोथ थी वो ऐसी थी कि कभी बढ़ रही है, एक आध वीडियो वायरल गए, सब्सक्राइबर्स आने लग गए, फिर थोड़ी डाउन है सब, मतलब धीरे धीरे करते करते 1 मिलियन तक सब्सक्राइबर्स आए। देन मैंने क्या करा, मैं सिर्फ मोबाइल गेम्स पे था क्योंकि उस टाइम पे मोबाइल था। फिर मैंने क्या करा, एक रिस्क लिया कि मैं पीसी गेम्स पे स्विच होता हूँ, बट उसमें ये रिस्क था कि जो ऑडियंस मेरे को देखता है उन पे मोबाइल है, तो शायद वो पीसी गेम्स ना देखे। बट फिर मैंने रिस्क लिया एंड गेम्स खेलना स्टार्ट करा, और मैंने जीटीए स्टार्ट करा था, एंड जीटीए में खुद का एक सीरीज बनाया और वो लोगों को बहुत पसंद आया, और वहीं से चैनल बहुत अच्छा खासा बूम हुआ। एंड रेड बुल एथलीट का जो मुझे ये लगता है कि मेरे को बहुत सारे ना, मतलब ऐसे कुछ अब हट के करना था, थोड़ा सा गेमिंग से बाहर निकल के उस जोन में, एंड रेडबुल को भी कुछ ऐसे ही एथलीट की जरूरत थी जिनका कुछ अलग करने का मन हो, कुछ ऐसे थोड़ा डिफरेंट गेमिंग को लेकर ही, बट थोड़े एक अलग लेवल पे। तो फिर हम दोनों का एक मतलब मैच हुआ वो सीन। एंड जो बैकग्राउंड अगर देखे तो शायद रेडबुल मतलब रेडबुल को मेरे अंदर जो स्पेशल चीजें लगी वो यही है कि कभी किसी से कोई कंट्रोवर्सी नहीं, एंड एक पॉजिटिव ऑडियंस जो कहीं पर उतना मतलब एक वही पॉजिटिव इमेज शायद से रेडबुल को मेरे अंदर दिखी। ये नहीं कि बहुत ज्यादा ऑडियंस है इसलिए, क्योंकि मैंने नहीं देखा कि रेडबुल इस चीज पे ज्यादा फोकस करता है कि इसका बहुत ज्यादा ऑडियंस है तो इसको रेडबुल एथलीट बनाओ, वरना आज फिर बहुत सारे एथलीट होते। बट मेरे को जो ये लगा, एंड सबसे अच्छी चीज जो ये है कि कुछ बड़ा एंड कुछ हटके जो करना है, जो भी इन फ्यूचर आएगा वो बस हो जाए, मजा आने वाला है वो। थोड़ा सा गेमिंग है बट थोड़ा बाहर निकल के रियल लाइफ गेमिंग।
So, Ankita, when you thought you were actually gaining followers, or like you started believing that you are a gamer, now people are following you, you have to create content. So, is it because of the games you played or because of the content you created? So, where you found the difference?
I think people watched me for my personality. I think it's not just the game. You have to be entertaining as a person yourself if you're going to be live streaming and you want people to come watch you. So I think that's what set me apart.
Okay. So, Samira, is that do you believe what Ankita is saying, or like you think like there is something more also to become a good gamer or good streamer?
Yeah, with me, the thing was people were like much curious कि हाँ multilingual stream डाल रखा है तो I mean कैसे how can you talk in like 9 languages? ठीक है हम ये language में बात करते हैं to reply us in that language. तो ऐसे मतलब curiosity बढ़ती गई कि कैसे मतलब इतने languages कैसे बात कर रही है ये. तो people started growing like that.
Okay, Shagupta, like you also call yourself Zaya. So what is the story? Like, why you have got another name? Because people believe in that name or they follow you on that name. How you created that name and how you gained followers?
So Zaya actually like बहुत पहले there was this favorite YouTuber of mine and उसने अपनी cat का नाम Zaya रखा था and उधर से ही मेरे को inspiration मिला ये नाम का. मेरे को बहुत ही ऐसे unique, थोड़ा mysterious type लगा ये name. So that's why I just chose it. And gaming name like ऐसे अलग से मेरा personality बन गया. Like me IRL Shagufta is like I mean kind of different than like me online. So yeah, and आजकल तो मुझे मेरे family members भी मुझे Zaya से ही बुलाते हैं कभी-कभी. And followers gaining के बात है, I mean I always try to experiment with my games and content. Like हमेशा I never really stuck to one single game. So मेरे जो audience है वो बहुत सारे different games से फिर वैसे पढ़ते हैं. So yeah, I like to experiment and उससे मेरी audience like I got more and more followers from that.
Good. Ankit, do you follow any international gamer, and what you have learned from them? Is there anything which you have picked from them, like when you are trying to become a gaming influencer, like this is something which you want to acquire, let's say like all the top gamers around the world?
So I used to follow NIP, MIBR, these Counter-Strike 1.6 teams back then. And I noticed one thing that, these guys were not relying on only tournament prize winnings. So coming from a humble background, I knew I couldn't, rely on winnings only because no one can say that you are going to win every tournament that you play. And in my case also, it was the same thing. So I asked myself this question back then: that what if I lose a tournament and I don't get money? How would I, pay for my electricity? How would I feed my parents? And that's when I got I did some research and I got to know about sponsorships and about a little bit of marketing. So back then I started knocking at sponsors doors and telling them that this is what I do, and I'm the best in the country. Would you like to sponsor us? So from there the sponsorship journey began, and slowly a lot of brands started coming in. That's where the real money was back then in 1.6 in Counter-Strike Global Offensive and now Valorant. Because if I told my parents that only if I win I'll get money and only then I can take care of my family and you guys, then it would not have been right. And I didn't want to keep my family hanging there कि अगर जीतेगा तो ही पैसा मिलेगा, and then you'll have to do something. So I started building it very early, and that's what I learned from the global teams, that they were playing well, they were being represented well. In our case, we had to do, in my case at least, I had to do everything on my own, because back then making those marketing heads understand about sponsorships, and how they will benefit if they sponsor me, if they get a logo on my jersey. So those were the things which really helped, and we started things started falling in place. So this was something that I learned from the international teams.
उज्जवल, you heard Ankit's story. आपको स्पॉन्सरशिप कैसे मिला? आपको ब्रांड एसोसिएशन कैसे स्टार्ट हुआ?
फर्स्ट टाइम मतलब जब मेरे 1 लाख सब्सक्राइबर्स थे, तो मैं ऐसा काफी देखता था कि सब पे ऐसे कुछ ना कुछ ब्रांड डील्स आ रही हैं, बहुत सारी अलग अलग। तो एक ना उस टाइम तो एक शौक हुआ यार मेरे पे भी आओ, मतलब वो था कि हाँ हम किसी चीज का पैसों के लिए नहीं, मतलब वो तो एक है ही टॉपिक कि हाँ हमसे एक एक्स्ट्रा रेवेन्यू आएगा, बट एक वो भी था अंदर से पता नहीं क्यों मन करता था कि हम किसी चीज की और ऐड कर रहे हैं। तो फर्स्ट टाइम जो मेरे को स्पॉन्सर आया था वो था स्टॉक मार्केट का, और जो कि मेरी एक बहुत बड़ी गलती थी कि मैंने उसे प्रमोट करा, और वही फर्स्ट एंड लास्ट था। उसमें क्या था कि वही है जो मार्केट होता है, अप एंड डाउन जो भी चीज रहती है, तो उस चीज को मैंने प्रमोट करा। फिर बाद में मैंने खुद से ही क्वेश्चन करा है कि क्या ये सही है, मतलब एक ऑडियंस है मेरा, उनको खुद मालूम है वो सारे मतलब मैक्सिमम बच्चे ही हैं, तो फिर उनको नहीं समझ आएगा, और उल्टा तो मतलब पैसा खराब करने वाला गेम है, तो वही एक मिस्टेक था। देन उसके बाद फिर ऐसे गेम्स के मैंने फिर ये कोशिश करा कि कोई ऐसी चीज ही प्रमोट करूं जिसमें मेरा तो फायदा हो ही रहा है, बट साथ के साथ जो मेरी ऑडियंस है उनका भी फायदा होना चाहिए। तो फिर यही था कि जैसे गेम्स आ रही है, नई नई गेम्स को प्रमोट करना जो सच्ची में अच्छी है, मेरे को खेलने में मजा आ रहा है। ऐसा नहीं है कि मैं जो भी गेम आ रही है बस प्रमोट कर दी, मेरे को खुद से अच्छी लगती है कि हाँ इसको मजा आ रहा है खेलने में, अब मैं वही प्रमोट करता हूँ। एंड कुछ इसी टाइप से स्पॉन्सर मिलते गए, एंड फिर जो भी अब आता है तो मैं वही कोशिश रहती है कि दोनों का फायदा हो।
So Samira, we heard from Ujjwal that he doesn't want to do the stock market one. So is there any no for you when you are actually getting brand association? Or
Yeah.
how you give value to the brands when the brands comes to you?
Yeah, exactly. I would love to share my experience. Same thing happened with me. I got like एक opportunity जहाँ पे मेरे को like कुछ something related to betting. So ये वाला मतलब promote करना था. Then I denied saying कि हाँ like because most of our audience will be kids, right? School going kids and all. So keeping that in mind, we actually denied that offer कि नहीं करना है तो.
Ankita, so there are many influencers. There are many types of influencer which we see in the market. It can be fashion blogger, it can be travel. So where you think as gaming influencer has a differential offering for the brand or the marketeers? And which are the category you think gaming influencer can do a good job compared to other influencers?
When it comes to gaming influencers, there are so many of us, and everybody's doing something different. We are not just playing games. When you look at us, a lot of us have, experimented with vlogging, with travel vlogs, with lifestyle vlogs, with fashion, and there's so many other things that gamers do. And I believe that apart from gaming, we can also provide, all of these lifestyle brands with something great.
Oh, like Sagupta, like in a study we discussed about this, where you think gaming influencer add value. For example, what you do for the brand so that you believe brands as brand find you stickier in terms of whether it's a content creation or going out of the way to really do something more for the brand. Can you give any example which you have done for any of the brands?
So I am currently working with MSI Gaming as they are my sponsor, and so for them it's like they don't really give me a lot of work. Like beach mein they give me work to do, but then even without any work, like sometimes I will post a video for them, or sometimes I'll post a story for them and tag them in my stories and stuff. So they get really happy, like, hey, we did not ask you to do this for us, but you're still doing it for us. So they really appreciated that. So like we just don't have to stick with the deliverables. If you go out of your way and do something for the brand, then they really appreciate it.
Oh, okay. Ankit, this is the last question. I think, we have almost consumed all times, entire time. So, see, you have seen, you are one of the senior gamers. You have seen how the brands has come in. You started with going to the brands directly. Now there are a lot of agencies which reach up to you. But if you look at international gamers and international influencers, the kind of categories they do and the kind of categories where our influencers are doing, do you think there is a gap, and what the influencer or the brands can do more to really get gaming influencer, use gaming influencers more?
I think brands earlier also when I went to my first brand, he was like, we don't trust gamers. We had a very bad experience. And, that was like an eye opener for me because I didn't do it, but, I had to take the blame because of all gamers. So I, decided to change that. And I think right now it's improving a lot. From what I can see, earlier it was not the case. Earlier everyone used to go through agencies because they feel safe there. The brands feel safe that okay, if the gamer does not do the deliverables, agency will make them do. They have contract signed, and then the brands don't want to go to the influencer or whoever they're signing that barbar, you do this, you have to you promised this but you didn't do it, and that's why they take the route of an agency. Most of the guys, most of the brands I feel are very secured in going to big agencies and telling them okay, get me 10 influencers or get me 5 influencers, this is a project, and then the agencies start pitching the influencer that this is what you want to do, these are the deliverables, what are your commercials. In my case, I have always been going to the branch directly, and that has really worked well for me. So when now for an example, if I tell you my sponsorships, now I am the brand ambassador of HyperX, I am a Red Bull athlete, I'm the brand ambassador of Intel, I'm the brand ambassador of Alienware. So these are all directly brand sponsorships. When I speak to them, they don't want to take me for someone who would do 6 posts or 10 posts. They sign me for yearly contracts, and that depends on brands to brands also. Now some do micro influencer campaigns, some do proper influencer campaigns, and some do the brand ambassador types. So this is what I tell people in the community also, that you should start with small, because I also started with small. You can't just go there and tell them that I want to be the brand ambassador of your brand. Trust me, the brands will not give you their logo till the time they start trusting you. I have worked really hard, and I know for the fact that they might first give you something, some gear that some peripherals that they want to promote, then they might give you some money. But if they trust you completely, then only you will be given their logo, and they will welcome you to the family. So this is what agencies kind of do in a better way. But now from all these gaming hypes, the games which are growing, Valorant and Battlegrounds and all these influencers like Ankita and all these big guys, Zaya, Ujwal, now these guys can go directly to the brands because they have worked hard. I've seen them growing since the beginning. These are legit people. So brands now, the atmosphere is that okay, now they can trust him because they have done multiple campaigns, they have done multiple projects, but earlier it was not the case.
Okay, thank you, Ankit. I think what Ankit said, and all the panelists actually saying that gaming influencers are really growing in India, and like in international markets, a lot of brands are now going to the gaming influencers. It is not restricted to the categories like mobile phones or electronic items. It is like lifestyle brands and all those things are coming. The target segment is like youth, and there are a lot of brands looking at youth. I think more and more brands, if they can come to the gaming influencer, I think they will get a lot more value because of their unique content. And more importantly, the kind of followers they get, probably most of them are unique followers because they don't really follow other fashion or other influencer kind of thing. I think it's a win-win kind of thing, and I wish you all the best. And thank you so much for joining the panel.
Thank you.
Thank you so much, Sanjay, for letting us know these mega influencers, and I'm sure their followers would really keenly look forward to their upcoming projects in future. Thank you for flagging the industry with all the poise and respect you've garnered for yourself. Thank you.
Thank you.
God bless. So, ladies and gentlemen, those were our mega influencers, of course, with Sanjay doing such a mighty task of curating such wonderful discussions. Sanjay, thank you for that. So, well, ladies and gentlemen, with this, it is time for us to move on to our next great discussion on the other side. Well, I would request everyone to kindly hashtag. The hashtag is very simple. It's e4m GameON. So let the conversations keep living. Now that we've learned about the different aspects of gaming and are better informed about how to utilize this new media through influencer marketing, let's move on to a presentation from the global luxury automobile brand BMW on how they have been using gaming to attract their customers. Well, if you're intrigued, please join me in welcoming Pia, who heads the gaming and sponsoring at BMW Group, Germany, who's joining us. Pia, thank you so much for your valuable time. You're looking incredible, and thank you The different time zones, I'm sure, would, garner to our different introductions. But, we were elated and we'd love to now pass it on to you. Apologies on the delay from our end. Over to you.
Thank you very much. And especially thanks for having me. It's a great pleasure to talk to you. And if it's okay, I would share my short presentation and we'll, show you what we did and what we're doing at BMW. And if there's some questions afterwards, we can talk about that. So I tried to share and you let me know if it works, hopefully.
Sure, I'm going to be sticking around till the time the presentation is going to be on the screen.
Give me just a minute. Here we go. So maybe you give me a short information if it works.
Sure, Pia. Yes, it does. It does. Over to you.
Perfect. Thank you very much. So today I've brought you some charts to really show how our approach is. So what we did with BMW. So many of you know that we started in 2020, conquering the area of esports. And some might ask why, because BMW is not a traditional company in terms of esports. So the fit is quite new and special for us. And the reason why really was that there is a perfect fit between our brand strategy and the esports market, because it's like progressive, it's about sports, it's about doing things together. And we had some goals at BMW, and the most important one is to make the brand future-proof, because we are just existing about 100 years, and we have I would not say an older target group, but there is a big need to really achieve brand loyalty at a really young age. So this is why we decided to go into esports, to really raise brand awareness and to really drive competition within this esports community. So how did we do that? What was our way? We really took a lot of time to really understand the community, to really embrace the scene know-how, and to really understand what they're talking, how they're speaking, what are the topics interesting for us, and we really learn to interact with the community on eye level. Furthermore, we really identified the sweet spot in this ecosystem, because we needed to check what is our way into the esports community. Is it like sponsoring a tournament? Is it working with the teams? Is it some like our kind of communication? And just really check what fits for a brand like BMW. And finally, it's quite important to really find your brand attribute which you can bring into the esports community. And the main important thing from my side is no usual advertising. So really try to be like authentic and really try not to bring your product in where it doesn't fit. So really be like, it should feel natural, I would say. So what we did is really, standing out of the crowd and leave a mark. So we decided who we want to be in this community, and we decided to be the rebel, to be not the traditional BMW thing and the most people know. So really take new and brave ways of communication. So really rebel-like. So this is what we did. And our result from all these thinkings, from planning and strategy, was that we signed one of 5 of the best League of Legends teams in the world. We really have chosen a global setup because we decided to be like mainly everywhere on the world to have a great impact. And we started with League of Legends because it's a strategic game, it's not a shooter game. And for a brand like BMW, it's easier really to start on the strategic thing. Nowadays, we also work with Valorant. We get some steps further, but we started with this kind, and it really worked hard. So I have a video with me. Hopefully the audio will work. If not, let me know. So what do you see?
Pia, we're not able to get any audio on the video. Could you just try and,
Yeah, let me check.
No worries. I'm there to assist, and so is my team. So on the video, we couldn't really hear anything.
I tried to get music in. If not, because of the time, it's no worries if there is no audio. So next time it's fine for the moment.
Sure, Pia. As however you'd
so
like.
you saw the pictures, and hopefully the pictures were nice. I just wanted to show you that it's not the traditional way of communication we are doing with BMW and esports, because if we want to be part of the community of this esports hemisphere, for us it's important to really be authentic and understand what they're interested in. So the video you have seen was our launch video, and is not the classic BMW communication as you might know. So we decided to implement a buzzing narrative. It's united in rivalry, because this is what it is. All teams are united in what they are doing. They are all gamers. They all want to win. And that's the rivalry they have, because everybody wants to win. So this is really a narrative which works with the teams, because the teams use it for taking this beef idea to make funny and great communication with this narrative, and together with BMW, and really helped us out. And it really showed that this is a really good working strategy. So come on. Okay, so then we did the next level. After we had this communication start, we take the next step, having a combined event. So we call it the BMW Berlin Brawl, because the first brawl took place in Berlin. And this was our first live show to bring the community together with the players, because the players are a lot on the way on the whole world, and a lot of gamers have never ever the chance to meet one of these guys. So we brought them together in Berlin to really have the chance, or to enable the community to be quite near to their idols. That worked well. We had a great impact. We had great people with us, great key opinion leaders, and important people for us to really make it a great success. And afterwards, we took the next step. This was our communication in 2021. We continued the rivalry by implementing a manga. We called it the Heroes of Rivalry, and that's the next step in our range that we said, okay, pretty cool. So we had the first steps, joining the teams, bringing out the buzzing narrative with United in Rivalry, then bring the fans together with the gamers, with our Berlin Brawl. And now what can we do to really make the players of the teams to be heroes? And that's the reason why we decided to have a real Japanese manga drawer who did it. It was Eki Bright, who really did this complete manga story with us, and it worked really well. He drew every team as a manga, and we had 8 episodes which completely tells the story of the teams together with BMW. And this manga thing is something which is unusual, but really embraced by a lot of different target groups from a different age. And this was great for us, because every player of a team was the hero himself in this manga. And in the end, we also had the chance to bringing our cars again, because bringing a product into an esports hemisphere always needs to feel really natural, because advertising is not of interest of the community. So that's what we did. And this is what we are still doing. I have another video now with me. I assume we will again have no audio, but anyway, let's join the pictures of the video and talk about that afterwards. So what I really like here, and this is something I really want to let you know, that this is, for me, in my opinion, and one of the most important things when you're stepping into the topic of esports with a brand like BMW, which is like pretty much more traditional and which comes not easily to your mind when you're thinking of esports. You really need to be brave to do a communication which is really of interest in the community. If I would do usual BMW communication, nobody would be of interest of that. So what you can see here, I've never thought that I will see a fire-spitting dragon climbing down the famous BMW headquarters in Munich, and I'm really happy that the company really decided to go this way, to really target really young target group and to show them that we are ready to do fancy and new stuff. And this brings me to the end of my presentation. I have just written down our rules to become an accepted player in the community. The very first is really to understand the community and also their way of communication and really communicate their way, to learn from them. So don't try to do it the classic way. Really talk to them, learn to them. I'm often very open to talk to our teams to understand what is the right way to do activation, how to talk to the people, what can I do, what is not interesting. And I'm really open to understand, and I'm really happy to do, like I told you, the unusual way, to use the unusual way. And what's also really important is not to push any kind of products into that gaming. It always needs to feel natural and supporting. And I always say, if you want to bring a product into a game, please use a game where the product has happened. So that's what we did last year with Rocket League, because it's a car-related game. So we brought in a car. I would never bring in a car into League of Legends or Dota 2 because it wouldn't feel natural and nobody would understand why there is a BMW in the game. But using it in Rocket League feels like, cool, this is a really cool way because it's all about cars, it's about cars and football. So why do not bring in the BMW car in there? And that's what I told you before. Never put a product in a game where the product feels unnatural or does not happen. So that's what I told you before. And I think that's what I also learned during the last 2 years. Being an enabler is a good way to be accepted of the community. Try to have the gaming scene and the community to grow, because there's a long way to go, but because there are still people who think gaming is like just only for nerds, but that's not right. So it's good to be part of this hemisphere with a brand like BMW to show, okay, take it serious. This is really important word. A lot of people are in gaming or in esports, and there's a really great target group for us to talk to, and especially an upcoming target group. And this is really important for a lot of brands to really get further and to be future-proof. And finally, be brave and try something new, even if it doesn't fit the usual brand positioning. That's what I told you also before, and what I wanted to show you on the examples before and the videos and the kind of communication we do with BMW. And now we are stepping into a third year of esports, and we have big plans for sure. So we will enter the next level of rivalry, more to come in May this year. And that's it for the moment. That was a quick one because it was only like 10 minutes. Hopefully you learned a bit of that, what we did with BMW. And if there are any questions by now, feel free and just let me know.
Sure. Thank you so much, Pia. Well, we would love the conversation to continue, but as you rightly said, in interest of time and it's a little limited schedule, we'd love to engage, but meanwhile, we'd like to thank you for your valuable time. Thank you.
Thank you very much.
Thank you. God bless.
Bye-bye.
Bye-bye. Cheers. Well, ladies and gentlemen, with this, it is time to move on to the next session. Thank you so much, Pia, for such an interesting presentation. And as we come close towards the end of this exciting topic, it is important that we also know what the future holds. You might have seen words like AI, NFT, metaverse, or blockchain in your newsfeed. What does that really mean to the gaming industry? Well, if you're intrigued to find out, this is the panel discussion you've been waiting for. Join me in welcoming our international experts on the topic to get an understanding of the future of online gaming. I would like to thank our associate partner, Loco, home of Indian gaming, who has partnered on this. And please join me in welcoming Anirudh Pandita, the founder of Loco. We've got Michael, who's the International Sector Director, Esports and Gaming YouGov from Germany. We've got Jacob Schrader, the GM of Esports at Zen Sports USA. We've got Marcus Howard, the author of Innovate, Gaming and Esports, and also the member of Blockchain Game Alliance. And we've, of course, got Neeraj Ruparel, the head of mobile and emerging tech, Group M, who has gladly accepted to be the session chair for this discussion. Well, it's going to be a great one, and we're really looking forward. Neeraj, a great discussion, I'm sure, and the mighty task of moderating it is in your hands. So, Neeraj, please take forth the live reins.
Thank you. Thank you so much, Bhavna.
Pleasure.
Question to the guests, should I log in with MR or VR? While the session was on, I just put it on. I was in my gaming zone.
Great start, Neeraj. Over to you.
All right, guys, this is pretty much a subject which we all are super passionate about. So it doesn't even need a heads up per se. I would say let's just spend about 1 minute on what's keeping us busy these days on the topics which Bhavna just announced. Something that's keeping me super busy is this entire wave of metaverse. And I've been busy creating a lot of sci-fi experiences here and in the Indian market, getting my brands on board as well. So the India's first wedding, you guys must have heard about it. That was completely conceptualized by us. And we got some of our brands like Coca-Cola to be part of it, ITC and a bunch of other brands to be part of it. One of my personal favorites on metaverse is the work which we did on Mondelez for Cadbury Silk, wherein we created a moon dating experience, one of the lucky couples from Mumbai. This is a lot of sci-fi work, which also happens on the gaming space, right from Roblox to Fortnite to Sony PlayStation as well. So we are actually getting a lot of our brands immersed in those experiences, creating a lot of interesting brand integrations out there. So my question to begin with would be for Marcus. Been a big fan of your books, and I've been reading it in a big way. And when Imran came up to me, I was just reading up more about you, and then I see your post on LinkedIn. My first question to Marcus would be, how will the metaverse grow the esports space?
Great question, Neeraj, and thank you all for joining. I believe that the metaverse is going to give esports teams the ability to have kind of scalable revenue and engagement opportunities. And shout out to Lowell Stevens. He's wrote a fantastic paper about that. So if you haven't seen it, definitely go check that out. But the ability to basically create these digital assets, these digital experiences that don't have the traditional kind of fixed price cost of in-person events, right? And it also has the ability to kind of activate a wider variety of brands, because as we all know, the metaverse is really just the gaming industry. So if you start to get more brands into the gaming industry, now they have the opportunity to recognize the value to have this digital presence. And then that allows us to grow the total audience of brands that are engaging.
What's your take on mixed reality? Because one of my favorite players in India, which is going to rewrite the history of mixed reality in India, is Jio Tesseract. They're going to be bundling up the mixed reality hardware with Jio Fiber. It's going to enter our households in less than 6 months. It's going to be pretty much mainstream is what I feel. How would that pretty much drive the esport wave? For esports to go mainstream, I would say, for esports to go mainstream, what role would mixed reality play?
I think one of the challenge we have with scale is that there's still a stigma against video games, and then by extension, esports. People don't believe that you can be a sports athlete if you're sitting in your chair, playing at a console or computer or mobile. And so what XR creates is the ability to have this kind of full body motion, full interaction that you associate with traditional sports. And then in that way, not only are you having more activity, so it's seen as more accepted, but then you also extend the amount of engagement opportunities, right? Extended reality means not only can you have esports from your home, but you can have it at, let's call it a Chuck E. Cheese or a stadium, or, there's simulation software where there's kind of extended reality bicycle riding. And I don't know if you've heard of Hado, which is basically digital dodgeball. I just shared I had an interview last week or earlier this week, the gentleman who's getting ready to use extended reality to do the same thing to motorsports that laser tag has done to paintball. So you're driving an electric go-kart, but it feels like you're playing Mario Kart because you can shoot lasers and there are bombs and all kinds of power-ups. So it really helps kind of extend traditional sports, I think, kind of creating this hybrid area between traditional and virtual, where again, there's just this massive opportunity to go mainstream.
All right, Jacob, this one is for you. How to get rid of barriers of entry to blockchain games? That's a question which keeps cropping in when we have conversations with a lot of our clients. What's your take on that?
Of course, yeah. Also thank you for having me. It's a pleasure to be here. I would say the blockchain in general, right, is huge for gaming. It basically provides players the ability to tangibly own their assets in games, and because the blockchain is extendable and never sleeps, right? Those games those assets are much more liquid than assets in video games have ever been before, right? Because these blockchain games are pretty new and there's only a select few of them that have really taken off. You see prices, that are extremely high in games like Splinterlands and Axie Infinity to just get into the game, right? So that was, I would say a year and a half ago, that was a really big deal and really hard for people to kind of get into blockchain gaming, right? And the ability to lower the barrier entry is just what's going to make it go mainstream, right? Or give it that push that it needs. So, what we've seen over the last year is card renting, asset renting, and kind of in Axie Infinity specifically with their guilds, just the ability for users who have the assets to basically lend them to other users, right? That's huge, and that's what's going to help push blockchain gaming into the masses. Some games are doing it better than others, right? Splinterlands, it's actually on the blockchain. They have coded into the smart contracts, basically decentralized lending, right? In Axie, they do it with scholarships, which is slightly centralized. I know they're working at a solution to make it more decentralized, but just in general, it's that wave and that kind of, that lending and the ability to rent, that's really going to lower the barrier of entry.
All right, questions to Anirudh now. Anirudh, we've been doing a lot of work on Web3 and gaming. Why is there so much excitement around this?
Look, I think as the other
my audio
panelists have also said,
my voice is going through my audio where.
It's working well. It's working well. I could hear you. I don't know if you can hear me.
I can. Go on.
Okay, super. Yeah, I mean the big exciting thing is that
love that cap. With logo in there, right there.
Yes. So for us, there are two things, right? Gaming is going to become more immersive with the 5G coming in. Mobile computing is going to get better, and so you're going to finally see people are going to immerse themselves in these worlds. It's already happened with desktop. You were on an Oculus. The Oculus price point is not too different from a mobile phone. So you're going to see people going towards more immersive entertainment, more immersive experiences, and gaming is obviously the easiest and most fun way to get in there, right? If you played, you were talking about, I spend an inordinate amount of time playing cricket on the Oculus. A really fun game. It's not like super advanced in terms of its graphics, but the basic gameplay is great. So you end up feeling like you're actually in a stadium. And I spend other times on an app like Wander, where I'm just wandering around different parts of the world. And in the lockdown, that's an unbelievable feeling. But also for someone who may not have the money yet to go do that, when you combine that sort of immersive experience with what Web3 is going to do, which is it's allowing you to actually own a piece of the web in some sense. The fact that you can own your own skins, you can own certain digital merchandise, that allows for a very, very different level of engagement and of fandom, right? I own this cap. I own a Liverpool cap. I'm a big Liverpool fan. Whether Loco lives or dies, whether Liverpool lives or dies, I own this cap, right? But tomorrow, if some of these other games which are popular today, you bought, let's say you spend $10,000, you love the game. If it dies, you get nothing. You will be left with zero. And that doesn't happen in these online worlds now. So I think the fact that you can combine immersion with ownership means it's the next level of fandom. And I think, as Marcus was suggesting earlier, there's no reason that through smart contracts, you cannot even, you can't actually control the clubs or make certain key decisions with those clubs, right? So, just the same way a shareholders agreement today enables shareholders to govern an enterprise, the same way a DAO is being governed by smart contracts or certain things, right? Everything is not 100% decentralized yet, but we are going to a place where you could say that, hey, if you're going to bid on a player who's, where you're going to spend $100 million, you have to get everybody to say yes, because that's a major decision, right? Or if you want to change the stadium, if you want to sell the stadium rights, like if I as a fan don't ever want my stadium to ever lose name, right? So that you can't do today, right? And I think a lot what people don't appreciate enough is the best sporting clubs in the world have a lot of history to them, and that history comes through fans and a loyalty that's been built over time. I think both these things are happening together, and I think that makes it an amazing and exciting time to work.
Like you say, every time I get onto my Oculus, and Oculus is pretty much cheaper than a mobile device, like you mentioned, right? And every time I get into it and I'm playing a game, I start thinking, how do I integrate my brand's problem statement back onto this real estate? So I was just playing an AR puzzle game, which was about fixing Taj Mahal altogether. And I was thinking, why can't I get Fevicol in? Like put a Fevicol and get this all together. We used to do a lot of interesting stuff with Angry Birds Rovio. So if you run out of birds, you go and watch a AV out there, you get a pop-up bird and you can just go along and play the game, right? So what's your take on advertisers in this new age world of online gaming predominantly? How will it go mainstream?
Is this question to me? I can take the question.
Yeah. I'm continuing with you.
Yeah. So look, having built a large content company like Pocket Aces, which is a leader in its field today, we built it when digital video was not so big in India in 2015, right? And gaming, I was saying from 2018, is a mainstream entertainment format. And it's only in 2021 that we've seen it grow in that fashion. I think advertisers are always going to be reactive. The best advertisers will obviously take a leap forward early. But attention is going to move. And when attention moves, advertisers will certainly move. And I think advertising is when the consumer is happy consuming that advertising without thinking it's something disruptive, right? So that's one form of advertising. When you come to immersive, certain things that the advertisers will obviously get into, because it's where the future is, it's where attention will move. Same thing with gaming, and there are interesting formats, right? Currently you think that there are only banner ads, but you could have audio ads, which while you're playing a game, it's not as disruptive, right? We're still progressing along how what different advertising formats can mean. Even as the previous sponsor BMW was saying, we've just done an esports tournament where their integration with one of the phone brands was playing, and people didn't drop off because they saw it as a validation of their community, right? I think there's lots of interesting ways in which advertisers will come into the mix. And even the newest form of advertisers will find a way of engaging those communities in a very meaningful manner. So whether it's in a play to earn sort of situation, or even on a loco where let's say if you're trying to support, as a user, I'm trying to support a certain athlete, you can support it through virtual goods which I can send to them, or a Pepsi can say, I'm going to support it, and every fan of this particular person, every single virtual good is free from my side. Right now, suddenly, like, Pepsi is putting itself as a as a fan with the common user. So I think there are a lot of interesting ways for whether it's more niche brands, for mainstream brands. And I think what we're seeing in gaming in India is that it's breaking geographical and economic grounds. With a phone, you can start showing your skill. And actually, to Marcus's point on esports earlier as well, what can happen is that if you were, for example, buying card collectibles, or you're playing these games which are the modern fantasy games with NFTs in them, today, if you have no chance of being a scout, in a year or two, if you show people that esports owners that look at my portfolio of picks that I made, it's completely something that can be verified by them, right? So because the provenance is there, so suddenly you have a completely new job and a completely new way of getting that job. Very similar to how, say, digital video, where you could now just make point and shoot, make a video, and suddenly the new digital stars came up that way. As you think about the future of esports, of sport itself, this is a simple way in which people can start participating, and that means, again, regardless of where you are, your skill will put you forward. So I think it's an exciting time, and that advertisers can actually come into that fold as well, and really build interesting clubs. Football clubs, have historically
Interesting
been.
perspective. I would say Anuradha totally sold on it. I said,
if I may, I would, Neeraj, if I may, I would really like to build on what was said earlier, because while our data actually shows that if you find a way to non-intrusively bring yourself into your game, this is the perfect way to sell something, because it's not perceived as advertisement, it's perceived as part of the game. There was an example over here, well, funnily in my home market in Germany, where a frozen food brand, which has nothing to do with GTA, brought themselves into the game, branded all the stores over the more or less Christmas period with their branding, and put their stuff in the stores for sale. I looked into the data because I found this super intriguing, and the consideration rate, so not only awareness and so on, but really would people buy their products, jumped up 5 times as high as before. And this is showing what a decent audience you can reach and what the effects could be if you find a way, which is super easy to do, as you saw here then, with a clever advertisement campaign, which is not even perceived as advertisement, but being part of the game.
That's brilliant. So we started with Marcus with a perspective on metaverse gaming and how mixed reality is going to have a play out there. We moved to Jacobs and we covered this entire space of blockchain gaming, and Aniruddha gave us an absolutely amazing perspective on the online game side of it and advertisers play out there. My question to Michael would be more on the lines of cryptocurrencies. So how do you see esports fans see the world of cryptocurrencies?
Yeah, this is a question that is just discussed heavily. I mean, building on Marcus' points, there's still so many misconceptions around those target groups and so on. Thank God we are amongst pros here, so I don't have to go into the...
Michael, do they really embrace it? Do they really understand the general population?
Yeah. This is what I was going to aim at. Yes, they do, and much more than the general population. They not even understand it better. They use it more often, and they also see this as a new way of investment. I mean, to be fair, we have a target group here that is tech savvy, has a higher share of people that are at universities studying IT and so on. So there is an affinity between those two, but this is not all to explain it. So we have a super young and avid target group here that is a bit more towards newer technologies, being more on the forefront of things, trying things out. Being a gamer at heart doesn't hurt here. So in general, the general population is still leaning back on cryptocurrency. I mean, Joe Biden just yesterday issued that the US government has to look into cryptocurrency and find a way how to really deal with it. So this is more or less the standpoint of the general population, with esports fans being much more advanced in this area.
What's your take on a lot of these gaming platforms are now becoming, in bits and pieces, I would say, are becoming brand unsafe? COPPA compliance is something which is keeping a lot of brands away from these platforms. Children Online Protection Act. So a lot of these platforms have got a lot of messy content which is appearing. So how is the ecosystem countering that space now? Anyone can maybe take this question.
I'm happy to take it from given that we are a streaming platform and we see some of these things. I think as a platform, you have to put, regardless whether there's an act or there's no act, you have to put safety as a paramount KPI for yourself and your platform. So what we've done is we have no tolerance for any sort of lewd content. We have an active team that moderates that content. We also have kind of cutting edge features built using ML, which quickly find out whether whether there's bad language, etc., that's being used. And that's always a cop and robber type situation. You do something, they figure out how to go it, but you put your best foot forward. Do that, and on all the certainly on all the. Sorry, hey, can you hear me now? Hello?
Yeah.
Yeah, I was saying basically for the some of the larger streams, we always have manual moderators, and for all the individual guys, they have to be moderated. And going forward, which we've given streamers their own moderator tools, and going forward, we will be making that a pretty key requirement for you to end up having a monetization channel, etc. So we are making it a key priority, and I think other platforms which are serious are doing the same.
Sure. Jacob, just a follow-up to the question which I asked you. What's going to bring the blockchain gaming to the mainstream?
Of course. Yeah. So, right now, blockchain gaming, as I mentioned earlier, there's only a few games that really are popular to, a really great extent. I would say bringing blockchain gaming to consoles and being able to connect a wallet to the Xbox or to the PS4 is really going to be a huge step for the mainstream popularity of blockchain gaming, right? They can kind of do what they do with mobile blockchain games, where you're not able to make purchases because doing so with the 30% fee that the distributors take would be really difficult. But we've seen some blockchain games go mobile, right? Skyweaver just did it. The game looks awesome. It's great. But to get console is really the next level of mainstream gamers. So I think once that's kind of able to be done, blockchain gaming can really explode.
How about cryptocurrencies? The gamers, do they have a different view on cryptocurrencies? The point which Michael mentioned.
I would say certainly. I would say gamers are, more. There was a scene from Ready Player One, right, where the main character runs out of gas, and all of a sudden he sells something on his body, and basically coins poof up, and he's able to load those into his car, and that's gas, right? And that just, kind of, as soon as I saw that, I was like, oh my gosh, that's cryptocurrency, right? That's the ability for the assets in a game to be unbelievably liquid, to the fact that you can sell something, move it to another chain potentially, and take in another asset kind of instantaneously. And that's what gamers need, right? There's so many small transactions in gaming, so much microtransactions, that it's, kind of perfect for cryptocurrency.
Absolutely. I can see Marcus has something to add to this point. You're having a laugh about it, that point. Marcus, you want to add to
go
this?
ahead, Michael, go ahead.
Thanks, Marcus. So totally building on what Jacob just said. Well, our data totally underlines this, because to be fair, comparing esports fans to the general population might not be the best comparison to draw here, but esports fans as a subsample of the gamers is more the correct way to go. And yeah, gamers, they, as you said, Jacob, well, exclamation mark, yes, they have a deeper understanding. They already use it. And still in this group, which is a huge group, the esports fans still are way forward. So they even use cryptocurrency more than gamers per se, but still the application of cryptocurrency and so on. To be fair, I'm the only one in the people that I know that has some cryptocurrency, and they all look at me, well, yeah. This Bitcoin stuff, you do that? Yes, I do that. Well, what's about it? It's not like I'm going to a brothel or anything. It's cryptocurrency. So man, dude, yeah. How do we get this into the general population like this? Talking about it? This is nothing strange. It is just, man, come on. This is just the normal way to do things. So Marcus, now you're on.
Marcus, you want to add to it?
Yeah, I agree with everything that Jacob and Michael said, and I think we all understand that you don't have to teach gamers about digital items and digital currencies, right? Like, I started playing video games when I was 6 with Super Mario Brothers 3 that you can't see on the camera because of the background. Let me try that. There we go. There, now you can see it, right? And so you collect coins, which are digital currencies, and when you collect 100 coins, you get an extra life, which is a digital item. There are mushrooms and the raccoon tail, all of that. So it's part and parcel of the experience for gaming. And as everyone here has mentioned, like, what you can't do right now is, like, basically you invest into this ecosystem, you basically don't get anything back beyond entertainment. And nothing against the value of entertainment. Obviously, we all love the value of entertainment, but blockchain gaming is going to kind of take it to the next level, where you literally have, this nirvana opportunity to play to earn. I don't have to have a yacht, right, from playing video games, but if I could pay my rent and get my groceries by playing video games, like, I'd be a happy person. I would do that right now.
Marcus, just to follow up to this, a quick one on your book here. We are a big fan of your book out there. How to help the gaming community? Your book.
Thank you. I appreciate that. Yeah, and I actually have a team from India, and I don't know if you can let me do this again. Oh, I can't see it. I wish I could turn the background. Oh, there goes part of it. So
I can see that.
You can see that. So what you can't see because of the background is basically this is a team from India. So I have six continents represented in the book. And actually it's been distributed now to 6 continents. Just as from the previous panel, what we discussed here, like education is the key to get this mainstream adoption. So I built this book to educate gamers who are kids and gamers of all ages, but also parents, teachers, ecosystem leaders, mayors and influencers about gaming and esports, the $180 billion gaming industry, the $1 billion esports industry. And in this, I actually have a dedicated chapter, one for the metaverse and a separate dedicated chapter for NFTs, blockchain, and crypto. So as people are reading this book and playing the demos that are included in the book, they learn about this space. And actually, I also have an NFT that allows you to view the entire book virtually and has a bunch of extra bonus content that's bound to the NFT. So it's not just a JPEG, and I don't want to go on that soapbox, but there's extra functionality to it so that people, as they're getting the book, they're learning about cryptos and blockchain and the metaverse in the process.
Super. Just as closing comments, I would like to hear from you guys, maybe 1 minute each on future of online gaming. How do you guys see it all evolving over a period of time? Start with Anirudh.
Yeah, all I'll say is, especially in the Indian context, we're going to use this word gamers in 5 years because everybody's going to be a gamer, right? Like we don't say, are you a television viewer or like do you watch series? Like everybody's watching it, the number's so large. And I think, as the other panelists have said, I think blockchain is really going to create a new wealth redistribution. You're going to see a lot more people able to participate, get new jobs. And I think one of the reasons that we haven't seen blockchain really, or the crypto really go into the gaming community much in India is because it's really hard right now. So that's something that, companies like us are going to tackle, get people to get crypto, even if it's a small number, so that they don't actually see the difference. And once your user experience becomes easy enough, and it's a really exciting place. And as a gamer, I couldn't be happier. I get paid to do this. So, it's a tap dance to work when when you have a job like this. So I'm super excited.
I think our network is poor, but we heard you. Jacob, you want to go next?
Absolutely. So to me, the future of online gaming is more interactivity, right? It's more peer-to-peer features within games that allow people to connect. It's kind of going away from single player games where it's a storyline and you're not able to play with others or live in a virtual world where you can interact kind of like the sandbox or other metaverse platforms. I think we're really moving in a place where it's all about interactivity. It's all about kind of being able to play games with your friends, right? If you can't play it with your friend, if you can't kind of show off a layer of personal expression through a game, it's not going to be popular. And I think that's where online gaming is going.
Super. Marcus, you want to go next?
Sure, and I want to give a shout out to the team in India, Boolean Network. They're actually getting ready to launch their platform. So glad to make introductions for anyone who's interested. What they're doing, what I believe is the future of gaming is decentralizing access for opportunity, because they're allowing basically independent creators to have 360 degrees of monetization. But I think in the future, what you'll see is gaming redefining not just the gameplay experience, but the way we do education, workforce development, business engagement, not just like business to consumer, but business to business. Because again, 66% of Americans and nearly half of the world's population plays video games. We'll see video games redefine like how we experience our personal and business lives, the same way that we have seen social media do that over the last 20 years.
Michael, you want to round up the conversations for us? I have exactly 30 seconds.
Sure, thank you. there's almost everything has been said. So I think that mobile devices should not be underestimated. Having these things here always with us makes the access of gaming easier and gives us leisure time whenever we need it.
And cryptocurrencies are here to stay and grow.
Yeah.
All right, gentlemen, thank you so much. Thank you so
To the
much for
moon.
this interesting panel conversation. Thank you, e4m, for evangelizing the space of gaming. These are interesting times ahead, and our panelists today shared some of the really insightful data points on gaming and future of online gaming. So stay tuned onto this event. Have a good conference, guys. Thank you so much.
Thank you. Thank you so much, Neeraj. Well, I have to say cheers to everyone who's taken out their valuable time, everyone across the various parts across the world. I know there are different time zones and I don't want to get to that, but I'd really like to appreciate all your effort for joining in and your valuable intakes. Thank you. Cheers. So, ladies and gentlemen, with this, it is time for us to move on to our next and the final discussion for today. For this, I'd like to now invite upon the stage and screen Mr. Nitish Sen, the founder and joint managing director of Nazara Technologies, to close the event with his closing keynote. Thank you so much, Nitish. It's always good to e-meet you and have you on the screen. We'd love to hear from you now. Over to you.
Yeah, hi.
Hi, Nitish.
How are you?
I'm good.
Yeah, good to be here.
Great. So we'd love to hear from you. It's been an exciting day today. A lot of great speakers, and we learned so much. But an official closing from your side, Nitish.
Yeah, no, happy to always be here. I think we're in such a great place in the Indian gaming ecosystem. You're hearing large amounts of capital being invested in Web2, Web3 gaming companies. I'm meeting so many young entrepreneurs doing such exciting stuff. So I think surely we're in the decade of gaming in India. We've been waiting for many decades to get to this place, and it's going to be very exciting times. So really looking forward to it. And it's great for, folks like you, e4m, to be having these conferences, getting people together. I think everything that you can do to build the ecosystem helps, right? So I think fantastic, and congratulations for that.
Thank you so much, Nitish, for your incredible support and delivering the closing note. Is there anything else you'd like to conclude on, Nitish? Anything else you'd like to bring to the audience?
No, I think I think there's a plethora of technologies that are coming together to really disrupt the gaming space, right, and make it a far more integral part of our lives as we go forward. Whether it's virtual reality, whether it's play to earn, whether it's NFTs and blockchain, they all are coming together now very fast to create a very exciting opportunity. And I think a lot of interesting entrepreneurs working towards. So I think gaming in India in the next 3-4 years is going to be completely different than what it is today. The scale is going to be maybe 10x from what it is today. So let's all build together and succeed together.
Absolutely. On that note, Nitish, I'd really like to thank you and congratulations to you and your entire team for all the success, and we wish you more success in the years to come.
Thank you very much.
So, ladies and gentlemen, with this, it is time to thank our partners in Movie Driving Real Connections as our co-powered by partner Zapads, and our co-gold partner being Loco, home of Indian gaming, as our associate partner, without whom the event would not have been possible, even a virtual one. And of course, all the ones who've been viewing in, doing the hashtags, which is all of you. Thank you so much for the enthusiasm and all the questions coming in. We'd really like to thank you for all your time and continue with your hashtags and all the learnings you've done today. With this, I'd like to conclude with our second edition. And this is me, Bhavna Bhatia, signing off on behalf of Exchange for Media. Thank you for your valuable time once again.